Want to speak real English from your very first lesson? Get instant access with your free lifetime account at langadvance.com.
Welcome to Beginning Grammar. Introduction to Grammar. In this lesson, you will learn about some different word forms. There are different kinds of words. We are going to look at nouns, verbs, and adjectives. Then, we will look at different kinds of nouns, common nouns, proper nouns, and pronouns. To begin, a noun is a word that is a person, place, or thing. For example, a noun is a person, like the words mother, student, teacher, and baby. A noun is also a place. The words city, restaurant, classroom, and park are all nouns. And a noun is a thing. So the words pen, chair, keyboard, and banana are also all nouns. Another kind of word is a verb. A verb is an action word. Cook, laugh, drink, and dance are all verbs. They tell what happens. And a third kind of word is an adjective. An adjective is a word that describes a noun. Tall, hot, and pink are all adjectives. They tell you something about the nouns. The giraffe is tall, the coffee is hot, and the flower is pink. Now you know three kinds of words. A noun is a person, place, or thing, like baby, park, and banana. A verb is an action word, like dance, the father and daughter dance. And an adjective describes a noun, like pink. This flower is pink. Now let's look more closely at nouns. There are different kinds of nouns. Two of these are common nouns and proper nouns. Common nouns and proper nouns are both words for a person, place, or thing, but a common noun is for any person, place, or thing, and a proper noun is a name. Here is an example. Here is a student. The word student is a common noun. If we give this student a name, Mary, Mary is the name of the student. Mary is a noun, but it is a proper noun because it is a name. Notice the capital letter. We always use capital letters for proper nouns. But do you see student? We don't use a capital letter for the word student because it is a common noun, not a name. Let's take a moment here to look at the English alphabet. This is the alphabet. We have two kinds of letters. These are the capital letters. Sometimes we call them uppercase, but in these lessons we will call them capital letters. These are the lowercase letters. In English, we start every sentence with a capital letter. You can see that here and here. We also use capital letters for proper nouns, like in this example. Student is a common noun, and Mary is a proper noun. It is the name of the student. Let's look at some more examples of proper nouns. City is a common noun, but New York is a proper noun because it is the name of a city. Notice the capital letters. The word car is a noun, but Mercedes-Benz is a proper noun because it is the name of a kind of car. That's why the M and B in Mercedes-Benz are capital letters. The word street is a noun, but when the street has a name, like Sunset Boulevard, it becomes a proper noun. Let's practice. You are going to see a word. Think, is it a common noun or a proper noun? Cat. Cat is a common noun. This could be any cat. We don't know the name of the cat. Buddy. Buddy is a proper noun. It's the name of this dog. Hilton. Hilton is a proper noun. Hilton is the name of the building or the hotel chain, so it has that capital letter. Hotel. Hotel is a common noun. We don't know the name of the hotel, so we don't use the capital letter. Apple. The word apple is a common noun. Apple. So this is a different kind of apple, right? This apple is a brand name, so it is a proper noun. Look at the proper nouns here. Notice the capital letters. We use a capital letter to show proper nouns, that is, the names of nouns. So this is what you know. A noun is a kind of word. A noun is a person, place, or thing. There are different kinds of nouns. You know common nouns, proper nouns. Now the last thing that we will look at in this lesson is pronouns. Pronouns are another kind of noun. This is the pronoun chart. In English, we organize the pronouns like this: first person, second person, and third person. And singular, that's one, and plural, that's more than one. There are some things to know about pronouns. First, notice this I. The pronoun I in English is always a capital letter. There is only one you in English. Notice that singular you and plural you are the same. Let's look at an example. Here's a teacher. He says, "You are right." Maybe he is talking to this girl. Maybe he is talking to this boy. Maybe he is talking to all of the students. Maybe he is talking to an older man. Or maybe he's talking to his dog. Every time he says, "You are right," because there is only one you in English. Also, the pronoun they can be people or things. Notice that he, she, and it are the singular form of the third person, but the plural form is just they. That means that they can be two friends, or they can be 5 books. They can be girls or boys or things. Now let's look at how we use the pronouns. Pronouns replace nouns. Let's read this. This is Jennifer. She is 5 years old. She has a brother. He is 7 years old. Jennifer is in kindergarten this year. Okay, let's look for the pronouns. Here we see she 2 times. The pronoun she replaces the proper noun Jennifer. Then down here we see he. Who's he? He is the brother. So here we replace the common noun brother with the pronoun he. We will learn more about pronouns in future lessons. All of these words work together. Let's read this. Hi, my name is Lisa. I'm from a small town in California. I am a student at University of California in Irvine. It is a big school. First, do you see the common nouns and the proper nouns? Let's underline the common nouns. name, town, student, and school. Okay, now let's circle the proper nouns. Lisa, California, University of California, Irvine. Proper nouns are easy to see because they have the capital letters. Okay, now let's look for the pronouns. Do you see pronouns? We have the pronouns I, 2 times, and it. Remember, I is always a capital letter. Down here, it only has a capital letter because it is the first word of the sentence. Now you know there are different kinds of words. Nouns are words for a person, place, or thing. Verbs are action words. And adjectives are words that describe or tell about a noun. You learned that there are different kinds of nouns. Common nouns like student and hotel. Proper nouns like Mary and Hilton. And pronouns like she and it. In this lesson, you will learn about the be verb. What is the be verb? Well, be is a verb to start with. Remember, a verb is an action word like cook, laugh, drink, and dance. Be is a verb, but it is not an action word. I am sure you hear the be verb all of the time. In fact, these sentences are full of the be verb. Let's look. Is a form of the be verb. Am is also the be verb. And are is also a form of be. Let's look at the verb chart for be in the simple present. Here's a chart with the pronouns, and here are the forms of the be verb. I am, you are, he is, she is, it is, we are, you are, and they are. You can see there are 3 forms of the be verb. Other verbs only have 2 forms, but be is always different. You can see that be is strange because none of these forms look like be. There's no letter B in any of them. Also notice that the plural forms are all the same word. When do we use the be verb? Let's look at this sentence. Mark drinks water. Mark is the subject of the sentence. The subject does the action. Drinks is the action. Drinks is the verb in this sentence. Mark is the subject because he drinks. Okay, now let's look at this sentence. The water is cold. What is the subject? Water, right? So water is the subject, and what does water do? What action does water do? Nothing. Water doesn't do anything in this sentence. Water just is. This is when we use the be verb in English. We need a verb, but there is no action, so we use the be verb to connect the subject to the rest of the sentence. The water is cold. Is the verb, and we use the be verb to connect to the adjective cold. We need a verb. Let's look at some examples. Kate is a scientist. Kate is in a laboratory. Kate is smart. In the first sentence, Kate is the subject. Is the be verb that connects the subject to a noun, scientist, that tells more about Kate. In the second sentence, Kate is the subject. Is the form of the be verb that connects Kate to the rest of the sentence. Here it's a noun, a place. In the third sentence, again, Kate is the subject. Is the be verb that connects Kate to the rest of the information. Here, an adjective that describes her. Kate is smart. Be connects the subject to information about the subject. Here is Mark again. Mark is a runner. Mark is the subject. Is the be verb. And a runner is more information about Mark. Be is the verb that connects the information to the subject when there really isn't any action. Here, the more information is a noun, runner, but we can change the sentence. Mark is thirsty. Now, the information is an adjective. Mark is at a park. Now, that information is at a place. Mark is from California. Also, a place, from a place. Be connects the subject to information about the subject when there isn't really an action happening. If you say to me, "My friend Diana, an engineer," I understand more or less what you're saying, but the grammar is incorrect. We need the be verb to connect the subject to the noun engineer. My friend Diana is an engineer. We need the be verb for the sentence to be correct. If you say, "These strawberries very sweet," I understand, but the grammar is incorrect. There is no verb in this sentence, and every sentence needs a verb. So we use the be verb. The strawberries are sweet. And here, are is the be verb that connects the strawberries to the adjective sweet. In some languages, you can say, "Frank in the kitchen," and everybody understands. But in English, this doesn't work. We say, "Frank is in the kitchen," because we need that be verb. Here's one more example. Can you see what is wrong? It is missing a be verb. What form of be should go here? Am. I am from California. This is correct grammar. There are 3 forms of be in the present, but we have more than 3 pronouns in this chart. Am always goes with I and only I, but look at are. Are goes with you, we, and they. And is could be he is, she is, or it is. This is why we always need a subject in every sentence in English. Let's look at an example. In English, we need a subject in every sentence. In some languages, you can say, "are interesting," but in English, we don't know what you mean. You are interesting, we are interesting, they are interesting. Since there are only 3 forms of be, we need to include a subject in every sentence. Are interesting is incorrect. Languages are interesting. Okay, let's look at one more thing about the verb be. We can use a contraction. Look at these 2 sentences. She is a student and she's a student. They sound almost the same. We see the be verb is in the first sentence. In the second sentence, there is just an S. This is called a contraction. A contraction is 2 words in one. This mark here, this mark is an apostrophe, and we use it in contractions. Combine the pronoun and be to make a contraction. Let's do it. Look at I am. So in I am, we drop the A, we move the M a little closer, and we add an apostrophe. I'm. You are. Again, we drop the A here, we push it a little closer, and we add an apostrophe. Your. He is, she is, it is follow the same pattern. So drop the I, move the S closer to make one word, and put in the apostrophe. She's, its follow the same pattern as he's. We are changes to we're, you are changes to your, and they are changes to their. Fill in the blanks. Let's practice. Maybe you want to pause the recording and try to fill in the blanks yourself. Okay, are you ready for the answers? Amy and Lynn are friends. Amy is from California. Lynn is from Colorado. Amy and Lynn are college students. In this photo, they are happy because they are on a camping trip together. In this lesson, you learned a lot about the be verb. You learned be is a verb. We use be to connect the subject to more information like a noun, adjective, or place. There are 3 forms of be in the simple present: am, is, are. And we make contractions with be: I'm, he's, and there. The end. Nouns. This lesson is about plural and singular nouns and articles. Nouns can be singular or plural. Singular means one, plural means 2 or more. So singular is book, and plural is 2 books, or 5 books, or many books. Before we go on with nouns, let's look again at the alphabet. This is the alphabet. You already know about capital and lowercase letters. Let's look at another kind of letter. The alphabet has vowels and consonants. A, E, I, O, U. These are called vowels. Every word in English has at least one vowel. All of these other letters are called consonants. We need to know this for some spelling rules we will talk about in a moment. Back to nouns. Add an S to the noun to make the plural form. So we have 1 chair and 2 chairs. Notice the S. Add an S to make the plural form. So 2 chairs, 20 chairs, or 300 chairs. There are spelling changes when you add S. Let's look at what happens when you add S to different words. First, for most nouns, we just add an S. Boy changes to boys. Truck changes to trucks. But sometimes we add ES. Box changes to boxes, and we add ES to dish to get dishes. And sometimes we drop the Y and add IES. For example, baby, we drop the Y and add IES to get babies. And cherry, we drop the Y and add IES to get cherries. Let's take a closer look. For most nouns, add S. The plural of boy is boys. And we have 1 truck and 2 trucks. Here is 1 bird we add an S, we have two birds. Orange is the same. Add an S, and we have two oranges. Add ES for S, CH, SH, X, and Z endings. That means if the noun ends with a sound like s, ch, ch, z, we need to add ES. Box ends with X, so we add ES and we get boxes. Dish ends with the sh sound. To make the plural, we add ES and we get dishes. Dress ends with an S. We can't just add an S because the word would sound the same. So we add ES and we have two dresses. 1 inch becomes 12 inches because of that sh ending sound. We add ES. And for nouns that end with a consonant and Y, drop the Y and add IES. Baby ends with BY, so we drop the Y and add IES to get two babies. The noun cherry ends with RY, so we drop the Y and add IES to get the plural cherries. Look at the word city. City ends with TY. That is also a consonant and a Y, so again, we drop the Y and add IES. Finally, here is one French fry. If we want more than one, we need to drop that Y and add IES. And now we have many French fries. Notice the difference. All of these nouns end with Y, but for these, we just add S, and for these, we drop the Y and add IES. Why? Well, notice the endings. Over here, these end with a vowel and a Y. That's why we just add S to get monkeys and toys. But over here, these end with a consonant and a Y. And that's why we drop the Y and add IES to get cities and fries. Some nouns have irregular plural forms. There is not a spelling rule. We just have to know these. Here's some examples. 1 man, 2 or more men. Woman, women. Child, children. Person, people. Notice that none of these plural forms have S endings. They are irregular. There are some other irregular plural nouns. Here are a few examples. 1 tooth, 2 teeth. 1 leaf, 3 leaves. 1 mouse, 2 mice. These are irregular, so we just have to learn them. Singular nouns also have some rules. The words a and an are called articles. We use articles before singular nouns. Let's look. Sarah is a student. She has a red coat. She has a backpack and 3 books. Notice the a in front of the singular nouns. But here we have 3, so we don't need an article. A sounds like and I'm sure you hear it all of the time, but it is a very small sound. Listen. I am a teacher. She is a good student. There is a gym in the building. Do you have a minute? I'll have a small cup of coffee. Have a nice day. Is everywhere. Let's look at a and n. Use n before a vowel sound. And n are the same thing, but we use n when the noun starts with a vowel sound. Remember, the vowels are A, E, I, O, U. Here are some examples. A bottle, a phone, a sofa, an elephant, an airport, an onion. Notice the E in elephant. That is a vowel sound, so we need to use n before it. Airport also starts with a vowel, so we use n. And so does onion. We use n with these nouns, but it means the same thing as a. We use it because of those vowel sounds. Let's practice. You are going to see a word. Think, do we use a or n? House, a house. Orange, an orange. Umbrella, an umbrella. Spoon, a spoon. Bird, a bird. Owl, an owl. How did you do? Do you see all the vowel sounds that start the words on the right? Here's one more. Guitar. A guitar. But an electric guitar. Why? Electric is an adjective. Adjectives describe nouns, and adjectives come before nouns in English. Electric also starts with a vowel sound. It comes before the noun, but the article comes first. This is why we say an electric guitar. Adjectives come before nouns. This is Tom. Tom is a cat. Tom is fat. We can take the adjective fat and put it before cat. Tom is a fat cat. But do you see the article? It's still in front. We can put more adjectives in front of cat. We can say Tom is a fat gray cat. But notice, the article is before the adjectives, and the adjectives are before the cat. You learned a lot in this lesson. There are singular and plural nouns. There are spelling changes in the plural, like trucks, dishes, and cherries. There are irregular plural nouns, like men, women, and children, leaves, and mice. We use articles for singular nouns, a bird, an orange, and we put adjectives before nouns, a big red umbrella. End. This lesson is about the verbs go, do, and have. Go, do, and have are three verbs we use a lot. You hear them in sentences like, I go to work at 9. They always do their homework. And have a nice day. Go, do, and have. This is the verb chart for have. I have, you have, he has, she has, it has. We have, you have, they have. You can see there are only two forms, have and has. Notice there is an S on the end of the third person singular form. There's always an S in this area. But have is an irregular form. You might want to write haves. This is incorrect. The verb is has for third person singular. Let's look at some examples. Kim has 2 cats. One cat has long hair. The other cat has short hair. Both cats have pretty eyes. Notice the verb have in its two forms, has, and both cats have. There are many uses of the verb have. She has a baby brother. He has a question. He has breakfast at 7. He has fun in the leaves. Okay, here's the verb chart for do. I do, you do. He does. Notice the pronunciation does, not do's. She does, it does. We do, you do, they do. There are two forms of do in the simple present, do and does. And again, these all end with an S because third person singular always has an S. Do is also an irregular verb, so it ends with ES. The spelling's a little different than a regular verb. Let's look at do in some sentences. There are many uses of the word do. She does yoga in the morning. She does homework after school. He does dishes after dinner. She does laundry every day. Okay, and go. Here is the verb chart for go. It's the same pattern. I go, you go, he goes, she goes, it goes, and it's spelled with an ES. We go, you go, they go. Again, we've got two forms, go and goes, and again, these all end with an S, because there's always an S for third person singular in the simple present. Okay, let's look at some examples. They go to school. He goes to work. She goes to the store. The family goes for a walk. Here are some frequency words. Always, usually, often, sometimes, rarely, and never. These tell how often something happens. Always, 100% of the time. Usually, a lot of the time. Often, almost the same as usually. Sometimes, a little less. Rarely, doesn't happen often, almost never. And never is 0% of the time. Let's look at how we use these with the simple present. Put frequency words before the verb. Let's look at some examples. Here is a timeline. Sarah goes to the gym. Put the frequency words here before the verb to tell how often she goes to the gym. For example, Sarah always goes to the gym. Sarah usually goes to the gym. Sarah often goes to the gym. Sarah sometimes goes to the gym. Sarah rarely goes to the gym. And Sarah never goes to the gym. We use frequency words a lot in the simple present. She always goes to the store on Mondays. He often goes to work at 8 a.m. They never go to school on Saturday. Okay, you try. Put the sentence in the correct order. You have the words goes, to the library, Megan, and often. Think. Megan often goes to the library. The frequency word goes before the verb. Okay, let's do it again. Put the sentence in the correct order. Goes on Sunday. Bob usually to church. Okay, ready? Bob usually goes to church on Sunday. Okay, one more. Put the sentence in the correct order. Okay? They never go to work on Saturday. They never go to work on Saturday. Have, do, and go are verbs. They're very common. They all have two forms in the simple present: have, has, do, does, go, goes. We often use them with frequency words, like always, sometimes, and never. End. In this lesson, you will learn about verbs in the simple present. You know 4 verbs: be, do, have, and go. These verbs have irregular forms. There is something different about the spelling that you just have to remember. For example, be, she is a student, is the be verb. Do, she does homework. Have, she has 2 cats. And go, he goes to work. In this lesson, we will look at regular verbs in the simple present, how to form them, and how to use them. There are many verbs: wave, study, swim, travel, eat, give, love, buy, and help are just a few of them, but all of them follow the same patterns in the simple present. Let's look at this. Ken goes to school at 8 a.m. He takes his big yellow backpack. He waves to his mother. Ken walks to school. His mother stays home. Here is the verb goes, takes, waves, walks, and stays. These are all verbs in the simple present. Here's the simple present verb chart. We'll just use the verb talk as an example. I talk, you talk, he talks, she talks, it talks, we talk, you talk, and they talk. Notice there are 2 forms, talk and talks. And notice there's an S on the end of the third person singular. There's always an S on the third person singular. Let's read this. Jill has classes all morning. She eats lunch at 1. She usually buys lunch in the cafeteria. Sometimes she eats lunch alone, but she often joins some friends for lunch. After lunch, she goes to the library. Look at the verbs for the subject Jill. They all end with S. Has, eats, buys, eats, joins, and goes. Okay, you try. Here is the verb sleep. What form of sleep goes in the blank? Sleeps. Paul sleeps a lot. Here the verb is look. Jason and Evan, that's they. Jason and Evan look at their phones. One more. Give. Mr. Chen, what form of give goes in the blank? Gives. Mr. Chen gives his wife 7 pink flowers. Verbs and nouns are different. They have different rules. Let's take a look. So in this sentence, Mr. Chen gives his wife 7 pink flowers. Look at this S on gives. This S is for third person singular verb. But look over here, we have an S here on flowers. This S is for a plural noun. We have 7 pink flowers. The uses are different, but some of the spelling rules look the same. Let's look. There are spelling changes with S. For many verbs, we just add S, like thinks and reads. For some verbs, we add ES, like washes and catches. And for other verbs, we drop the Y and add IES, like carries and flies. Let's take a closer look at these rules. For many verbs, add S. He thinks, she reads, she talks, she eats. Add ES when a verb ends with S, CH, SH, X, and Z. They all have a sh sound on the end. For example, he washes, he catches, he fixes, she kisses. And drop Y and add IES when a verb ends with a consonant and a Y. For example, he carries, it flies, she worries, and she studies. Let's practice. Look at the verb cry. When we add an S, which spelling rule do we use? Cries. We drop the Y and add IES. How about drive? Drives. Just add an S. Clean? Cleans. Also, just add an S. Brush? Look at the ending. Sh. Brushes. Add ES because of that SH ending. Dry? Dry ends in a consonant and a Y, so drop the Y, add IES. Play. Plays, just add an S. Remember, this is a vowel and a Y, so we just add an S. No need to drop the Y. Mix. Mixes, because of that X ending. How did you do? Okay, let's practice some more. Look at the sentence. She cooks dinner. Think, is the verb form correct? She cooks dinner. Yes, correct. I speak English. Also correct. Tom run fast. No, the grammar here is wrong. There is no S on runs. We need to add an S. Tom runs fast. Pandas eat bamboo. Yes, that's correct. The friends plays tennis. Nope. This has an extra S. We don't want S on plays because the friends is third person plural, like they. You listen very well. Yes, that is correct. Remember, watch out for the S endings for the third person singular form in the simple present. Remember the frequency words? Always, usually, often, sometimes, rarely, and never. Put the frequency word between the subject and the verb. Here we have Bob and Kevin. Bob and Kevin are old friends. They eat lunch together on Friday. We put the frequency word right in here. They always eat lunch together on Friday. They eat lunch together on Monday? No. They never eat lunch together on Monday. Put the frequency word before the verb, after the subject. Let's read this. As you listen, notice that every sentence has a subject and a verb. There are lots of S's here because it's third person singular, and there are also some frequency words. Tanner likes to go fishing. He catches trout and cooks it too. At home, he never eats fish when his mother cooks it. However, on camping trips, he often catches fish, cleans it, cooks it, and eats it too. Verbs in the simple present have two forms, like eat, eats, think, thinks, and give, gives. Third person singular ends with an S. He sleeps. There are some spelling changes when you add the S. Reads, sometimes you just add S. Catches, sometimes you add ES. And flies, sometimes you have to drop that Y and add IES. Possessives. In this lesson, you are going to learn about possessive adjectives and apostrophe S. Michelle rides her bike to school. Her bike is pink and her helmet is orange. Brian rides his skateboard to school. His skateboard is yellow and its wheels are small. Notice these words: her, his, and its. These are possessive adjectives. Her shows that Michelle has a bike and that the helmet belongs to Michelle too. His shows the skateboard belongs to Brian, and its shows that the wheels belong to the skateboard. Let's look at the chart. These are the possessive adjectives: my, your, his, her, its, our, your, and their. Possess is another word for have, so these adjectives show what different people or things have. For example, it is a blue book. It is my book. It isn't your book. In the first sentence, blue is the adjective. In the second sentence, it is my book, I use a possessive adjective to show you that the book belongs to me. In the third sentence, I use a possessive adjective to show you that the book does not belong to you. Here is another example. Tyler walks to school every day. His school isn't far. He always takes his red backpack. Again, we use his to show you Tyler has a school, and his to show you that Tyler has a backpack. It's his red backpack. Now you try. Here we have Mary and Marge. They are sisters. Can you fill in the correct possessive adjectives? Ready? Okay. Mary and Marge are sisters. Mary is on the left. Her hat is orange. Marge is on the right. Her shirt has pink flowers. They often check their phones. Okay, let's try again. Okay, here we have Jay, and he loves soccer. What possessive adjectives go in the blanks? Jay loves soccer, but his team isn't very good because the team belongs to Jay, or Jay has a team. And Jay is the only other subject here, so it has to be his. Okay, Jay loves soccer, but his team isn't very good. They lost 5 of their last 6 games. And why is it there? Because they is the subject of this sentence. They are the ones with the games. One more time. You and I have class together. Okay, which possessive adjectives go? We are talking about you and I. Our classes are about grammar. I make videos on my computer. You watch the videos on your computer or phone. Okay. Here we have more examples. Amy has a new puppy. Her puppy is very friendly. His name is Rex. He's 3 months old. Amy's puppy is cute. Okay, what do we have here? I see an apostrophe S, and you know that this is he is. He is 3 months old. He is Rex. He is 3 months old. But look here, I've got another apostrophe S, and this is not the be verb because it doesn't make sense. Amy is, puppy is, cute. That doesn't work. So this S is a different kind of apostrophe S. This is a possessive. Let's look. Amy's puppy is cute. This mark is an apostrophe right here, but this is not a contraction like the other apostrophes you know. This apostrophe shows that Amy has a puppy. It's a possessive. The puppy belongs to Amy. Let's look at some more examples. Tom and Dylan walk to school. Tom's shirt is orange. Dylan's shirt is black. Their classes start at 8:30. Okay, look. Tom's shirt. Tom's shirt is orange, so I know that the guy with the orange shirt is Tom. Dylan's shirt is black, so I know this boy here with the black shirt is Dylan because the shirt belongs to him. That's what this apostrophe S shows us. Their classes start at 8:30. Tom and Dylan both have sisters. Tom's sister is 14. She goes to their school. Dylan's sister is 5 years old. She's in kindergarten. So again, we've got Tom's sister that shows he has a sister. Dylan's sister, that apostrophe S shows Dylan has a sister. But what's this? This is she's in kindergarten. This is a contraction. This is she is. Be careful with the apostrophe. Here we have two pictures. On the right, it's cold today. On the left, its teeth are sharp. It's and its in these two sentences sound exactly the same. But when I write them, it's cold today is a contraction of it is cold today. So I use the apostrophe S. But over here, its teeth are sharp means the teeth that belong to the crocodile are sharp. This is a possessive adjective, and the possessive adjective its doesn't get an apostrophe. That's the only difference. Let's see if you understand. You are going to see a sentence. Look at the sentence and think, is it a contraction of the be verb or is it a possessive? Sam's dog runs fast. That's a possessive. Sam has a dog. The girl's dress is purple. Also a possessive. The girl has a dress. It's a beautiful day. That one is it is. It's a beautiful day is the be verb. Its ears are long. This is a possessive. It's without the apostrophe is a possessive adjective. He's a happy man. He's with the apostrophe is he is. That is the be verb. Okay? One more thing about possessives and the apostrophe S. If the word is plural, put the apostrophe after the S. So here you see two sentences. The boys have sisters. The boys' sisters are smart. Boys sounds the same in both sentences. But do you see this apostrophe? This shows me that the boys have sisters. We put the apostrophe after the S for plurals. Here's another example. If I have one boy and he has two sisters, it's boys' sisters with the apostrophe before the S. If I have two boys who have two sisters, then the apostrophe goes after the S. Let's take a look at one more example. The girl's uniform is red and white. There is one girl, the apostrophe comes before. The girls' uniforms are red and white. And now I have plural girls. Do you see the apostrophe before the S for singular? After the S for plural. You learned in this lesson that possessive forms show what belongs. She rides her bike, he rides his skateboard. The possessive adjectives her and his show that she has a bike and he has a skateboard. Amy's puppy is cute. The players' uniforms are red and white. The apostrophe S shows that Amy has a puppy and the players have uniforms. Negative be. This lesson is about how to form be in the negative in the simple present. Remember the be verb chart. There are 3 forms, am, is, are, and the negative of be is simple. To form the negative, add the word not. I am not, you are not, he is not, she is not, it is not, we are not, you are not, and they are not. If you know the be verb, you know how to form the negative. Here's some examples. Diana is a scientist. She is not a doctor. She is not sad. She is not at home. She is at work. The strawberries are sweet. They are not sour. They are not green. They are not on a plate. They are in a bowl. You can see, just add not when you want the meaning to be negative. There are 3 ways to write the negative form. Let's look. Cindy is asleep. She is not awake. She's not awake. She isn't awake. These 3 sentences all mean the same thing. In the first sentence, you can see not. She is not awake. In the second sentence, we put she and is together to make she's. In the third sentence, we put is and not together to make isn't. Do you remember what these are called? Contractions. Let's take a closer look. There are 3 ways to write the negative form. Actually, that's not true. There's only 2 ways for I am, for first person. But there are 3 ways for all of the other forms. Let's look. The first way you know, add the word not. I am not, you are not. This is simple. The second way is combine the pronoun and be. You already saw this with the be verb chart. Look at I am not. Remember, drop the A, push it together. Don't forget the apostrophe. I'm not. You are not. Same thing, drop the A, make one word. Don't forget the apostrophe. He is not. This time it's the S you drop, then use the apostrophe. He's not, and she's not, and it's not. And the rest of these are, so they follow the same pattern. We're not, you're not, they're not. The third way to form the negative is to use a contraction of be and not. You cannot use this way for I. There's no change for first person singular. But the rest we can do this third way. So look at you are not. This time we drop the O, we make one word with the N and the T, and we add the apostrophe. You aren't. With he is not, it's the same. Drop the O, make one word, don't forget the apostrophe. He isn't. She isn't. It isn't. And the rest all use the form are, so they look like aren't. We aren't. You aren't. And they aren't. Here are the 3 ways to form the negative of be again. This car is dirty. First way, just add the word not. It is not clean. Second way, make a contraction with it and is. So we say, it's not clean. And the third way is to make a contraction with is and not. So we say, it isn't clean. Notice, we still have is and not in every sentence. You try. What are the 3 ways to make it negative? The sentence is, he is a student. But no, he is a teacher. So how do we make this negative? The first way is just add not. Where does not go? He is not a student. The second way is to make a contraction with he and is. He's not a student. And the third way is to make a contraction with is and not. He isn't a student. Notice in all 3 ways, we still have is and not. What are the 3 ways to make it negative? This time the sentence is, they are in class, but no, look at the picture. They are outside. And the subject is they, so this time it's plural. The first way is just add not. They are not in class. The second way, make a contraction with they and are. They're not in class. And the third way, make a contraction with are and not. They aren't in class. Okay, what are the 3 ways to make this sentence negative? He is early. I don't think so. 1. He is not early. 2. He's not early. 3. He isn't early. Okay? One more. What are the 3 ways to make it negative? The sentence says, I am tired. But this is me, and I feel fine. The first way, add not. I am not tired. The second way, I'm not tired. And the third way, nothing. Remember, you can't do the third way in the negative. Here is some information about a koala that has all 3 kinds of negative sentences. So look for them as we read. This is a koala. A koala is not a bear. It's a marsupial. Koalas aren't fast on the ground. They live in trees and eat leaves. They aren't meat eaters. This koala isn't an adult. It is young. Now you know, form negative be with not. Add not, like they are not green, or make a contraction. They're not green, they aren't green. And remember, there and aren't have the be verb and the word not. In this lesson, you will learn about there is and there are. There is a zoo in Washington, D.C. There are 3 pandas at the zoo. There is a camera in the panda area so people can watch the pandas from home. This describes or tells about pandas at the zoo. It uses there is and there are to tell us what we can find there. Let's look at some more sentences with there is and there are. These sentences describe a soccer stadium. Let's look. There is a soccer stadium at the university. There are 10,000 seats. There aren't any people in the stadium now. There isn't a game today. These sentences tell us about the soccer stadium. This is how we use there is and there are. Let's look at how to form it. We look at the noun to decide the verb form. Here is a sentence. There is a computer on the desk. Instead of looking at there, we look to computer, the main noun in the sentence. This is a singular noun, so we use the singular form of be. There are books on the desk. Here, we look at books, and this is a plural noun. So, we use the plural form of be. There are books on the desk. There is a very big park in New York City. Central Park has many trees. There are many sports fields. There are small lakes. There is a stone bridge. There is even a zoo. These sentences tell you about Central Park. They tell you what you can find there. That's how we use there is and there are. We use there is and there are to describe. We use them to describe a place or tell about what is in a place. Look at this classroom. What do you see? There is a whiteboard. There are 3 chairs. There are 2 backpacks. There is a table. There are papers on the table. All of these sentences describe the classroom. Notice that there is goes with a singular noun, and there are goes with a plural noun. Let's practice. You try. Look at the sentences. They describe Amy's new apartment. Fill in the blanks with there is or there are. Look at the nouns to decide singular or plural. Ready? Okay, let's look at the answers. Amy has a new apartment. There is a small kitchen. There are 2 bedrooms. There is 1 bathroom. There are big windows in the living room. It's on the 5th floor, but there is an elevator. Okay? There are many things on this desk. There is a computer. There's a cup of tea. There are many papers. There's a green lamp. Do you see the contractions? There's a cup of tea and there's a green lamp. These are the contractions of there is. It is very common to use contractions with there is. There are many papers. There are many papers. You might hear this when people speak, but there are is not a contraction, so do not write it. Let's look at some other possible mistakes. This beach is crowded. You may want to say, there has many people, but this is not correct. We need to use the be verb, not have. There are many people. We use there are. You might think you hear, there's a lake in the park, but you probably don't. This is incorrect. There's a lake in the park is correct. Listen again. There's a lake in the park. When you hear it, the S may sound very small, but it's there. We need that be verb. There's a lake in the park. Look at the photo. There is a blue sofa. There is a pillow on the sofa. There is a small table. There isn't a plant. There aren't pictures on the wall. There aren't people in the room. Now you see we've got some negative contractions that look just like the contractions for be verb. They're not any different. To form the negative of there is, there are, use the negative form of be. There is not a plant in the room. There isn't a plant in the room. There are not pictures on the wall. There aren't pictures on the wall. Let's try. Look at the photo. You need to fill the blanks with there is, there are, or the negative. There is not, there are not. Maybe you want to pause the video and try it. Okay, Are you ready for answers? Let's look. There is a bed, and there are 2 small tables. However, there is not a closet. There are not plants. There is not a lamp. There is not a TV. Okay? Okay, now let's try with contractions. So there is turns to there's. There's a bed, and there are, I can't change this one, remember? There's no contraction for. So there are 2 small tables. However, there isn't a closet. There aren't plants. There isn't a lamp. And there isn't a TV. Okay? Okay, now you understand how to use there is and there are. So when we read these sentences, you can see why there is and why there are, or the negative, there isn't, there aren't. Let's read it one more time. There is a soccer stadium at the university. That's singular. There isn't a game today. That's singular and negative. There are 10,000 seats. That's plural. There aren't any people in the stadium now. That is also plural and also negative. Simple present negative. In this lesson, you will learn how to form the negative with all verbs except for be. Let's look at the negative form of the simple present. Austin does not go to school on Saturday. He does not get out of bed. His parents do not wake him. They let him sleep. Do you see the negative forms? Does not go, does not get, and do not wake. These are the negative forms for the simple present. Add do or does and not to form the negative. You already know the verb do, but do and does here don't mean the same thing. We just use them to form the negative. For all verbs except be, we add do or does and not to make the negative form. And we don't put them at the end. We put them between the subject and the verb. Let's look. You see the verb chart here for speak. I speak. We move speak over and do not. I do not speak. It's the same for you. You speak changes to you do not speak. And here we've got he. I'm going to move speaks over, but remember, the form of do for he is does. So he does not speak. But something happens here. I have an S here on does, so I don't need this S on speaks anymore. We drop that. He does not speak. We only need one S. She and it follow the same pattern. She does not speak. It does not speak. And the plurals all follow the same pattern with do. We do not speak, you do not speak, and they do not speak. Remember, all of simple present forms the negative this way, except for the be verb. Here's some more examples. Ostriches are birds, but they do not fly. They do not need to drink water because they get water from food. They do not put their heads in the sand, but many people think they do. Do you see the negatives? Do not fly, do not need, do not put. Here is another example. Annie doesn't have a cat, she has a dog. His name is Bruno. Bruno doesn't like to walk. Annie doesn't get angry. She thinks it is funny. Where do you see the negatives here? Doesn't have, doesn't like, and doesn't get. So you can see contractions. Let's look at the two ways to form the negative. There are two ways to form the negative. The first way, add do or does and not. So, I speak English. Remember, it goes between the subject and the verb, so I do not speak English. And she speaks English changes to she does not, but look, speaks, we've got double S, drop that S. She does not speak English. The second way to form the negative is with a contraction. I do not speak English. Drop the O, make one word, add an apostrophe. I don't speak English. And she does not speak English. Drop the O, make one word, add the apostrophe, and we have she doesn't speak English. Let's practice the negative forms. What goes in the blank? Use the verb have. First, try the long form. Remember, you need 3 words to form the negative. George does not have a car. He rides his bike to work. Now try the contraction form. George doesn't have a car. He rides his bike to work. Here we have 2 verbs for 2 blanks, fly and live. Put them in the negative. First, try the long form. Penguins do not fly, and they do not live in the North Pole. How about contractions? Penguins don't fly, and they don't live in the North Pole. Last one. The verb is work. What goes in the blank? The long form is Jill does not work at a desk. She sits on the floor. And the contraction? Jill doesn't work at a desk. She sits on the floor. Let's look at some sentences. Think. Is the negative form correct? First sentence is, he doesn't like golf. Yes, that is correct. He doesn't like golf. They don't want cake. Yes, that is also correct. They don't want cake. She doesn't swim. This is incorrect. Look, we've got the S there, so we have an extra S on swims. She doesn't swim is correct. I don't have a cat. That's correct. I don't have a cat. She isn't have a car. This is incorrect. This is the wrong verb. We need doesn't. She doesn't have a car. Isn't is the be verb, and we don't put it with the verb have. She doesn't have a car. She doesn't eat meat. Yes, that is correct. Okay? In this lesson, you learned add do or does and not to form the negative. They do not fly. He does not like to walk. And you can make contractions. They don't fly. He doesn't like to walk. Yes/no questions with the be verb. Remember the be verb. In this lesson, you are going to learn how to form yes/no questions with these forms of be. So, what is a yes/no question? Here are some yes/no questions. Are you a student? Is he your teacher? Are they your classmates? The answers to these questions are yes or no. Are you a student? Yes, I am. Is he your teacher? Yes, he is. Are they your classmates? No, they aren't. Form a question with be. You already know how to make a statement with be. He is a musician. We start with the subject, here it's he, and then we have a form of the be verb. Here we use is because is goes with he, third person singular. And we have he is a musician. To form a question, we just switch or reverse the order of the subject and verb. So he is changes to is he? Is he a musician? Yes, he is. Let's do it again. Form a question with be. The statement here is, the trees are tall. The subject is trees, and the verb is are. When we want to make a question, we flip or reverse the order of the subject and the verb. So, the trees are tall changes to, are the trees tall? Are the trees tall? Yes, they are. Let's practice. Look at the answer. Jessica is at the airport. Jessica is the subject and is the verb. So we reverse the order and we get, is Jessica at home? No, she isn't. Jessica is at the airport. Here's another. What is the question? The answer is, the water is cold. And we want to reverse the order. Is the water warm? No, it isn't. The water is cold. Okay, what's the question here? The answer is, Andrew is confused. The question is Andrew confused? Yes, he is. Andrew is confused. Last one. Look at the answer. I am a teacher. What's the question? Are you a teacher? Yes, I am. If you wrote the question, am I a teacher? That can also be correct. It's possible, but usually we don't ask a question about ourselves like, am I a teacher? Usually it's, are you a teacher? Yes, I am. We use short answers for yes/no questions. These answers usually have 3 words. Yes, I am. Yes, he is. And some of these answers use contractions. No, they aren't. You can say, no, they are not, of course, but we often use contractions when we speak. We use short answers for yes/no questions, but of course you can just answer yes or no. Sometimes this is fine, and sometimes it sounds too short. Let's look. Is your name Rebecca? No. Huh. How about this? Is your name Rebecca? No, it isn't. My name is Rachel. To answer yes, use the subject and be. Here is our be chart again. To form the short answer, just put yes and a comma in front of the subject and the be verb. Yes, I am. Yes, you are. Yes, he is. Yes, she is. Yes, it is. Yes, we are. yes you are, and yes they are. These are the short answers when you want to answer yes. Answer no, use the subject plus be and then add not. So here's the chart again. We add no to the front, a comma, and then not at the end. No, I am not. No, you are not. No, he is not. No, she is not. No, it is not. No, we are not. No, you are not. And no, they are not. These are the short answers for the no answer, but remember we can also use contractions. We use contractions in the negative form. We use the same contractions you know from the lesson about the be verb in the negative. Remember, there are three ways. The long way with the full verb and the word not. The second way, make a contraction with the pronoun and the be verb. And the third way, make a contraction with the be verb and not. Let's practice with some short answers. Is the rose yellow? No. No, it is not. No, it's not. No, it isn't. It is red. All three of these negative answers mean the exact same thing. It's just your choice. Which one do you want to use? Is an alligator dangerous? Yes, it is. There is only one answer here because it is a yes answer, and we can't do all of those contractions with a yes answer. Are they in class? No. No, they are not. No, they're not. No, they aren't. They're in a coffee shop. Are puppies cute? Yes, they are. Maybe you want to write yes there, but this is incorrect because we don't make a contraction with those yes answers. It doesn't work. Are apples healthy? Yes, they are. Okay, let's check to see what you understand. What is wrong with this sentence? You tired? This is incorrect. There isn't a verb here. The correct question is, are you tired? We need the be verb. Are you tired? Oh, yes, I am. What is wrong? Are you from California? Yes, I'm. Don't end a yes answer with a contraction. This is incorrect. Are you from California? Is perfect. Are you from California? Yes, I am. One more. What is wrong? She is at the library? No, she isn't. She's at the bookstore. Right here, this is not question word order. So this is incorrect. We have to switch this or reverse the order. Is she at the library? Is she at the library? No, she isn't. She's at the bookstore. Okay? In this lesson, you learned to form a question with be. We switched the word order. So, is he confused? He is confused. The question is the reverse order of the statement. Is he confused? Yes, he is. I hope you're not confused. In this lesson, you will learn how to form questions with is there and are there. First, I have some questions about your town. Is it big or small? Is there a university? Is there a shopping center? Are there many places to eat? Are there parks and sports fields? Okay, look at these questions. Is there a university? Are there Many places to eat? Let's look at how to form these kinds of questions. Remember, we use there is and there are to describe. Here is a picture of a desk. There is a computer on the desk. There are books on the desk. These sentences describe the desk. And remember, we look at the noun to decide what form of the be verb we need. Here, computer is singular, so we use is. Here, books is plural, so we use are. And also remember, to form a question with be, we switch the subject and the verb. He is a musician is the sentence. Is he a musician? Yes, he is. To form a question with there is or there are, you do the same thing. So, there is a computer on the desk. We are going to switch or change the order of there is, and we have, is there a computer on the desk? Yes, there is. And there are books on the desk. Change or reverse the order. Are there books on the desk? Yes, there are. Let's look at some more examples. Are there nuts in the muffins? Yes, there are. There are walnuts in the muffins. Is there a pool at the hotel? Yes, there is. There are 2 swimming pools at the hotel. Are there washing machines in the building? Yes, there are. There are washers and dryers in each apartment. Is there a playground at the park? No, there isn't. There isn't a playground. Okay, now you try. Look at the question. What goes in the blank? Remember, for there is and there are, we look to this noun to decide is or are. So what's the question? Is there? Is there a library on campus? Yes, there is. There is a big library on campus. What goes in this blank? Is there? Is there a television in the room? No, there isn't. The room has a desk and Wi-Fi, but there isn't a television. Okay, last practice. What goes in these blanks? Are there? Are there many students in the class? Yes, there are. Are there any questions? No, there aren't. Use is there and are there to form questions. Is there a plant on the desk? Yes, there is. Are there pens in the cup? Yes, there are. Yes/no questions, simple present. In this lesson, you will learn how to form yes/no questions with all verbs except for be. Use do or does to form questions. Here are some examples. Do you have a car? Do you like pizza? Do you speak English? Do you understand? Notice every question starts with do. Use do and does to form questions in the simple present. We do this for all verbs except for be. Look at the photo. I can ask the girl, is he your brother? The answer is yes or no. But if I don't see the brother, I want to ask her a different question. I want to use the verb have to form a question. You know how to make this statement. You have a brother. Here's the subject, you, And here is the verb, have. To form the question, we just add the word do in front. Do you have a brother? We don't reverse the order like we do with be, yes, and no questions. This is incorrect. We need do. Do you have a brother? Remember the verb chart for do. These are the same forms we use to form questions. There are two forms, do and does. And you have to think these are to form questions. They don't mean the same as the verb do or does as a main verb. Let's look at some examples. Michael works at a high school. Remember, we need this S on works because Michael is third person singular. But look what happens when we form the question. Does Michael like his job? The S is on does now. Like does not need an S. It's in simple form because we only need one S. Does Michael like his job? Michael likes his job. And here you can see that S is back for third person singular. There's one S here and one S here. Here's some other examples of questions. The Smith family has a new house. Does it have a garage? Does it have a garden? Does it have a pool? Does it have a fireplace? Do they like it? You can see does it for singular and do they for the plural they. Brad and Grace go to South Lake School. Are they classmates? Do they use a computer at school? Do they work together? Do they like school? Notice the first question. Are they classmates? There's no do or does here because this is the be verb. But look at these other questions. They all have another verb, use, work, and like. To make these questions, we need the main verb, use, work, or like in the simple form and a do at the beginning. Let's practice. You will see a sentence on the right. They play soccer. To make the question, use do. Do they play soccer? Okay, now look. We've got do and the subject they and play. And if you look at the sentences together, do they play soccer is the same as they play soccer with the do at the beginning. Form the question. Here the sentence is, they have a new puppy. Okay, start with do because do goes with they. Do they have a new puppy? And again, you've got do, subject, and the main verb in simple form, and you can see that they match up. Okay, one more. Form the question. This time the sentence is, she walks to class. Okay, I see an S and a she. So what is our first word? Does. Does she walk to class? Okay, let's look. When we match up these sentences, we've got does and walk. Does she walk to class? And if we look through, you can see there's an S on does and the S on walks. We only need one S. So do not put an S on the walk in does she walk to class. Okay, you know do is a verb. Here's a sentence. She does yoga in the morning. Does here is the main verb. We say do yoga. Let's make this a question. Does she do yoga in the morning? Okay, now we have does and do. And does is used to ask the question, and do is the main verb for yoga. So this does here is this do in the question. And this does here is just the does that we use to ask the question. It can be confusing. It may sound strange, but I can ask you, do you do yoga? And now we have two do's in one sentence. But again, the first do is to ask the question, and the second do is the main verb. Let's look at another example. She does homework after school. How do we make this a question? Does she do homework after school? Remember, when we form a question, we don't say does and does. We only need one S. You try. What is the correct word order to make a question? Big ears have do elephants. Do elephants have big ears? Yes, they do. What is the correct word order for the question? Does he drive to work? Does he drive to work? No, he doesn't. He takes the subway. Okay? Okay, let's see what you understand. Look at the sentence. Does Anne work? Think. Is this correct question form? Does Anne work? Yes, that's correct. Do tigers live in Asia? Yes, that is also correct. Does Mac likes rain? No. What's wrong here? That's right. We have an extra S. We don't need the S on likes because we already have does. They play tennis? That sounds good, but that is also wrong. They play tennis is not the correct question form. There's no do. This is actually just a sentence. They play tennis. The question is, do they play tennis? Is he have a meeting? Is he have a meeting? Wrong. This is the wrong verb. We don't want a be verb when we have in the question. There's no does here. Correct would be, does he have a meeting? Do you understand? Yes, that is correct. I hope you understand. Okay. Use do or does to form a question. Do you like your job? Does he like his job? Remember, we need the do or does in front, and the verb stays in the simple form. Question words. In this lesson, we will look at different words we use to ask questions. Here are some question words. What asks about a thing. Where asks about a place. Why asks for a reason. Usually the answer to why is because. When asks about a time. Who asks about a person. How asks about a condition or a process. So how are you? I'm fine. Or how does that happen? And which gives you a choice. Which one do you want? Okay, let's practice. Here you have a question, but it doesn't have the question word. What question word goes in the blank? You see the answer, she eats breakfast at 7 a.m. What question word do we need? When? When does she eat breakfast? She eats breakfast at 7 a.m. When asks about time. Here's another. What goes in the blank? The answer is he doesn't want to take a nap. Oh, Why? Why is he unhappy? He doesn't want to take a nap. Why asks for a reason. Here the answer is they take the bus. The question is, how do they come to school? How asks about how something happens, a process or a condition. Here the answer is they live in Texas. And I see a map. Where? Where do they live? They live in Texas. Where asks about a place. What goes in the blank? What? What is in the box? I don't know. It's a surprise. What asks about a thing? Okay, here I have 2 cupcakes, and the answer is I would like the chocolate cupcake, please. So the question is which? Which cupcake do you want? I would like the chocolate cupcake, please. Which gives you a choice between different things. Last one. He is the new computer programmer at work. His name is Billy. Who? Who is he? Who asks about a person? Who is he? He's the new computer programmer at work. His name is Billy. Okay, let's look now at how to make a question with the question word how and an adjective. So here is a picture of a giraffe, and here is the adjective tall. We can put how before tall and ask, how tall is a giraffe? It is 18 feet tall. Here's a movie, and the adjective is long. Start with how. How long is the movie? It's 2 hours long. One more. Here is Benjamin, and I want to know old. How old is Benjamin? He is 4 years old. There are other ways to ask questions. We won't look at all of the ways in this lesson, but here are some other examples. And you probably hear these questions. What time is it? What is the weather like? Would you like some tea? Okay, one last thing. Be careful with who and how. These words have the same 3 letters, but a different order. And I can ask you these 2 questions. Who are you? And how are you? Who are you? I'm Sophia. How are you? Oh, I'm fine, thanks. There's a difference. Who asks about a person, and how asks about a condition. Now you know some question words. There were 7 we reviewed in this lesson. Can you remember what they are? What? Where? Why? When? Who? How? And which? Information questions with B. Are you at the airport? When is your flight? What is your flight number? Where is the gate? Why is it late? Let's look at these questions. The first question, are you at the airport, is a yes-no question. You know how to make yes-no questions. The other questions are information questions because the answer to these questions is not yes or no, it's more information. Notice that all of these questions begin with a question word. When, what, where, and why. First, remember yes-no questions with B. Is he a child? Yes, he is. Is he alone? Yes, he is. Is he lost? Yes, he is. All of these questions begin with the verb be and then the subject. Let's say we want more information about this boy. We want to ask information questions. We put a question word before the yes/no question to form an information question. Who is he? Where is he? Why is he lost? Notice all of the question words. Let's look at how to form information questions, but let's begin with a yes/no question. Is she a lawyer? Yes, she is. To form information questions, put the question word in front. Who, what, where, why, when, and how are some question words that we are going to use to make questions about this woman. We start with a question word out in front, and all of these questions will have the verb be in the form of is because we are asking about this woman. Okay, let's try. Who is she? She's Victoria. What is her last name? Jones, Victoria Jones. Where is she? She is at the courthouse. Why is she at the courthouse? She has a meeting. When is her meeting? It is at 11 a.m. How? How is Victoria? How is Victoria? She is busy, but she is fine. So now you see, to make an information question word goes first, then the be verb, and then the subject. And the subject could be a pronoun, like you, he, or they, or the subject could be a name, like Bob, or a noun, like a dog or books. Let's practice. What are the questions? You have the answers. They are nurses, they are at the hospital, and they work there. So you need a question word, a be verb, and then the rest of the information. Are you ready for the answers? Okay. Who are they? They are nurses. You could also ask what are they if you were focusing on the job. Where are they? They are at the hospital. Why are they there? They work there. Okay? Let's try another. What are the questions? The answers are, it's a sequoia tree, it's 230 feet tall, it's over 2,000 years old. Remember, start with a question word. And also remember, you can use the question word how and an adjective to ask a question. Okay, ready? What is it? It's a sequoia tree. How tall is it? It's 230 feet tall. How old is it? It is over 2,000 years old. In this lesson, you learned to form an information question with the be verb, put the question word in front. Where are you? I'm at the airport. Where is the question word? When is your flight? It's at 4:15. And when is the question word here? Information questions, simple present. In this lesson, you will learn how to form information questions with all verbs in the simple present except for be. What do you know about polar bears? Where do they live? They live in the Arctic Circle. What do they eat? They eat fish and seals. How long do they live? They live about 30 years. Notice these questions. These are information questions in the simple present. They all begin with a question word, and then they all have do to ask the question, followed by the subject and the verb. Let's take a closer look. Do you remember yes/no questions in the simple present? Do you remember that they all begin with do or does? Here's a reminder. Yes/no questions begin with do or does, followed by the subject, and then the verb in its simple form. Put the question word in front to form an information question. Let's start with a yes/no question. Does Jason drive to work? Yes. Yes, he does. When does Jason drive to work? 8:30. What does Jason drive to work? A car. Who does Jason drive to work? His friend Jack. Notice, all of these questions are like the yes/no questions. They have does, because Jason is the subject, and drive, which is the verb, and it's unchanged. It's in its simple form. The subject, Jason, is in the middle, and the question word is in front. Let's look at some more. Here's another example. This is Tigger. Does Tigger watch TV? Yes. Yes, he does. When does Tigger watch TV? Maybe all of the time. Where does Tigger watch TV? In the living room. Why does Tigger watch TV? I don't know. Look at the questions. They all follow the same pattern as the yes/no question. Does and watch make the question. Tigger is the subject, and the question word is in front. Let's look at some more examples. Does she cook? Yes, she does. This is a yes/no question. Let's change that D, and now we will put the question words in front. What does she cook? She cooks vegetables. Where does she cook? She cooks in a restaurant. When does she cook? She cooks from 12 to 7. Why does she cook? She cooks because it is her job. Who does she cook? No, this is not possible. She doesn't cook a person. We could say, who does she cook for? But that's a different kind of question. How does she cook? She cooks very well. She's an excellent chef. Okay, you try. What question word do you need to make these questions? You have the answers. They study law. They study in the library. They study in the afternoon. And you have the yes/no question already. Do they study? So you just need the question word in front. Ready for the answers? What do they study? They study law. Where do they study? They study in the library. When do they study? They study in the afternoon. Okay, one more. What are the question words? This is a bald eagle. It lives in North America. It eats small animals. Where does it live? What does it eat? Okay? Okay, what is the correct word order to make the question? When do they play soccer? When do they play soccer? They always play on Saturday mornings. What is the correct word order? Where does Sophie work? Where does Sophie work? She works at a hotel downtown. What is the correct word order here? Why do you study English? Why do you study English? I don't know. Why do you study English? What is the correct order here? Last one. We have two do's. Where do you do your homework? Where do you do your homework? Remember, the first do is to ask the question, and the second do is the verb do your homework. In this lesson, you learn to form an information question, put the question word in front of a yes-no question. Where do they live? They live in the Arctic Circle. Where is the question word? What do they eat? They eat fish and seals. And what is the question word here? How many? How much? Count and non-count nouns. Let's make a cake. How many eggs do we need? How much flour do we need? How much salt do we need? How many cups of milk do we need? How much butter do we need? Look at these questions. They begin with how many, how much, how many, and how much. So when do we know? When do we use how many and when do we use how much? Well, to understand this, first we have to look at count and non-count nouns. We use how many and how much with count and non-count nouns. How many eggs do we need? How many goes with eggs because eggs is a count noun. How much flour do we need? How much goes with flour because flour is a non-count noun. Let's look at the difference. These are count nouns. 1 egg, 2 eggs. 1 pepper, 3 peppers. 1 cookie, 20 cookies. These are called count nouns because we can count them. 2 eggs, 3 peppers, 20 cookies. These are non-count nouns. Water, sand, hair. Look at water. I can't count water. I can't say 1 water. How much is 1 water? I can put water in a bottle and count the bottle, 1 bottle of water, but I can't count water. Look at sand. There are too many little pieces here. I can't count sand. So sand is also a non-count noun. And hair is the same. Now hair, I could count 1 hair or 2 hairs, but when I'm talking about her hair, there are too many hairs on her head to count. So hair is also a non-count noun. There are many non-count nouns. Here's some examples: ice, tea, butter, and cheese. We can only count them when we put them in a container or measure them, like 1 piece of ice. Piece is countable. Ice is not, but I can count 1 piece of ice. I can also count 1 cup of tea, or 1 pound of butter, or 1 slice of cheese. Back to our cake. How many eggs do we need? 3. 1, 2, 3. How much flour do we need? 2. 2? 2 what? I don't know what that means. We need to measure it. So we say 2 cups of flour. And now I can measure the flour and I can count it when it's in the cup. 2 cups of flour. Let's see if you understand. You are going to see a noun. Think, is it a count noun or a non-count noun? Remember, if you can easily count it, 1, 2, 3, it's a count noun. But if you have to put it in a container or if you have to measure it to count it, then it's a non-count noun. Okay, let's look. Sandwich. A sandwich is a count noun. Honey. Honey is non-count. Rice. Rice is also non-count. There are too many little pieces of rice for me to count them all. Carrots. Carrots is a count noun. Soup. Soup is non-count. Lemon. Lemon is count. Olives. I can count these olives. That's a count noun. And olive oil is non-count. Notice a sandwich, carrots, a lemon, olives. All of the count nouns have an article or an S to show singular and plural, but none of the count nouns do. If I want to make these count nouns countable, I need to put them in a container or measure them. So, a jar of honey, a bowl of rice, a bowl of soup, a bottle of olive oil. Now I can count them. Let's make questions with count and non-count nouns. We use how many with plural count nouns, and we use how much with non-count nouns. Okay. Cups of tea. How many cups of tea do you drink? Coffee. How much coffee do you drink? Because here coffee is not in a cup, so it's non-count. Slices of pizza. How many slices of pizza do you want? Snow. How much snow is there? Soccer. How much soccer do you watch? Soccer is non-count. Sports are non-count. Soccer games. How many soccer games do you watch? Because games is count. There are some tricky non-count nouns. One is money. Money is non-count, and this may sound strange because, of course, we want to count money, but the word money is an idea. Dollar is different. Dollar is a count noun. I can count dollars, $1, $2. When you ask in a store, how much is it? You are asking how much because you are asking how much money is it? Here are some other non-count nouns: information, work, and homework. We never put an S on these nouns because they are non-count. How much information do you need? How much work do you have today? How much homework did the teacher give you? Use how many with plural count nouns, like eggs, carrots, and dollars. Use how much for non-count nouns, like rice, homework, and money. Present progressive. Maria and her mother are making sandwiches. Maria is putting lettuce on the sandwiches. Her mother is cutting an avocado. Notice these verbs. are making, is putting, is cutting. This is the present progressive, and we use it to tell what is happening now. Form the present progressive with be and ing. So that means that we use a form of the be verb plus another verb with an ing ending to form the present progressive. In these two sentences, they are making sandwiches. She is cutting an avocado. The be verb is are and is, and it's followed by another verb plus ing, here making and cutting. This is the present progressive. Here are some examples. He is ordering food. She is shopping. They are shaking hands. All of these things are happening now. And you can see in all of these sentences, we have a be verb and another verb with an ing ending. There are some spelling rules. For many verbs, just add ing, like ordering. For some verbs, we need to double the consonant and add ing, like shopping. And for still other verbs, we need to drop an e and add ing, like shaking. Let's take a closer look. For many verbs, just add ing. Play, playing, climb, climbing, drink, drinking, and think, thinking. So, they are playing in the snow. They are climbing a wall. She is drinking coffee and thinking. All of these things are happening right now. For verbs that end in a consonant, vowel, consonant, we double the consonant and add ing. So plan, that's L-A-N ending, that's consonant, vowel, consonant. Plan becomes planning, put becomes putting, and sit becomes sitting. So they are planning their day. She is putting on makeup. They are sitting on a bench. And for verbs that end in consonant and E, we drop the E and add ing. So take becomes taking, give becomes giving, and ride becomes riding. The plane is taking off. He is giving a presentation. They are riding horses. Present progressive tells us what is happening now. Brian is playing with his toys. He is thinking about trains. He is making train sounds and having fun. Let's look at a timeline. You are learning English right now. This is now on the timeline. Let's change it. You are learning English this week. Now gets a little longer. You are learning English this month. You are learning English this year. This word this shows us that it is still now, so I can still use the present progressive. Remember, now can be a long time. Here is an example. John and Anne are traveling this month. They are visiting Budapest this week. They are staying at a nice hotel. Right now, they are sightseeing and it is raining. All of these sentences are in present progressive, and all of these sentences tell us what is happening now. But now in the first sentence is this month, and now in the second sentence is this week, and now at the end is right now, right this moment. They're all about now. There are some verbs that don't work in the present progressive. Some of these are need, want, like, know, and understand. I am needing a break now. We are understanding now. No, these are incorrect. we don't put these verbs in the present progressive. I need a break now. We understand now are correct. Okay, let's see what you understand. What is wrong in this sentence? She cooking on a grill. It sounds almost right, but there is no be verb. We need is to make it correct. She is cooking on a grill. Present progressive always has be. What is wrong here? They are watch TV together. There is no ing. Again, present progressive needs be and a verb with ing. Present progressive always has a verb with ing. In this lesson, you learned that the present progressive tells about things that are happening now. Brian is playing with his toys. They are traveling this month. And this is a word that tells you it's in the present progressive. There are some spelling changes. We have to drop the E in give to get giving and double the consonant in sit to get sitting. He is giving a presentation. They are sitting and listening. And remember, there is always a be verb in the present progressive, and there is always a verb with ing. Present progressive negative. Lauren is on vacation. She is not working. She is not going to meetings. She isn't looking at a computer. She's not answering her phone. She is just relaxing. Notice all of the negative present progressive forms. To form the negative in the present progressive, we add not between the be verb and the ing verb. Is not working, is not going. And we also use contractions. Isn't looking, and she's not answering. Remember the 3 ways to form negative be. Add not, make a contraction. And there are 2 kinds of contractions. The first is with the pronoun in is, like it is becomes its. And the second is with the be verb and not. So is not becomes isn't. It's the same be verb we use in the present progressive. Here is an example. He is playing the guitar. We can make sentences in the negative present progressive 3 ways. The first way, he is not playing the piano. The second way, he's not playing the drums. And the third way, he isn't playing the saxophone. The first way has not. The second way has a contraction. And the third way also has a contraction. But notice the be verb we can make contractions. Playing never changes. Here we see more negative sentences. They are walking on the beach. They are not wearing shoes. They aren't talking. The sun isn't shining. Now you try. What are the 3 ways to make it negative? He is walking home. Let's say the verb is drive. What are the 3 negative sentences you can write? The first way, he is not driving. Second way, he's not driving. Third way, he isn't driving. What are the 3 ways to make this negative? This time the subject is they. Let's say they are playing in the water, not swimming. What are the 3 ways? First way, they are not swimming. Second way, they're not swimming. And the third way, they aren't swimming. One more. What are the 3 ways? You are studying grammar. Let's say not playing games. You are not playing games. You're not playing games. You aren't playing games. Okay, what is wrong? Liz not looking at the gift. Can you see the mistake? There is no be verb. We need a be verb for the present progressive. Liz is not looking at the gift. Present progressive always has be. What is wrong with this? They're flying. It sounds right, but there's something wrong. This is the wrong word. They're flying is incorrect. We want they're flying. This there is the contraction of they and are. It sounds just like the other there, but don't forget you need the be verb to make the present progressive. What is wrong? She isn't liking the cold weather. Well, if you remember, don't use verbs like in the present progressive. There are some verbs we don't use, like, know, remember, understand, are just a few of them. She doesn't like the cold weather. In this lesson, you learned add not to form the negative in the present progressive. The sun is not shining, they're not wearing shoes, they aren't talking. And remember, there are 3 ways. You can add not, the whole word, is not shining. You can make a contraction, they're not wearing. And you can make another kind of contraction, they aren't talking. Present progressive, yes-no questions. Bill and his sister are video chatting. Bill asks, "Is it raining there?" "No, it's not. I'm sitting outside." "Are you working in your garden?" "No, I'm not. I am drinking tea." Notice the question, is it raining? Are you working? Let's look at how to form yes-no questions in the present progressive. Switch the order to form a question in the present progressive. You already know how to say, they are asking for directions. To make a question, we are going to switch the be verb and the subject, and that way we'll have, are they? Are they asking for directions? Yes, they are. Here's some more examples. Carol calls her son. She has a lot of questions. Are you feeling okay? Are you getting enough rest? Are you drinking lots of fluids? Are you taking medicine? Look at all of these questions. They all have the be verb and a verb with ing, and the subject is in the middle. Let's look at some more examples. Is Kayla telling Emily a secret? Do you see? Be verb, then subject, then the ing verb. Is Kayla telling Emily a secret? Yes, she is. Is Peter asking a question? Yes, he is. Are you baking a cake? No, I'm not. I'm making cookies. Hey, are you listening to me? Yes. Sorry, no. I'm listening to you now. You try. Make a question. You have the answer, yes, they are, so you know the subject is they, and you have the verb, ride bikes. Are they riding bikes? Yes, they are. Okay? Try again. This time, draw a picture. Draw is the verb, and yes, she is the answer, so you know she is the subject. Is she drawing a picture? Yes, she is. One more. Here the verb is drink, and the subject is it. I guess I don't know if this cat is a girl cat or a boy cat, so I'm going to say it. Is it drinking your tea? Yes, it is. In this lesson, you learned to form yes-no questions in the present progressive. She is talking on the phone is the sentence, and we switch the order of the be verb and the subject to get the question. Is she talking on the phone? Yes, she is. Present progressive information questions. What is he doing? Mac is only 4 years old, but he is pretending to be old. Why is he pretending to be old? His school is celebrating old-timey days. It's a history festival. Look at the questions. What is he doing? Why is he pretending? These are information questions in the present progressive. Put the question word in front to make a present progressive information question. You already know how to form a yes-no question in the present progressive. Is she looking for something? Yes, she is. To form the information question, start with the question word. What is she looking for? Do you see? The questions look almost the same. There's a be verb and there's a verb with ing, and the subject is between these two. The information question also has a question word at the beginning. What is she looking for? She's looking for some sharp scissors. Is he looking at something? Yes, he is. Well, now I want more information. What is he looking at? Do you see? The questions look almost the same. There's be verb, and then the subject, and then the verb with ing. What is he looking at? Some dolphins are swimming nearby. Are they going somewhere? Yes, they are. I need more information. Where are they going? They are taking a train to Rome. Is that squirrel eating? Yes, it is. What is that squirrel eating? It is eating the seeds from a pine cone. Is he looking at his phone? No, he isn't. He isn't? Well, what is he doing? He's working in the engineering lab. Are they working? No, they aren't. What are they doing? They are having coffee and working on the crossword puzzle in the newspaper. Okay, you try. What is the correct word order to make an information question? Remember, start with the question word. What is Elaine talking about? What is Elaine talking about? She is explaining the new project to her colleagues. What is the correct word order here? Why is Alan using a microphone? Why is Alan using a microphone? He is recording a new episode of his podcast. Last one. What is the correct word order to make a question? And I'll give you a hint. The last word is with. Who are you texting with? Who are you texting with? My friend. She is asking if I want to meet her for coffee. In this lesson, you learned put the question word in front of a yes-no question to form an information question in the present progressive. What is he doing? Why is he using a microphone? Where is he recording? All of these questions start with a question word. Simple present and present progressive. In this lesson, we are going to look at the differences between these two. Lucas is from Colombia. He speaks Spanish, but he is speaking English now because he is helping his classmate. She speaks Russian, but she is speaking English with Lucas. Some of these verbs are in the simple present and some are in the present progressive. Let's look. The simple present verbs are is, speaks, and speaks again. And do you see the present progressive? Is speaking, is helping, is speaking. Remember, present progressive needs the be verb and a verb with ing. Let's review when to use these forms. Simple present is for facts and habits. Sarah goes to the gym every Tuesday. John plays basketball. Jan studies computer coding. The friends often surf together. Bees make honey. Earth revolves around the sun. All of these are examples of the simple present. Passive is for now. You are learning about grammar now, right this minute. They are walking to school. She is waiting for a flight. He is living in Arizona this year. Remember, now can be a long time. We use this word this to show that it is now and we need the present progressive. I'm going to call this word a signal word. Let's look at the signal words. So first, this is a signal. This is a traffic signal, and it tells you when to stop and when to go. Signal words tell us when to use the simple present and when to use the present progressive. They signal what time we're talking about. So let's make a chart, and on one side we'll put simple present and the other side present progressive. On the simple present side, we use frequency words like always, sometimes, often, and never to show the simple present. We also use the word every, and we put it with another time, like every hour, every day, every week, every month, every year. And this tells us that something happens again and again, and that's our use for simple present. On the present progressive side, of course, we have the word now. But we can also use the word today to mean now, and we use that word this afternoon, this week, this month. This shows us that it is happening now. I'm going to tell you about Anita. Anita is 14 years old. She plays tennis and golf very well. She is playing chess right now. She is a student. Her favorite color is red, and she often wears a red sweater. But right now, she's wearing a black shirt. Okay, let's think about this information about Anita. I told you she plays tennis and golf. This is the simple present. I also told you she is playing chess. This is the present progressive. This is happening right now. I said she often wears a red sweater, but I told you she is wearing a black shirt now. Look at the signal words. over here, often, shows us that it's simple present. And now shows us it is present progressive. Okay, you try. Ava is a student from Spain, and these sentences tell us more about Ava. But the verbs in the blanks are in their simple form. That means we need to change them to fit in the sentences. We need to decide simple present or present progressive. How do we know? Well, sometimes we can look at the picture, and sometimes the other words in the sentences help us. Here, there are signal words. Let's look. This, every, today, and now. These signal words tell us how we should change the verbs. Are you ready for the answers? Ava is a student from Spain. She is living in the US this year. This year tells me it should be present progressive because it's happening now. She studies every afternoon in the library. Every tells me it happens this afternoon, tomorrow afternoon, the next afternoon. That means it needs to be in the simple present. Ava is shopping today. Today tells me present progressive now. And she is looking for a blue jacket now. Well, now is happening now. One more time. Look at the picture. This is Isaac. These sentences tell us about him. What forms of the verbs go in the blanks? Simple present or present progressive? Remember, look for signal words, and you can look at the picture too. Okay? Are you ready for answers? This is Isaac. He works in a law office. There's no signal word here, but I can see the picture. He's not in an office right now. He's outside. He is cooking on the grill outside today. I see this in the picture, but also I see this signal word today that tells me present progressive. He is talking to his friend Dan now. Now is a signal word for present progressive. And he likes to cook for his friends. Well, likes is one of those words that I can't put in the present progressive. It has to be in the simple present. In this lesson, we reviewed the different uses for the simple present and the present progressive, and you learned about signal words to help you see these differences. Be going to, future. Maya and her mother are walking. They are going to the store. They are going to buy some ice cream. Okay, let's look at the verbs. In the first sentence, we have are walking. This is happening now. In the second sentence, they are going. They are going to the store. This is also happening right now. In the third sentence, they are going to buy some ice cream. The verb is are going to buy, but you see this is a little different, and this is the future. Let's take a closer look. They are going to the store. They are going to buy some ice cream. Both of these sentences have are going to. But let's look. In this first sentence, they are going to the store. They are going to a place. And in the second sentence, they are going to buy. They aren't going to a place. They are going to, and then it's a verb. So the first sentence is present progressive. This is the be verb plus the ing, and this tells us this is happening right now. The second sentence is the future. We use be going to verb to form the future. Let's look closely. We form the future with be going to. They are going to buy some ice cream. are is be, then we have going to, and buy is the verb. And buy doesn't change. It stays in its simple form. They are going to buy some ice cream. Let's look at some more examples. Here we have a plane. The plane is taking off. This is happening now. This is the present progressive. The plane is going to Alaska. This is also happening right now, and this is also the present progressive. The plane is going to arrive in Alaska at 4 o'clock. Now this is different because we have is going to verb. Look at the difference. Here, Alaska is a place. It's going to a place. But here, arrive is a verb. So be, going to, and verb shows us the future. Here's Chloe. Chloe is crossing the street. That's happening right now. Chloe is going to the park. That is also happening right now. Chloe is going to walk her dog in the park. That is not happening right now. Chloe is going to the park right now. When she gets to the park, she will walk her dog. Chloe is going to walk her dog. Again, park is a place and walk is a verb. So Chloe is going to walk her dog is the future. Here's one more example. Here are some bike riders. They are riding bikes right now. They are going to the top of the mountain. That's also happening right now. The top of the mountain is a place. They are going to take a rest at the top. Now we have a verb. So this is the future. They are going to take a rest at the top. Let's practice. You see two sentences. She is going to paint her kitchen. She isn't painting her bedroom. Both are correct, but which one is future and which one is present progressive? She is going to paint her kitchen. This is happening in the future. She is going to paint her kitchen. She isn't painting her bedroom. This is happening right now. Is it future or present progressive? They are playing together. They are going to eat lunch. They are playing together is happening right now. They are going to eat lunch is going to happen in the future. She is going to do research. She is giving a lecture. She is going to do research in the future. She is giving a lecture right now. She's giving the lecture right now. Last one. Is it future or present progressive? They are going to a museum. They are going to see some famous paintings. They are going to a museum is happening right now. They are walking to a place. They are going to a place. They are going to see some famous paintings. That is the future. Okay, now you try forming it. Mrs. J is making cookies. That's happening right now. And now you have to fill in the blank. What goes in the blank to make the future? They are going to be delicious. Mr. Brown is going to the concert hall. What goes in the blank to make this the future? He is going to hear a Mozart symphony. Okay, how about this here? You know you can make a contraction with he and is. What goes there? He's going to hear a Mozart symphony. John is playing a game, but he is losing. Okay, what goes in the blank? It has to be negative because he's losing and the verb is win. He is not going to win. Okay, now can you make a contraction here? Is and not? He isn't going to win. He isn't going to win. It is cloudy right now. I think it, and now we need the future for rain. I think it is going to rain later today. I think it's gonna rain later today. Ooh, did you hear that? It's gonna rain. Gonna is going to, but only when we talk. We never write it like this. It's incorrect. But when you hear people talk about the future, often they reduce or make going to shorter, and it sounds like gonna when we talk. It's gonna rain. In this lesson you learned we form the future with be going to. They are going to buy some ice cream. It is going to rain later today. Present progressive as future. In this lesson you'll learn how sometimes we use the present progressive to talk about the future. The design team is planning a presentation. They are giving the presentation tomorrow. They are finishing it now. They are taking a bus to a conference tomorrow morning. Okay, all of these sentences are in the present progressive, be verb and ing. But some of them are happening right now and some of them are plans for tomorrow. First, let's look for the verbs. Is planning, are giving, are finishing, are taking. Okay, now look at these sentences. The design team is planning a presentation. That is happening right now. They are finishing it now. That is also happening right now. You know because it says now. They are giving the presentation tomorrow. That's happening in the future. And they are taking a bus to a conference tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning is also the future. Let's take a closer look. Both of these sentences are in the present progressive, are planning and are giving. But the first sentence, they are planning a presentation, that is happening now. I know this because, well, first I have a picture and I can see they are planning a presentation now. Secondly, there's no other information in the sentence to tell me that it's not happening now. But look at the second sentence. They are giving the presentation tomorrow. Here I have the word tomorrow, and this tells me it's the future. They are giving the presentation tomorrow. Here's another example. It is Friday morning, and Ms. Mason is thinking about her busy day. She is meeting with a client at 10. She's eating with a colleague at 1. She is going to a meeting at 2:30, and she's finishing a report at 4. That is a busy day. Okay, let's look. These are all in the present progressive. I see every verb here is a be verb, is, and then another verb with ing. But in the first sentence, it is Friday morning and Ms. Mason is thinking about her busy day. That is happening now. I know that because I can see that there's a picture of a person thinking. And also it says it is Friday morning. That sounds like right now. All of these other sentences happen in the future, and I know that because they have a specific time later today. That's how we use the present progressive for the future when we put some other time that tells us it is going to happen in the future. We often use the present progressive to talk about plans in the future. Let's look at some examples in conversations. Here we have two friends. They are talking. One asks, "What are you doing this weekend? Do you have plans?" And the other says, "Yes, I'm going to a concert on Saturday, and my family is having dinner together on Sunday." These sentences he uses to answer are in the present progressive. I'm going to a concert. My family is having dinner. But he uses Saturday and Sunday to show that these are his plans for the weekend. Here, two friends are talking, and one friend asks, "What are you doing later?" And she answers, "I'm having dinner with Marco tonight." And here they use the words later and tonight with the present progressive to talk about their plans in the future. Here, he calls Lisa and asks, "Hi Lisa, do you want to go to the movies tonight?" And Lisa answers, "That sounds fun, but I am working tonight." And here, one sister calls the other, "Hi sis, do you want to go for a walk this morning?" And her sister answers, "Yes, I'm taking the boys to preschool at 9. How about 9:30? And she uses 9 o'clock, a specific time, to show that's her plan, even though she uses the present progressive. Today is Friday. Kevin is flying to a conference. He is going to give a presentation. He is coming back on Sunday. In this lesson, you learned you not only use present progressive for happening right now, but you also use it for happening in the future. Let's look. Today is Friday. That is right now. Kevin is flying to a conference. That is also happening right now. He is going to give a presentation. Going to give, going to verb, that's the future. He is coming back on Sunday. That is the present progressive used as the future because we have that plan in the future on Sunday. Can. This word is about can and how we can use it. Jim and Linda can do many different things. Jim can cook. Linda can't cook. Jim can speak French. Linda can't. Linda is a very good dancer. Jim can't dance very well. Let's look at these two words, can and can't. Can and can't tell us what Jim and Linda are able to do. Can tells about ability. You probably know a cheetah can run very fast. A hawk can't run very fast, but it can fly very fast. Can tells us what these animals are able to do. Can never changes. Let's look at some examples. She can ride a unicycle. They can play the guitar. I can speak 2 languages. Notice that can goes with she, it goes with they, it goes with I. Can never changes. You don't have to put a different ending on it or think about the form. It's always can. And when you use can, also notice that the verbs don't change. Ride, play, speak. So you don't have to change anything. Here are some more examples. Did you know a frog can close its ears? A flamingo can swim very well. Elephants cannot jump. Whales can't breathe underwater. Okay, now we have negatives, cannot and can't. They mean the same thing. Can't is just a contraction. You know, we add not to form the negative, so we have she can. We add not, we have she cannot speak French. And notice cannot is one word. To make the contraction, we just have an apostrophe T. She can't speak French. Use cannot or can't for the negative. She cannot find her keys. Tim can't understand. There's so much rain I can't see clearly. Notice, in the negative also, we've got cannot, can't, and can't. It doesn't change. It's just cannot or can't. You don't change an ending or add anything. And again, just like the others, find, understand, and see also don't change. Switch the word order to form a question. This might look familiar to you too. You can say, she can ride a unicycle. And now if we want to ask the question, we are going to switch the subject and can. So we get, can she ride a unicycle? Yes, she can. Can Gina play the flute? Yes, she can. She plays very well. Can Tom sew a button on his shirt? Yes, he can. Can her daughter read? No, she can't. Not yet. Okay, you try. You have the subject they and you have the verb skate. Let's say yes, no, and the question. Yes, they can skate. No, they cannot skate, or they can't skate. And the question? Can they skate? Okay, same thing. Here the subject is he, and the verb is play the guitar. Yes, he can play the guitar. No, he cannot play the guitar, or he can't play the guitar. Same thing. And the question? Can he play the guitar? Last one. You cook. Yes, you can cook. No, you cannot cook, or you can't cook. And the question? Can you cook? I can. Can shows ability, and can never changes. So now you can say sentences like, a flamingo can swim very well. Elephants cannot jump. Whales can't breathe underwater. Can you understand? I hope so. Simple past, be. In this lesson, we'll look at how to form the past of the be verb. Let's read this. Mark Twain, 1835 to 1920. Mark Twain was an American writer. His real name was Samuel Clemens. Mark Twain was his pen name. He was from a small town near the Mississippi River, and many of his books were about that area. His books were popular when he was alive, and they are still popular now. Let's look at the verb be. Here we have many examples of be in the past. Was, 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 were, because books are plural, were, one more was, but look here, are. This is in the present because his books are still popular now. Let's look at the verb chart for be in the past. This is the chart for the simple past form of be. I was, you were, he was, she was, it was, we were, you were, and they were. Notice there are two forms, was and were. Notice that they don't look like be. Again, be is always a little different. And the plural forms are all the same. Were. You already know how to use the be verb in the present. She is a student. He is in the kitchen. They are happy. The use in the past is the same. So these sentences in the past would be, she was a student. Maybe she isn't anymore. He was in the kitchen. Maybe now he's in the living room. They were happy. They were happy on their trip. Here's another example of be in the past. John was at work late last night. It was 11 p.m. He was very tired. No one else was in the office. The lights were off, so it was dark. Let's look for the past forms of be. Do you see them? Was, 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 were, because lights are plural, and was. Put it in the past. Okay, here we have some sentences in the simple present. Bob and Helen are on vacation. They are at a beach in Mexico. They are very happy because the weather is beautiful, the people are friendly, and the food is delicious. Take a moment. Maybe you want to pause the video. Put this in the past. So you need to find the be verb and then change it to the past form. Let's look for the be verb together. Are, is, are, and is. Okay, are you ready to see the answers? Bob and Helen were on vacation. They were at a beach in Mexico. They were very happy because the weather was beautiful, the people were friendly, and the food was delicious. Let's do it again. Put it in the past. First, here it is in the present. Jane is at work today. Her computer is on. There are many papers on her desk. Her coffee is hot. She is very busy. Find the be verb and change them all to the past. Ready? Okay. Jane was at work yesterday. Her computer was on. There were many papers on her desk. Her coffee was hot. She was very busy. We have all these past forms of be, and also notice that we changed today to yesterday to make it the past. Now you know from this lesson that the simple past of be has two forms. John was at work late last night. Bob and Helen were on vacation in Mexico last summer. Simple past regular verbs. Jan cleaned all day. First, she washed dishes. Then she dusted all the shelves. She vacuumed the carpet. She pretended to play the guitar with a broom. Finally, she rested. Do you see all of the verbs in the past? Let's look. Cleaned, washed, dusted, vacuumed, pretended, and rested. Here is the simple past verb chart. We will fill it out with the verb talk, okay? I talked, you talked, he talked, she talked, it talked, we talked, you talked, and they talked. As you can see, there is one form. They are all the same. To make the past, we just add ed. Let's look. For regular verbs, add ed to the end of the verb. For example, they washed the car last week. It rained yesterday. Laura walked on the beach. Notice the ed endings in washed, rained, and walked. For many verbs, add ed to form the past. So for many verbs, just add ed. Clean becomes cleaned. Walk becomes walked. Wait changes to waited. And look becomes looked. There are spelling changes with ed endings. For some verbs, we just add d. Bake becomes baked. Smile, smiled. For other verbs, we double the consonant and add ed. Stop gets an extra p and then the ed. Plan gets another n and then an ed. And for others, we drop the y and add ied. Carry becomes carried, and cry, we drop the y, add ied. Let's take a closer look. When the verb ends with e, add d. You don't need to add an extra ed, just d. So bake becomes baked. Smile becomes smiled. Add a d to move to get moved. And add just a d to dance to get danced. Double the last consonant and add ed when the verb is one syllable and ends in CVC. That's consonant, vowel, consonant. This looks complicated, but it's not that complicated. So look at the word stop. It has one syllable. That means it's short. It just has one beat. Stop. And it's got a consonant, a vowel, and a consonant at the end. We double the consonant and add ed. So stop, double the p, add ed, and we get stopped. This doesn't happen with verbs that end with w, x, y, or z. Let's look at some examples. Stopped. Let's look at some examples. So we already did stopped, and now look at plan. Plan also ends with a consonant, a vowel, and a consonant. So we add an n and then ed, planned. Hop is the same thing. I need to double the consonant and add ed, hopped. Hug also. Double the g, add ed, hugged. And the last spelling change is drop y and add ied when verb ends with consonant and y. So carry, we drop the y, add ied, and it changes to carried. Cry, cried. Study, drop the y, add ied, studied. Worry, drop the y, add ied, worried. Simple past tells what happened in the past. Let's look at some examples. Here is our timeline. Let's say Meg visited her grandparents. When? Meg visited her grandparents yesterday. Meg visited her grandparents last week. Meg visited her grandparents last month. Meg visited her grandparents last year. This word last is a signal word for the past. We put it with another time, last week, last month, last year. Meg visited her grandparents 3 years ago. Now, this ago is the signal that tells us it happened in the past. And we can use ago with a long time, like 3 years ago, or we could say Meg visited her grandparents 3 hours ago. Ago signals that it happened in the past. Let's practice. Change the verbs to the past. You can pause the video and write them down if you want. These are all in the present right now. The research team works all day. Rob explains the diagram. They talk a lot about the problem. They change part of their plan. They decide to build a new system. Are you ready for the answers? Okay. The research team worked all day. Rob explained the diagram. They talked a lot about the problem. They changed part of their plan. They decided to build a new system. Notice that all of the verbs now end with ed. In the present, they have different endings depending on the subject, but in the past, there's just one form. Okay, one more time, put the verbs in the past. This time, these verbs are all in the simple form. They're not in the present. They all need to be in the past, but watch your spelling. Some of these have spelling changes. Maybe you want to pause the video and try to write them down. Okay, are you ready for the answers? The children listened to a story. There was a little boy. Did you remember B is irregular? Don't add ed to B. One day he carried a bowl of noodles to the kitchen table. He dropped the bowl. He cried because he wanted to eat the noodles. Then an old man appeared and I don't know the end of this story. Now you know, add ed to form the simple past for regular verbs. She cleaned, they danced yesterday, they hugged last week, he studied 2 days ago. And you know that there are some spelling changes. A lot of times we add ed, sometimes we just need the d, sometimes we double the consonant, and sometimes we drop the y and add ied. You also know that yesterday, last, and ago are signal words for the past. Simple past, irregular verbs. We went to San Francisco for a weekend. We took pictures of the Golden Gate. We bought souvenirs in Chinatown. We saw the famous painted houses. We rode on a cable car and we drove down a crooked street. This all happened in the past. You know, to form the past, we add ed to the verb. But look here, none of these verbs end in ed. They are irregular. Went, took, bought, saw, rode, and drove. These are all irregular verbs in the past, and this is what this lesson is going to be about. Irregular verbs don't end with ed. Here are some examples. Go, went, have, had, make, made, see, saw, eat, ate, take, took. You can see sometimes they look like the verb, sometimes they don't look like the verb. Here are these verbs in some example sentences. The students went to school at 8 a.m. They had classes in the morning. They made a model in engineering class. They saw some interesting presentations in English class. They took their lunches outside and ate at 12:15. It was a typical day at school. There are many irregular past verbs. Irregular verbs don't look like the simple form. Sometimes they look almost the same, but sometimes they look completely different. You can see from this list that there are no rules to learn. You just have to learn them as you learn English. In this lesson, we will look at some of the irregular verbs and put them in groups to help you see some spelling patterns. These verbs end with EW in the past. Know, knew, fly, flew, grow, grew, draw, drew, and blow, blew. Let's look at them in some sentences. It was Kate's birthday last week. Her parents knew she wanted a party. Her little brother drew her a picture. Her big brother flew home from college. She blew out the candles and made a wish. These verbs have an O in the past. Drive, drove, ride, rode, wear, wore, win, won, and break, broke. The family went to the county fair last summer. They drove the bumper cars. Allie rode the horses on the merry-go-round. Her brother wore funny sunglasses. Her father won a prize when he broke a balloon with a water gun. These verbs have a UGHT ending in the past. Think, thought, buy, bought, catch, caught, teach, taught, and bring, brought. You can see that sometimes it's O-U-G-H-T, sometimes it's A-U-G-H-T. Here are some sentences. Tanner went fishing last month. He bought a new fishing pole. He brought all of his equipment. He waited a long time. He thought there were no fish. Finally, he caught a fish. After that, he taught his friend how to fish so they could fish together. These verbs have an A in the past. Sing, sang, drink, drank, run, ran, give, gave, swim, swam. The friends did a triathlon together. First, they swam 1.5 kilometers. Then they rode 40 kilometers. People gave them water. They drank a lot. Finally, they ran 10 kilometers. They were so happy to finish that they sang a song. Maybe they were too tired to sing. These verbs end with a T in the past. Spend, spent. Build, built. Keep, kept. Feel, felt. Sleep, slept. Leave, left. The family spent the day at the beach. Sam and Katie built a sandcastle. They collected many seashells, but Sam just kept one. Katie felt tired, so she slept for a while. They stayed at the beach all day. They left at sunset. These verbs don't change in the past. Cut, cut, put, put, read, read. Now look, the spelling is the same, but the pronunciation is different. Read in the present and read in the past sounds like the color red. Read, read. Fit, fit. Cost, cost. Helena made a dress for her niece. First, she read the directions. The fabric cost a lot. She put the fabric on the table, then she cut it. Helena was very happy because the dress fit her niece perfectly. There are many irregular verbs in the simple past. This list shows a lot of them, but there are more. You learn them as you learn English. Past negative B. Joe and Brian went to the movie theater last Friday. Unfortunately, the movie was not interesting. The popcorn wasn't fresh. The tickets weren't cheap. Joe and Brian were not happy. Look for the negative forms of the be verb here. Here we have was not, and here wasn't. here is weren't, and here is were not. These are the ways we form the negative of be in the simple past. Use was or were and not to form the negative of be in the past. The movie was not interesting. They were not happy. There are two ways. The first way is add not after the be verb. You know this already. I was not, you were not, he was not, she was not, it was not, we were not, you were not, they were not. It's all the same, just add the word not. The second way is make a contraction with be and not. So this time to make the contraction, I was not, we drop the O in not, we push these letters together, and of course, there is an apostrophe. I wasn't. You were not. Same thing. We drop the O in not. We push these letters together so we have one word, and then the apostrophe. You weren't. And since there are only two forms, was and were in the past, the rest follow the same pattern. He wasn't, she wasn't, it wasn't, and all the plurals are the same. We weren't, you weren't, they weren't. Okay, you try. Look at the sentences. Fill in the blanks with the negative past of be. What do you need? Was not or were not? Ready? Ryan had a good day. He was not late to school. His classes were not boring. His homework was not hard, so he was not awake very late at night. Okay, now can you change all of these to contractions? Let's look. Ryan had a good day. He wasn't late to school. His classes weren't boring. His homework wasn't hard, so he wasn't awake very late at night. Okay? One more time. This time just use contractions. Take a moment, look at the sentences, and decide between wasn't and weren't. Okay, are you ready? Andres had a terrible day. He had a big project to finish. His boss wasn't happy. His colleagues weren't helpful. The office wasn't quiet, so he went outside to work, but his computer wasn't charged. Poor Andres. Use was or were plus not to form the negative of be in the past. His classes were not boring. His computer was not charged. Were not and was not change to weren't and wasn't when we make the contractions. Simple past negative. Sam wanted to visit a friend at his new apartment in the city, but he had some problems. He did not remember the street, he did not know the address, and he didn't have the right phone number. Do you see the negative forms? You probably see not. He did not remember. We use did not to form the negative in the past with all verbs except be. Be always has some different rules. Here we also see did not know and didn't have. Let's look at how to form these. To form the negative, use did not and the verb. Here you have the chart for have in the simple past. I had, you had, he had. There's just one form. It's the same for the negative. Look at I had. This is how you make the negative. Move the verb over, put in did not, but look here. We don't want this to be in the past. We want the simple form. So we change it back to have. I did not have. You did not have. He did not have. She did not have. It did not have. We did not have. You did not have. And they did not have. As you can see, there is only one form. But we can make a contraction. Let's look. Form a contraction with did and not. Look at the sentence, he did not remember. To make the contraction, drop the O in not, move the N and the T over to form one word, and of course, remember, we need an apostrophe. He didn't remember. He did not know the address. He didn't have the phone number. So we have two ways to say the past negative, and that is with did not and didn't. Let's look at some examples. Use did not or didn't to form the past, and it's the same for all subjects. So look at these sentences. I did not read that book. You did not call me. She did not travel last year. We did not eat all of the pizza. They did not bring an umbrella. Okay, I can change all of these to didn't because it doesn't matter what the subject is. It's always did not or didn't. And notice the verbs are all in the simple form. They are not in the past. The verb doesn't change. The verb stays in the simple form. It's the same in present and past. Remember, in present, she doesn't swims is incorrect. We've got an extra S on swims. So we have the S in doesn't. We don't need the S on swims anymore. She doesn't swim. It's the same in the past. You called me. That ED shows us it's the past. And when we change it to the negative, you did not call me. Now the did shows me it's in the past. So I don't say you did not called me. I've got an extra ED here, just like the extra S up above. So the main verb, swim and call, they stay in the simple form. Let's do some practice. Make it negative. He liked the lemon. No. He did not like the lemon. Okay, now change did not like to a contraction. He didn't like the lemon. It was too sour. They stayed at home. Make it negative. They did not stay at home. Okay, now make the contraction. They didn't stay at home. They went for a walk. Make it negative. Rich's dog walked with him. Rich's dog did not walk with him. And the contraction? Rich's dog didn't walk with him. His dog didn't want to walk. Form the past negative with did and not. He did not know the address. He didn't have the phone number. You have two choices. You can use did not and the verb, or you can make a contraction and use didn't and the verb. Object pronouns. You already know subject pronouns. I, you, he, she, it, we, you, and they. You hear them all of the time. Remember, a subject does the action in a sentence. Here's the chart for object pronouns. You've probably seen these too. Me, you, him, her, it, us, you, and them. An object doesn't do the action in a sentence. An object receives the action or the result of the action. Let's look. The kids are throwing water on Jim. Let's look at this sentence. First, what's the subject? The kids, right? The kids are the subject because they are throwing. Now, what's the object? The object is the thing that the kids are throwing. So that's the water. The water here is the direct object because the kids are throwing it. Now we still have Jim over here. The kids aren't throwing Jim, but he still gets wet from the water. So Jim is an indirect object. If I shorten this sentence and replace all of these nouns with pronouns, I get they are throwing it on him. And in this sentence, the kids are they, the water is it, and Jim is him. It may seem complicated, but we use the same object pronouns whether it's a direct object or an indirect object. Let's look at another example. She gives the blue envelope to him. In this sentence, she is the subject, and the word she is the subject pronoun. Over at the other end, him is the object pronoun because he receives the envelope. He's not doing the action, so we can't use he. Let's switch it. Gives the blue envelope to her. Now, he is the subject pronoun. I don't use him. And her is the object pronoun. I can't use she because she isn't doing the action. She's receiving the envelope. If we look at both sentences side by side, you can see these are the subject pronouns and these are the object pronouns. Here are both charts side by side. These are the subject pronouns and these are the object pronouns. You can see you is the same for both charts and it is also the same, but the other pronouns change. Let's look at some more examples. Lily is looking at you. Lily is the subject because she is looking, and you are the object because you are receiving her looking. If we replace these with pronouns, Lily is a she, and you stays the same. So she is looking at you. Mandy checked the price. Here, Mandy is the subject and price is the object. If we replace these with pronouns, she checked it. She is Mandy and it is the price. Here's another. Smile, I am taking a picture of us. In this one, I is the subject because I am taking, and us is the object because the picture is being taken of us. We aren't taking the picture. Are you listening to me? Okay, how about here? Still, you is the subject and me is the object. So you is the subject pronoun and me is the object pronoun, even when it's a question. Her brothers are looking for her. Okay, now this might look confusing, but if you remember, this her is a possessive adjective, and this her is an object pronoun. Oh, sometimes it can be confusing. Let's do some practice. Rob gives a drink to Scott. Okay, can you replace Rob with a subject pronoun? He gives a drink to Scott. And now, can you replace Scott with an object pronoun? He gives a drink to him. Professor K is explaining the task to the students. Okay, replace Professor K with a subject pronoun. He is explaining the task to the students. And now, Let's replace students with an object pronoun. He is explaining the task to them. He's explaining the task to them. One more. The children listen to their grandmother. Can you replace the children with a subject pronoun? They. They listen to their grandmother. And now, let's replace the grandmother with an object pronoun. They listen to her. They listen to her. In this lesson, you learned the difference between subject pronouns and object pronouns. These are the subject pronouns. The subjects do the action, and here are the subject pronouns in sentences. These are the object pronouns. The object pronouns receive the action or the result of the action, and here they are in the sentences. Yes, no questions. Simple past. Be. I went to my friend's wedding last weekend. Oh, was it fun? Were there many guests? Was it inside or outside? Was there a big cake? Look at the yes-no questions here. They all begin with the past form of the be verb. Was it fun? Were there many guests? Was it inside or outside? Was there a big cake? Form a question with be in the simple past, the same way you form a question with be in the simple present. So you already know how to write this sentence. It was fun. It is the subject. Was is the verb. Here the verb is in the simple past. It was fun. And to make the question, we just switch the order of the subject and the verb. So the answer is the verb, then the subject. Was it fun? Was it fun? Yes, it was. Here are some more examples of yes-no questions in the past. There was a fire downtown yesterday. Was it big? Were you there? Was anyone hurt? Was there a lot of damage? You can see they all start with be, then they have the subject, and the answer to these are yes or no. Okay, let's practice. Okay, you have the answer. Yes, she was. She was very surprised. What is the question? Was she surprised? Yes, she was. She was very surprised. How about here? No, it wasn't. The show wasn't good. What's the question? Was the show good? No, it wasn't. The show wasn't good. Here you have the answer again. Yes, they were. My textbooks were expensive. Okay, this one is plural, so start with the plural form of be in the past. Were your textbooks expensive? Yes, they were. My textbooks were expensive. Here the answer is yes, they were. The strawberries were sweet. What's the question? Were the strawberries sweet? Yes, they were. The strawberries were sweet. Here the answer is yes, there were. There were many people at the farmer's market. It was very crowded. So what's the question here? Were there many people at the farmer's market? Yes, there were. There were many people there. It was very crowded. Last one. The answer is yes, it was. The weather was nice. It was a beautiful day. What is the question? Was the weather nice? Yes, it was. Now you know, form a question with be in the simple past by putting the be verb first. Was it crowded? Yes, it was. Were they expensive? Yes, they were. Yes, no questions. Simple past. B. I went to my friend's wedding last weekend. Oh, was it fun? Were there many guests? Was it inside or outside? Was there a big cake? Look at the yes-no questions here. They all begin with the past form of the be verb. Was it fun? Were there many guests? Was it inside or outside? Was there a big cake? Form a question with be in the simple past, the same way you form a question with be in the simple present. So you already know how to write this sentence. It was fun. It is the subject. Was is the verb. Here the verb is in the simple past. It was fun. And to make the question, we just switch the order of the subject and the verb. So the answer is the verb, then the subject. Was it fun? Was it fun? Yes, it was. Here are some more examples of yes-no questions in the past. There was a fire downtown yesterday. Was it big? Were you there? Was anyone hurt? Was there a lot of damage? You can see they all start with be, then they have the subject, and the answer to these are yes or no. Okay, let's practice. Okay, you have the answer. Yes, she was. She was very surprised. What is the question? Was she surprised? Yes, she was. She was very surprised. How about here? No, it wasn't. The show wasn't good. What's the question? Was the show good? No, it wasn't. The show wasn't good. Here you have the answer again. Yes, they were. My textbooks were expensive. Okay, this one is plural, so start with the plural form of be in the past. Were your textbooks expensive? Yes, they were. My textbooks were expensive. Here the answer is yes, they were. The strawberries were sweet. What's the question? Were the strawberries sweet? Yes, they were. The strawberries were sweet. Here the answer is yes, there were. There were many people at the farmer's market. It was very crowded. So what's the question here? Were there many people at the farmer's market? Yes, there were. There were many people there. It was very crowded. Last one. The answer is yes, it was. The weather was nice. It was a beautiful day. What is the question? Was the weather nice? Yes, it was. Now you know, form a question with be in the simple past by putting the be verb first. Was it crowded? Yes, it was. Were they expensive? Yes, they were. Simple past information questions. Ms. Jones asked many questions when she interviewed Andrea for the new job. Where did you work? How long did you work there? When did you leave that job? Why did you leave that job? Notice all of the questions start with a question word. Where, how long, when, and why. To form an information question, put the question word in front. You already know how to ask a yes-no question in the past. Like this question, did you watch a movie last Friday? Yes, I did. To make the information question, we're going to change this did to a lowercase. We're going to get rid of that extra information, and put the question word here in front. What did you watch? I watched a science fiction movie. Let's look at some examples. Did Vanessa travel last year? Yes, she did. This is the yes/no question. To make information questions, let's change the D to a lowercase, and now we can put question words in front. And we can make many questions with this one yes/no question. Where did Vanessa travel last year? Los Angeles. When did Vanessa travel last year? In September. Why did Vanessa travel last year? To visit a friend. How did Vanessa travel last year? By plane. Okay, you try. What is the correct word order to make an information question? Use these words. You know you have to start with the question word. What did you eat for breakfast? What did you eat for breakfast? I had 2 pieces of toast. What is the correct word order to make an information question? Start with the question word. When did they visit the museum? When did they visit the museum? They went last month. They saw the new exhibit. What is the correct word order? Why did Rob go to the hospital? Why did Rob go to the hospital? He broke his ankle when he went skiing last week. Last one. What is the correct word order? Where did you go last weekend? Where did you go last weekend? We went to the mountains and camped with some friends. Now you know. Just put the question word in front to turn a yes/no question into an information question. Did you work? Where did you work? Did you leave that job? Why did you leave that job? This, that, these, those. Jill and Sue are shopping together. I like this teapot. Did you see that plate? Do you like these pins? Yes, those pins are cute. Do you see the words this, that, these, and those? These are another kind of adjective we use with nouns to show where they are. Let's look. Here is a chart. Let's say this row is singular and this row is plural. This column is near and this column is far. Our words go like this. This describes something that is singular and near. That describes something that is singular and far. These is plural and near, and those describe something plural and far. Maybe this doesn't make sense with just the words, so let's look at a room full of cats. We have some cats that are near and some cats that are far in the corner. Okay, this cat is near and there's only one, it's singular. That cat is far, but there's only one, it's singular. These cats are near and they're 2, so it's plural. And those cats are far, plural and far. Let's practice with some chairs. This chair is near and there's only one. So we use this chair. The chair back here is far and there's one. So it's that chair. This chair and that chair. Now we have plural chairs, so the chairs here, if I'm showing you, I would say these chairs. And the chairs back there, I would call those chairs. Okay, let's mix it up with baskets. What should go here? This, that, these, or those? This basket, because it's near and it's singular. How about the baskets in the corner? Those baskets, because they're far, but it's plural. There are more than one. If we change it, now we have one basket, far, that basket. And finally, two baskets near these baskets. We use these words with nouns. Even in this sentence, look, these words. These tells me which words, and words is the noun. We use these words with nouns. Let's look. I like this teapot. This is the adjective that shows me the noun teapot is near and singular. Did you see that plate? That is the adjective that shows me the plate is far, but there's only one. Do you like these pins? She uses these to describe the pins that are in her hand. They're near her. And her friend answers, yes, those pins are cute. The friend uses those because the pins are not in her hand. They're in her friend's hand, far from her. When we speak, a lot of times we don't even use pins. We just say, yes, those are cute. Let's look at some examples. Here, the father is showing the ducks to his daughter. The ducks are far, so he says, Tasha, look at those ducks. Those show that the ducks are far and plural. Here, the husband is giving his wife some flowers, and he says, these flowers are for you. He uses these because the flowers are plural, but also they're near, they're in his hand. Here, someone is looking at the dress and she's thinking, do you think this dress is too short? And she uses this because the dress is near her and there's just singular, one dress. And finally, these two are looking off into the distance and one points to a building and says, that building is new. He uses that to show one building far away. Okay, you try. Can you fill in the blank with this, that, these, or those? I'll give you a hint. Near and plural. Do you like these sunglasses? How about here? He's pointing far away. It's far and singular. So he says, that ship is really big. Here, they're looking across the water and there's some bears. The bears are far and plural. And so he says, those bears are looking at us. Let's go. And finally, she's helping him with homework. And she's pointing at one part. So it's near and singular. Did you read this part about the history of the place? Now you know how to use this, that, these, and those. This cat is near, that cat is far. These cats are near, and those cats are far. This, that, these, and those. Comparatives. In this lesson, you will learn how to use adjectives to compare two things. Paul and his brother Ian are different. Paul is older than Ian. His beard is longer and grayer than Ian's beard. Paul is happier than Ian. Ian is more serious. Look at the comparatives. Older than, longer and grayer than, happier than, and more serious. Paul is older than Ian. Ian is more serious than Paul. In the first sentence, we add ER to the adjective old to make the comparison. In the second sentence, we use more before the adjective serious. This is because we use ER for short adjectives and more for longer adjectives. Look, old just has one syllable or beat, old. But serious has three. So we use more for longer words. Let's take a closer look. Add ER to the end of an adjective. Remember, an adjective is a word that describes, like tall, hot, and pretty. So we add ER to get taller, hotter, and prettier. Okay, you saw there's some spelling changes, right? So for many adjectives, we just add ER. For some adjectives, we double the consonant and add ER. And for other adjectives, we drop the Y and add IER. Let's take a closer look. For many adjectives, we just add ER. So this turtle is slow, but this snail is slower. Cheap becomes cheaper, and young becomes younger. We double the consonant and add ER for adjectives that end with consonant, vowel, consonant. You've seen this pattern before. So big, we have to double the consonant and add ER. This box is bigger than that box. Hot, double the consonant, add ER, and this fire is hotter than that coffee. And thin, we double the N, add ER, and this pen is thinner than that pen. For other words, we drop the Y and add IER. That's if the word ends with a consonant and a Y. You have also seen this spelling pattern before. So she is angry, but he is angrier. This is early, but we drop the Y and it's earlier. She is friendly, but we drop the Y, add IER, and she is friendlier. We use more for longer words. These adjectives, comfortable, difficult, expensive, have 3 syllables or more, so we don't add an ER. This woman is comfortable, but this woman is more comfortable. This looks difficult, but this looks more difficult. And a car is expensive, but a house is more expensive. There are some irregulars. Good changes to better, and bad changes to worse. And I know these don't look like the original adjectives at all. You just have to remember them. Here's an example. Here's Jay. He was sick yesterday. Today he is better than he was yesterday. He is still sick, but yesterday he was worse. Use an adjective plus ER and then the word then, THAN. Today is colder than yesterday. We have 2 nouns here that we're comparing, today and yesterday. And in between, we use the adjective with ER and the word then to make the comparison. Let's look at some more examples. Stephen is taller than his sister. He is older than she is too. Smokey is bigger than Mick. Mick is older than Smokey. Okay, notice in all of these sentences we have the same pattern. We have a verb. Here in the first sentence, that's is. And then we have the adjective with an ER ending, bigger. and then we use the word then to make the comparison. Okay, you try. The adjective is green. We have the hills and the mountains. What goes in between to make the comparison? Remember, you need a verb, the adjective green with an ER, and the word then. The hills are greener than the mountains. Here, the adjective is dirty, and we have the shoes and the boots. Remember, dirty ends with a consonant and a Y. What goes here? The shoes are dirtier than the boots. Now the adjective is thin, and we are comparing pizza. This pizza and this pizza. What goes here? This pizza is thinner than this pizza. Did you remember to double the N? Pretty. These flowers and those flowers. These flowers are prettier than those flowers. Okay, last one. Interesting. We have two students in class. Leah's class and Anne's class. What goes here? Leah's class is more interesting than Anne's class. More because interesting is a long word. Now you know how to compare things with adjectives. You can say Paul is older than Ian by adding an ER on old, and you can say that Ian is more serious than Paul by using that word more. Using infinitives with want, like, and need. This woman is thinking, I like to watch movies. I want to watch a movie right now, but I need to finish this report. Like to watch, want to watch, need to finish. In this lesson, we are going to look at how we use like, want, and need with another verb, and we're calling this kind of verb an infinitive. An infinitive is a verb in simple form with the word to. So you already know a lot of verbs. To wave, to study, to swim. These are all infinitives because they have to. To travel, to eat, to give. They're just the simple form with the word to. To love, to buy, to help. Use an infinitive after want, like, and need when you want to use a verb. So look, I want an apple. Apple is a noun. But in the second sentence, I want to eat an apple. To eat is the verb. It's the infinitive of the verb eat, just because it's the simple form with the word to. Here are some sentences with likes. Maggie likes the ocean. The ocean is a noun. She likes to jump in the waves, and to jump is the verb in the infinitive. Jane needs an aspirin for her headache. Aspirin is the noun. And she needs to finish a project at work. To finish is the verb. Let's look at more examples. Mia likes to paint. She needs to wash her hands. Likes to paint. We use the infinitive, likes to do something, and needs to. She needs to wash. Vic wants to find a new job. He needs to send his resume to companies. Wants to find, needs to send. Ingrid is nervous about her exam tomorrow. She really wants to get an A. She needs to calm down. Wants to get, needs to calm down. You may notice that the to is very small when I speak, but it's there. Here's an example in negative form. Michelle doesn't want to eat the vegetables. Doesn't want to eat. But her mother says, you need to finish the vegetables if you want to have dessert. Need to finish, want to have. Need and want need the infinitive after. Here are some examples in question form. I want to ask you some questions. Sure, what do you want to know? What did you like to play when you were a little girl? Here we have want to ask, what do you want to know, and what did you like to play? Look here, you see the want to? A lot of times when you hear spoken English, that sounds like wanna, but don't write wanna. I want to ask you some questions. The T almost disappears. Okay, you try. What's wrong here? She wants visit Hawaii someday. That's right. There's no to. We need to between wants and visit. We need the infinitive after wants. Here's another. Evan likes to listen to music. Ooh, we have an extra S here. The infinitive doesn't ever have a different ending. It's just the simple form with the word to. So don't put an S, don't put an ED ending, just listen. Evan likes to listen to music. He wants to be a musician. Now you know, use an infinitive after want, like, and need. And an infinitive is the verb with the word to. So here are your last examples. Do you like to study English? If you want to speak English well, you need to practice.
The present perfect. An overview. The International Club is a club at our university that celebrates different cultures from around the world. This is Henry. He was the old president of the club, but he just graduated. So we need a new president. Luckily, there are 2 candidates for the position, or 2 people who want to be the new president. Judy and Joe are both running for the position. Let's take a closer look at Judy's experience. She has traveled all over the world. She has lived in China and Japan. She has studied English for 15 years. She has been a member of the International Club since 2014. Wow, she seems like a pretty good candidate to me. What about Joe? He has traveled to Europe and Latin America. He has never lived in another country. He has studied English for 5 years. He has been a member of the International Club since 2013. He seems like a pretty good guy for the position as well. What do you think? Who is better for the position? Who has had more experience? This verb form, has had, is an example of the present perfect. Okay, let's look at how we make the present perfect. We need the verb have or has, and not if we want to make a negative, and a past participle. For example, Judy has traveled all over the world. Joe has not visited every country. They have met friends from other cultures. We use has for he, she, and it, and have for all other subjects, but you already knew that. Traveled, visited, and met are all examples of past participles, also known as verb 3. We can also make contraction forms or shortened forms of the present perfect. Take a look at these examples below. Okay, let's talk about why we use the present perfect. Look at these two sentences. The first sentence, I have traveled to China, is an example of one use of the present perfect. Unspecified time in the past. The other sentence, I have lived here for 3 years, is an example of how we can use the present perfect with since or for. Let's take a closer look at the first use. When we say unspecified time in the past, what we mean is that we're talking about an activity that started and finished in the past, but with no mention of a specific time. So for example, we can't say last week or yesterday. It's not important when the event happened, but rather it's about life experience. We can also use the present perfect in this way to describe repeated events in the past. For example, I have traveled to China 3 times. Okay, let's look at the other use of the present perfect, using since or for. When we use since or for, we're talking about an activity that began in the past and is still going on now. For example, I have lived here for 3 years means that I moved here 3 years ago and I'm still living here. It's used to talk about how long an activity has been going on. We use for with a duration of time or length of time. For example, 1 year, 3 months, or 5 days. We use since with a specific point in the past. For example, last year, September, or 9 o'clock. Okay, it's important to remember that these are 2 different uses of the same verb tense. Let's go back to Judy and Joe. Now we can see the examples of these 2 uses of the present perfect. Can you find examples of a completed past event that does not mention a specific time? Yeah, there's one. She has traveled all over the world. We don't know when, and it's not important. What's important is her experience. Yeah, she has lived in China and Japan. We're talking about an event in the past with no specific time. Now, can you find an example of an event that started in the past and is still going? Here's a hint. Look for since or for. Yeah, number 3. She has studied English for 15 years. That means she started 15 years ago and she's still studying it. She has been a member of the International Club since 2014. And she still is. Good job. Okay, it's your turn. How are the blue sentences different from the red ones? You're right, these ones represent an unspecified time in the past. And what about these ones? Yeah, with these ones we use since or for to talk about something that started in the past and is still going. Good job. So, who's your pick for the president of the International Club? And why? I think they're both good candidates. See you next time. In this lesson, you're going to learn about past participles. But first, I want you to meet some friends of mine. They have done some amazing things. For example, Bob has swum with dolphins. Helen has flown all over the world. And Matt has climbed a mountain. Meet Bob, Helen, and Matt. Aren't they amazing? What about you? Have you ever swum with dolphins? Have you flown anywhere? Have you ever climbed a mountain? What have you done? In this lesson, we're going to focus on these verb forms that you see underlined. Swum, flown, and climbed are all examples of past participles. To understand what a past participle is, it's important to know that English verbs come in different forms, like the simple form, the simple past, and the past participle. Let's look at some examples. The verb fly is an example of a verb in its simple form. For example, when I have to go to another country, I fly in an airplane. What about the simple past? Do you know what form that is? That's right, it's flew. Yesterday, a bird flew into my window. And the past participle is flown. Remember my friend Helen? She has flown all over the world. Okay, let's look at some more examples. Go, went, and gone. Swim, swam, and swum. Eat, ate, and eaten. Let's look at a couple other examples that are a little bit different. For example, want. Do you know the simple past? How do we say want in the past? Yep, it's wanted. Guess what? The past participle is the same. It's also wanted. How about look? Yep, it's looked, and so is the past participle. This group of verbs represents irregular verbs, and they also have a different simple past and past participle form. Do you see how they're different? These are all irregular verbs, and these ones are regular. Okay, so there's some important rules we need to know when we talk about past participles. For example, past participles cannot be the only verb in a sentence. It's wrong to say, I've flown in an airplane. It's incomplete. However, we can say a sentence like, I have flown in an airplane. This is an example of the present perfect. We can also say, I had flown in an airplane, which is an example of the past perfect. So when we use past participles, we need a helping verb like have or had. If we try to use a past participle without a helping verb, it's kind of like a bike with no rider. It only works when there's someone to move it along. Okay, time to review. Which sentence has an example of a past participle? You got it! Helen has caught her dinner. How did you know? Well, you probably saw the helping verb has accompanied by the past participle of the verb catch, which is caught. You did it! Good job! Now you know what a past participle is in English.
Welcome to the lesson on present perfect tense, connecting the past to the present using since and for. This is you. You have an idea. You want to get a job, make some money, buy a new car, maybe travel the world, meet someone, fall in love, get married, buy a house, and have 2 lovely children. You realize that your whole life has flashed in front of your eyes and you can't even remember what happened. Wait, what were we talking about? You had an idea. You want to get a job. That means that somebody will ask you questions about your past experience, and you'll have to answer those questions using the present perfect tense. For example, you may be asked, where have you worked before? And you'll answer, I have worked at ABC Company for 5 years. Great! How long have you studied English? I have studied English since I was 12 years old. In each of your answers, you used the present perfect tense, have worked and have studied, along with for and since. Let's talk more about since. We use since for the specific time an event started. For example, my friend has studied English since 2000, since spring, since last year, since she was 8. When we use for, we use it to describe the length of time since something started. For example, my friend has studied English for a day, for 2 weeks, for 10 months, for 8 years. After since, we use a year, a season, a day of the week, a month, or last week, last month, last year, or even a subject and a verb. After for, we can say a day, a week, a month. We can combine numbers with days, weeks, and months, such as 2 weeks, 4 months, or many years. Now let's practice. Directions. Place the time phrases into the correct category, since or for. 2 months. For 2 months. 2014. Since 2014. Winter. Since winter. 15 hours. For 15 hours. I was in middle school. Since I was in middle school. Here's another practice. Directions. Complete the sentences correctly with since or for. Congratulations! Now you know about the present perfect tense, connecting the past to the present using since and for.
Hi, I'm Judy. Let's talk about the present perfect unspecified time, without for or since. Let's begin by talking about some cool places to go. Do you like to travel? Have you seen the 2,000-year-old Colosseum? Have you experienced the bright lights of Times Square? Have you ever felt the peacefulness inside a bamboo grove? Italy, the US, Japan. Have you ever gone to these places? I have. Where do you think I live now? Actually, I live near Irvine, California. I've lived here for several years. I have lived in Irvine since 2013. Have lived. What verb tense is this? You may have learned that the present perfect tense is formed with the helping verb has or have plus the past participle of the main verb. When there is for or since, it is specified time. The start time is said. You generally know when it began, and the focus is on duration, how long from the past to now. In this example, I started living here in the year 2013, and I still live here now. There is also present perfect without for or since. This is unspecified time. For example, I have lived in Italy. You don't know when I was in Italy. The start time is unsaid. Maybe the date is not known or not important. In this case, the focus is often on past experience. I have lived in Italy means that I lived in Italy sometime before now. I want you to focus on what I did, not when I did it. It's like an accomplishment, something I'm proud of. This lesson is about unspecified experiential time. Has and have can be shortened, contracted. For instance, I've lived in New York means I have lived in New York. For the negative, we can add not, which can also be shortened. I haven't lived in Japan means I have not lived in Japan. I have visited Japan on vacation, but I didn't live there. I've also taken vacations in Thailand. I love the southern islands and their clean, quiet beaches. Which sentence is correct? Judy has visited Thailand in 2014, or Judy has visited Thailand many times. The answer is the second one. Why? To understand, let's compare the past simple tense with the present perfect tense. Remember, the present perfect without for or since is unspecified time. Many times is not a specified time. You know that I went there. In fact, you know that I went there more than once, but you don't know when I was there. 2014 is a specified time in the past. It is not the year 2014 anymore, so we cannot say Judy has visited Thailand in 2014. If we want to use a specified time in the past, not including now, we use the past simple. Judy visited Thailand in 2014. In other words, there is also a difference between finished time and unfinished time. For instance, my favorite Thai drink is the mango lassi. I make this drink for breakfast sometimes. I drank 2 glasses of lassi this morning. This sentence is in the past simple tense. I have drunk 2 glasses of lassi this morning. This sentence is in the present perfect tense, unspecified time. Which sentence means that it is still breakfast time? In the second sentence, this morning is unfinished time. It is still breakfast time. If I want to, I can drink more lassi for breakfast this morning. In the first sentence, breakfast is finished. It is not in the morning anymore. It is now in the afternoon or evening. I can drink more lassi today, but not for breakfast. We've talked about many amazingly cool places today. Let's review what we have learned. Do you remember how to form the present perfect tense? Here's a hint. Look at the red words. The present perfect is has or have plus the past participle of the main verb. What do we mean by unspecified time? That's right. There is no for or since that tells us about the start time. The start time is unsaid. We've talked about many cool places. The time is not important, not known, or maybe not finished yet. The focus is on the experience of us talking together. I've gotten a lot of stamps in my passport, and I've shown you a few of my favorites. But there are still many blank pages. Where should we go next? Maybe next time we meet, you can tell me about all the wonderful places that you've been to. Until then, bon voyage.
Question and short answer forms part 1. The present perfect simple tense.
Which floor?
20, please.
Hey, I've heard of that book before. It's supposed to have lots of interesting facts about dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I love dinosaurs.
Have you read about dinosaurs before?
Oh, yes, I have. I studied them in college.
Oh, where have you studied dinosaurs?
At UC Irvine.
Oh, they have a famous program there. Who have you studied with?
Professor Gilpin.
Wow, he's awesome. What?
Oh, this is me. Bye.
Bye.
In the conversation, Linus uses the present perfect tense to form questions that ask about past experiences. Linus asked, "Have you read about dinosaurs before?" In forming yes-no questions like this in the present perfect tense, begin with have or has, then the subject, then the past participle form of the main verb. Answers for these types of questions can be short. You can simply say, "Yes, I have," or "No, I haven't." Easy, right? You can also ask different types of questions using words like who, what, where, when, how, and which. These are all WH words that can be used to make WH questions. Have you studied dinosaurs? This is a yes-no question, but where have you studied dinosaurs is a WH question. To form these types of questions, just add WH words to the beginning of yes-no question forms. The WH word plus have or has, then the subject, then the past participle. Do you remember Linus's very last question? That's right. Who have you studied with? This is also a WH question that uses the same structure. The WH word plus have or has, then the subject, then the past participle. Who have you studied with? Great job! Now, do you think Linus is interested in the girl with the book? Watch our next video to find out. Thanks for watching! Present perfect tense, frequently used adverbs. Ever, never, yet, and already. Hi, Nikki.
Hey, Naomi.
Hey, I was wondering, have you ever been to Canada? I'm going there by myself next month.
Well, yes, I have. Actually, I go to Canada quite often to see family, but I've never gone alone. Do you often travel alone?
Well, no, I haven't tried it yet. Next month will be my first time.
It should be great. Canada is a very beautiful and safe place. I recommend going to Quebec City. It's my favorite city.
Oh, really? I wish I had spoken to you earlier. I've already purchased my plane ticket to Vancouver.
Oh, yeah? Well, Vancouver is great too.
In the conversation, you heard the present perfect tense used with different adverbs. Have you ever been to Canada?
I've never gone alone.
I haven't tried it yet. I've already purchased a plane ticket. Ever is used most often to make questions. Questions like,
Have you ever been to Canada?
which is an affirmative question, but you can also make negative questions using ever, like
Haven't you ever been to Canada?
using have with not. The negative question, like all negative questions, just expresses surprise. But both forms of ever are asking if you've ever experienced something at some point in your life. Never is like the opposite of ever. It is used in statement form and it means you have not ever experienced something at any time in your life. Like when Nikki says,
I've never gone alone.
which means that she has never in her life gone to Canada alone. Yet, it's like ever because it can be used to form questions, but you can also use it to form negative statements, like,
I haven't tried it yet.
Yet focuses on the idea that there's an action not finished or completed, but you believe you will. Naomi believes she will go to Canada and travel alone, so she uses yet.
I haven't tried it yet.
Already can also be used to form questions, but the statement forms are usually in the affirmative, like when Naomi says,
I've already purchased a plane ticket.
So as we can see in the sentence, already focuses on a finished action that does not need to be done again. The action is done. Naomi does not plan to buy another ticket. Let's look at some more examples, starting with ever and never, which are often used together in conversation.
Have you ever ridden an elephant?
The grammatical structure here is have or has plus the subject plus ever, then the past participle of the main verb. Have you ever ridden? If someone asked you this question, how would you answer? You could simply answer with,
Yes, I have.
which just means,
Yes, I have ridden an elephant.
or maybe your answer is,
No, I haven't.
and this just means,
No, I have never ridden an elephant.
notice. Notice where never is in the sentence. After the subject comes have or has, and never plus the past participle. I have never ridden. Remember not to use not and never in the same sentence. They both make sentences negative. You only need one. Look at this fruit. It is a dragon fruit.
Have you ever eaten dragon fruit?
What is your answer?
Yes, I have. I have eaten dragon fruit. No, I haven't. I have never eaten dragon fruit.
I hope you didn't say, I have not never eaten dragon fruit. That's two negatives. Are you ready for yet and already? Okay, imagine your roommate saying,
Have you brushed your teeth yet? It's time to go.
where is yet in the question? It is at the end, that's right. If your answer is no, you would simply say,
No, I haven't brushed my teeth yet.
if your answer is yes, you'd say,
Yes, I've brushed my teeth.
but if you want to show that it's a finished action and you don't have to do it again, you can add already. You can add it between have and the past participle or at the end of the sentence. You can say,
I've already brushed my teeth.
or
I've brushed my teeth already. We can go.
yet and already. Let's look at a negative question using yet.
Haven't you finished your homework yet? It's time to go to bed.
Remember, this negative question expresses surprise. Surprise that the homework is still not done. You might answer, no, I haven't finished my homework yet.
Okay, you have 10 more minutes.
Or, yes, I've already finished my homework. Or, yes, I finished my homework already.
Good, then get ready for bed.
Here's a quick review. Try answering this question.
Have you ever climbed a mountain?
What am I asking? I'm asking if at any time in your life you have climbed a mountain, like this man. Perhaps your answer is,
Yes, I have. It was amazing.
or maybe you're thinking,
No, I haven't. I've never climbed a mountain, but I hope to someday.
okay, what about this question?
Have you done the laundry yet?
You might say,
No, I haven't done the laundry yet. I'll do it later.
or you could be thinking,
Yes, I've already done the laundry. Yes, I've done the laundry already.
all right, now you can go ask people lots of questions using ever, never, yet, and already. Thanks for listening.
Stative verbs, also known as non-action verbs. Part 1. I am enjoying a beautiful day at the park. I see people everywhere. I hear children laughing and people talking. This man prefers the shade. This woman likes the sun. Everyone is relaxing. Do you know what kind of verbs these are? These are stative verbs, also called non-action verbs. They do not express an action. They express a state. We use them to talk about thoughts, emotions, senses, and states of being. We do not use them to talk about actions. Let's look at some examples. Mary believes that the sun can make her happy. Believe is related to thoughts. Other examples are agree, remember, understand, prefer, and know. John hates the sun, so he is sitting in the shade. Hate is related to emotions. Other examples of stative verbs that are related to emotions are love, like, and dislike. I bet this dog is thinking, this grass tastes good. The verb taste is related to the senses. Other examples of stative verbs that are related to the senses are hear, smell, sound, see, feel, and look. Here in the park, almost everyone has a hat. The verb have is expressing a state of being. Other examples are be, appear, need, and want. Careful! Do not use verbs that express states with ing. Here are some examples of how you can use stative verbs correctly. The music sounds beautiful. Who wants something to drink? You are so handsome. Do you hear that? Do you know where Mom went? We must not use ing with stative verbs. Notice none of those examples had ing. We cannot say sounding, wanting, being, hearing, or knowing. It's incorrect. Because we can't use ing with stative verbs, that means we can't use stative verbs in any progressive tenses. However, we can use action verbs with ing, but you already knew that. For example, we can say, they are listening to music. They are eating food. A man is singing. The children are playing with each other. Watch part 2 of stative verbs to learn about some important exceptions. Thank you and goodbye. Stative verbs. Part 2. Okay, there are some exceptions you should know about. Some verbs can express both states and actions, depending on the context. Take the verb think, for example. We can use think as an action verb or a verb of state. Let's take a look at how think can be used as an action verb. We can say, he is thinking about lunch. He is not thinking about class. In this case, we can use think with ing because it's expressing an action. However, if I say she thinks the teacher is boring, now I'm using think as a verb of state. Here, think means believe, so we cannot use it with ing. Be is another example. It can be used as an action verb and a verb of state. Bob is usually a good student, but today he is being disrespectful. Here, we can use be with ing to express that something is different than it normally is. Alex is the youngest in the class. Here, it's a verb of state, so we can't use ing. Have can also be an action verb and a verb of state. Maria is having a hard time understanding. The teacher has some important information. Here are some more examples of verbs that can express both states and actions. Can you decide which group of examples shows states and which shows actions? At the cafe. Some people are tasting the coffee to make sure it's not too hot. A man is smelling his food before he takes a bite. A woman is looking at a menu. The man and woman may fall in love, but right now they are just seeing each other. If the food tastes delicious, most of these customers will return. It smells wonderful at this cafe. These people look relaxed and happy. Do you see the man in the orange shirt? Okay. Do you know which sentences have action verbs? Yep, you're right. These ones do. We're talking about right now, describing a scene at a cafe. We can use the present progressive with these verbs because they're actions. What about the other sentences and the other verbs? You know it. These ones are stative verbs. That's why, even though we're talking about right now, we are not using the present progressive tense. Okay, here are a few more examples of stative verbs used correctly. Think about how you would answer these questions. Imagine you're here. You are enjoying a beautiful night at the pier. What do you see? What do you smell? What do you hear? Do you prefer to relax on the beach? Or do you want to go on the Ferris wheel? Use stative verbs and action verbs to describe the pier at night. Now you know about stative verbs. Thanks for listening. Goodbye. The present perfect progressive. How long has Jake been swimming? It is 1:30 in the afternoon. Jake is swimming right now. She started swimming at 1 o'clock. How long has she been swimming? She has been swimming for 30 minutes. She must be tired. Let's look at how we form the present perfect progressive. Of course, we need a subject, and then we need has or have, been, and a verb in the ing form, or a present participle. For example, she has been swimming for 30 minutes. We can also say, she has been swimming since 1 o'clock. We use for with an amount of time, like 30 minutes, and since with a specific time in the past, like 1 o'clock, or maybe yesterday. We can also make shorter forms of this verb tense by making contractions like she's, he's, it's, I've, you've, they've, and we've, all followed by been and ing. For example, you've been watching this presentation for a few minutes. To make a negative statement, all we need to do is add not in between have and been. For example, she has not been swimming. What has she been doing? She's been sleeping. How lazy. We can also make negative contraction forms. She, he, it hasn't. I, you, we, they haven't, followed by been and ing. For example, for the last 5 minutes, I haven't been lying on the beach. I've been talking to you about grammar. All right, now let's talk about why we use the present perfect progressive. We use this tense to talk about an activity that began in the past and is in progress right now. We also use it to talk about how long an activity has been going on, or the duration of that activity. For example, when Shonda got to the party at 7, she started dancing. At 9 o'clock, she was still dancing. Now it's 12 o'clock and she is still dancing. Who knows when she'll stop? So we use the present perfect progressive to show how long she has been dancing. She started in the past and she's still doing it. She has been dancing for 5 hours. She must be exhausted. It is possible to use the present perfect progressive without since or for. Often, we can use it with the adverbs recently or lately to talk about a recent habit. Grr, look how strong I am. It looks like someone wants us to know he's been working out a lot lately. Be careful. You need to be aware of the differences between the present perfect progressive and the present progressive. For example, we can say, Emily has been reading for 3 hours to show that she started reading 3 hours ago and she's still reading. We can also say, Emily is reading right now. However, we cannot use the present perfect progressive with right now. It is wrong to say, Emily has been reading right now. And we can't use the present progressive to show duration. So it's impossible to say Emily is reading for 3 hours. So with the present perfect progressive, we can show that something started in the past and is still going on now. We're showing the length of time or the duration of time of an activity. But with the present progressive, we can only express what is happening right now. When we use the present perfect progressive, it's important that we only use action verbs. For example, the horse has been running for 10 minutes. They have been dancing all night. I've been driving since the morning. Run, dance, and drive are all examples of action verbs that we can use with the present perfect progressive. However, we cannot use non-action verbs, also called verbs of state. For example, we cannot say, I have been knowing my best friend for 10 years. That sounds terrible. Instead, we would say, I have known my best friend for 10 years, using the present perfect, not the present perfect progressive. Here are a few more examples of non-action verbs that we shouldn't use with the present perfect progressive, except in special cases. Like understand, seem, taste, have, appear, prefer, and there are many others. Okay, let's practice. Put the words in order to find out the answer. You will not use all of the words. Steve called Melissa at 5:20. Now it's 5:40 and they are still on the phone. How long have they been talking on the phone? Can you use the words on the right to make a sentence? Good. They have been talking for 20 minutes. Good job. Okay, time for some more practice. Create sentences to show how long an activity has been in progress. All right, let's start with number 1. The boys met to play soccer at 3. They're still playing soccer now at 5. They have been playing soccer since 3 o'clock. Number 2. My mom is cooking dinner. She started right when she got home from work an hour ago. She has been cooking for an hour. Number 3. It's the end of August now, and we've been traveling in Europe since the beginning of June. We have been traveling for 3 months. Number 4. It's 6 a.m. and Bob is still asleep. He has been sleeping for 10 hours. He has been sleeping since 8 o'clock p.m. Good job!
Question and short answer forms part 2, the present perfect progressive tense.
Hey, Maria. I just met a really awesome girl in the elevator, but I didn't catch her name.
Really? What did she look like?
Well, she had dark hair with big blue eyes.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. That's Jackie.
Has she been working here for a long time?
No, she hasn't. She's been working here for less than a year.
Which department has she been working for?
Advertising. She's been working on lots of projects for really big name companies.
Really? Who has she been working with?
Belazon and Amazon. She's really good at what she does.
Wow, she's so cool.
Do you think Linus is interested in Jackie? He is asking Maria many questions about the job that she has. First, he asked, has she been working here for a long time? To form yes-no questions like this in the present perfect progressive tense, use have or has plus the subject, then been, then the ing form of the main verb. Maria's short answer to Linus's question was, no, she hasn't. But what would be the positive response? Yes, it would be, yes, she has. If you want to use a WH word, add it to the beginning of the question, keeping the same word order as the yes-no question form. Has she been working would turn into, which department has she been working for? Or who has she been working with? Great job! Make sure to watch the next video and find out what else Linus learns about Jackie. Until then, bye!
Welcome to the lesson on the present perfect versus the present perfect continuous. In this lesson, we will discuss the similarities and differences between the present perfect with the present perfect continuous tense. For example, when you meet somebody new, you often talk about yourself and your life. For example, my family has been living in California for 10 years. I've been working at an engineering firm for 5 years. My son has been studying medicine at university. My daughter has been studying law. All of these sentences use the present perfect continuous. Some textbooks call the present continuous tense progressive, but it means the same thing. Let's look at a couple of more examples of the present perfect and present perfect continuous tense. I have studied English for 5 years. I have been studying English for 5 years. So what is the difference? Before we talk about the differences, let's talk about the similarities. First, each starts in the past and has some importance in the present time. Second, each uses for and since. Third, each uses habitual actions with verbs like work, live, study, play, wear glasses, and other similar verbs. First, each starts in the past and has some importance in the present time. For example, he has wanted to go to New York since he was 10 years old. They have studied engineering for 3 years. The water has been boiling for 10 minutes. I have been studying for this test since 7 o'clock this morning. Next, each uses for and since. He has wanted to go to New York since he was 10 years old. They have studied engineering for 3 years. The water has been boiling for 10 minutes. I have been studying for this test since 7 o'clock this morning. Next, each uses habitual actions with verbs like work, live, study, play, wear glasses, and other similar verbs. With habitual action, there is no difference in meaning between the present perfect and present perfect continuous tenses. For example, he has lived in California for 5 years, and he has been living in California for 5 years have the same meaning. They have studied engineering for 3 years. They have been studying engineering for 3 years have the same meaning. Now let's look at the differences between present perfect and present perfect continuous. For present perfect, first, the emphasis is on the result of an action, meaning the action is completed. Second, it's used with non-action verbs that can't use the continuous ing ending. Third, it's often used with ever and never, and it's used with how often questions. Present perfect continuous is used to put the emphasis on the ongoing action, meaning it's not completed yet. Second, it's used with how long questions. Next, the emphasis is on the duration of time for an action, whether it's finished or unfinished. Lastly, when the action is finished but you can still see the results, we use present perfect continuous. Let's look at the two differences between the present perfect and present perfect continuous tenses. First, present perfect emphasizes the result of an action, the completion of the action. For example, I have worked on my homework for 2 hours means I have finished my homework after working for 2 hours. With present perfect continuous tense, the emphasis is on the ongoing action. So the example, I have been working on my homework for 2 hours means I have not finished it yet. I'm still working on my homework after 2 hours. Second, present perfect is used with non-action verbs. Non-action verbs are verbs that describe states, senses, or mental activities. For example, have, be, feel, hear, smell, taste, believe, think, know, understand. These verbs cannot use ing at the end. For example, I have had 10 cell phones. I have been a lawyer for 2 years. I have heard this story before. You haven't tasted this before. We have thought about it before. She has known them for years. The present perfect is also used with ever and never. For example, have you ever visited Las Vegas? No, I have never visited Las Vegas. Has he ever failed a class? No, he has never failed a class. The present perfect is also used with how often questions. For example, how often have you been to San Francisco? I have been there 6 times. How often has she called you? She has called many times. Present perfect continuous tense is used with how long questions. For example, how long have you been living here? How long has he been studying medicine? How long have they been dating? Also, present perfect continuous tense is used to show emphasis on duration of time, whether the action is finished or unfinished. For example, in the questions, how long, the answers, I have been living here for 10 years, puts the emphasis on the for 10 years. He has been studying medicine since 2005. The emphasis is on since 2005. They have been dating since March. Emphasis is on since March. Lastly, present perfect continuous is used when the action is finished but you can still see the results. For example, you are soaking wet. I've been walking in the rain because I forgot my umbrella. You are soaking wet means I can still see the results of the action even though you're not currently walking in the rain. You look angry. Have you been fighting with your boyfriend again? Because you look angry, I can see the results of your action of fighting with your boyfriend. In this lesson, we discussed the similarities and differences between the present perfect with the present perfect continuous tense.
Hi, I'm Larry. This is my friend Judy.
Hi! Larry and I have a lot of fun together. Yesterday, we watched a movie, the newest remake of Cinderella.
Actually, we only saw the second half of the movie. The movie started at 7. We arrived at 7:45. We were really late.
Sorry about that, buddy. That was totally my fault, but we'll get to that later. For now, can you complete this sentence? When we arrived, the movie started. Or, when we arrived, the movie had started. If you say A started, the movie started after we arrived. Maybe we arrived at 7 and the movie started at 7:45. We were not late at all. In fact, we were quite early. But that's not true. We were late. The answer is B, had started. Do you know what verb tense this is? This is the past perfect tense. What are the two parts? Here's a hint. Look at our sample sentence again. When we arrived, the movie had started. The past perfect tense is formed with the helping verb had plus the past participle of the main verb. In this case, it is had started. Notice that had is often pronounced hood. Had started. The past perfect means that this happened first. The movie started first, and then we arrived. We use the past perfect to clearly show that one past event happened before another past event. It's like the past before the past. It is possible to change the clause order. The movie had started when we arrived. The sentence looks different, but the time order, the movie started first, we arrived later, is the same. To make the negative, we can add not after had. For example, the movie hadn't ended when we arrived. We missed the first half of the movie, but I still enjoyed the second half. When the time order is clear, it is usually wrong to use the past perfect tense. It would be confusing if we told all of our stories in the past perfect. For example, we had watched a movie yesterday. We had been late to the theater, but I had enjoyed the movie. Instead, we simply use the past simple tense. We watched a movie yesterday. We were late to the theater, but I enjoyed the movie anyway. A common exception to this rule is by the time, a phrase that pretty much means before. When we use this phrase, the time order is clear, but we almost always use the past perfect. For example, by the time we got here, all the seats had filled. Larry and I had to stand in the back of the theater to watch the movie. Notice that by the time can be specified. For example, 7:45. By 7:45, all seats had filled. Let's review. The past perfect consists of two parts, had plus the past participle of the main verb. It means that this happened first. Can you guess why Larry and I were late yesterday?
We were late to the theater because A, she had left the movie tickets at home and we had to drive back to get them. B, we had gotten lost while driving to the theater from the restaurant where we had dinner. Or C,
he had wanted to watch an action flick, not a romance movie, so we were arguing about which movie to watch.
The answer is the first one, of course. Judy had forgotten to bring the tickets.
Yep, it was totally my fault. I'm such a scatterbrain. Next time, Larry, you hold the tickets and you pick the movie. Any movie you want.
Question and short answer forms part 3. The past perfect simple tense. Are you interested in Jackie?
Well, she just sounds really cool. It seems like she knows a lot. Before she started working here, had she done other cool things?
Oh yeah, she had done a homestay with the Eskimos in Alaska.
No way. Why had she chosen to do her homestay there?
She had received a scholarship to study about the Eskimo culture.
How had she won the scholarship?
Well, she had designed a new machine that records whale sounds.
Wow, I really have to ask her out.
It's really amazing all the things that Jackie has done. We've learned a lot about her. We know that Jackie works in advertising now, but started working at the company about a year ago. Before that, she lived with Eskimos in Alaska. That was possible because she received a scholarship before that, and she was able to win that scholarship because she had designed a special machine that records whale sounds. When we ask questions about past events that happened before another pastime, we often use the past perfect form. Like when Linus asked, before she started working here, had she done other cool things? He asked this yes-no question to ask about things she had done in the past before working at the company, which was a closer pastime. How could you respond with a short answer to a question like this? You would either say, yes, she had, or no, she hadn't. Great. As the conversation continued, Linus wanted more detailed information, so he asked WH questions like, why had she chosen to do her homestay in Alaska? He used the past perfect because he was asking about the decision she made to go to Alaska, which happened before she started working at the company. Again, when Linus asked, how had she won the scholarship? He used the past perfect form, asking about an even further time in the past. Did you notice the pattern in question form for the past perfect? If you are asking a WH question, begin with the appropriate WH word, plus had, then the subject, and then the past participle of the main verb. I hope you had a chance to watch all three parts of the question and short answer forms for the perfect tenses. Thanks for watching.
So, Meg, did you pick up your car last night?
The repair shop was already closed when I got there. I have to go back tonight. Judy, I am so frustrated with Brendan. He was supposed to pick me up yesterday at 6 o'clock and drive me to the shop, but he totally forgot. By the time I called him, I had been waiting for over an hour.
Meg tells me that she had been waiting for an hour. This verb phrase is in the past perfect progressive, which has three main parts: had, the optional not, been, and then the ing form of the main verb, also called the present participle. Notice that had can be contracted, shortened. She'd been waiting for an hour. The past perfect progressive is not frequently used, but when we do use it, what does it mean? To understand, let's revisit the present perfect progressive. Here's what happened last night.
Where are you? The repair shop's closed now. You were supposed to be here at 6 and now it's 7. I've been waiting here for an hour.
Meg tells her boyfriend Brendan that she has been waiting for an hour. This is the present perfect progressive tense. You may remember that this verb tense also has three main parts: the helping verbs has or have, plus been, and then the present participle of the main verb. It can have two meanings. When the time is specified or implied using expressions such as for, since, or all day, it is an unfinished action right now. Without expressions such as for or since, sometimes called unspecified time, this verb tense might suggest that an action was very recently finished just before now. In our example, Meg started waiting at 6. It is past 7 now. She has been waiting for an hour. Brendan has not arrived, so Meg must continue to wait. Here, waiting is an unfinished action right now. She has been waiting since 6 o'clock, and she is still waiting. Now let's go back to our original example. The past perfect progressive looks the same, except that has or have becomes had. It also has the same two meanings, but instead of referring to now, it's referring to another time in the past. This morning, when chatting with me in the office, Meg says that she started waiting at 6 o'clock yesterday. By 7 p.m., she had been waiting for an hour and was still waiting. Here, waiting is an unfinished time in the past. Brendan realized his mistake at 7 p.m. last night, but by then, Meg had already been waiting since 6 o'clock.
I'm so sorry I'm late. I know the repair shop is closed now. I promise we'll get your car tomorrow.
Meg is clearly angry. She has been feeling angry since last night. This sentence is in the present perfect progressive. How can we make this sentence in the past perfect progressive? That's right. She had been feeling angry. What might this mean? Was it unfinished time, still happening, or recently finished, no longer happening? Well, there's no time expression such as for or since, so perhaps this feeling ended very recently. Very recently can be a minute or even a short second ago. Take, for example, the conclusion of this story.
I've been feeling so angry. He's the worst.
Flower delivery for Meg?
For me? Thank you. They're so pretty. Let's see who
are they from?
Sorry about last night, babe. I'll pick you up tonight at 6 o'clock sharp. Love, Brendan.
Aww, I know that you had been feeling angry lately. Not anymore, I guess?
No, I'm not angry at all.
Question and short answer forms part 4. The past perfect progressive tense.
Oh, I'm so stupid.
Oh, what's wrong?
I have been waiting for that day for so long, and I messed it up, Maria.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Oh, I finally met Linus in the elevator the other day. I'd been planning for it for so long, and I didn't even tell him my name.
Oh, why had you been planning to meet him in the elevator?
I just wanted to talk to him. I noticed him a while ago and thought he was cute, and he seemed different.
I see. Well, how long had you been trying to meet him?
A little after I started working here, so about 5 months.
Wow, you must really like him. Did you know? Linus?
Oh, hey. Hi again. You guys getting the elevator?
Go on without me, Jackie. I forgot something. Let's now look at the question form for the past perfect progressive tense. We've learned from Maria and Jackie's talk that just a few days ago, Jackie met Linus for the first time in the elevator. That obviously happened in the past. And further in the past, about 5 months ago, was when Jackie saw Linus for the first time. So we can say before the meeting in the elevator, Jackie had first seen Linus about 5 months ago, using the past perfect simple form had seen. Between these two past times, Jackie had been trying to meet Linus. We can say, before the meeting in the elevator, Jackie had been trying to meet Linus for about 5 months. Now let me ask you an easy yes-no question. Before Jackie met Linus for the first time a few days ago, had she been thinking about him? You could answer yes she had or no she hadn't. You are correct if your answer is yes she had. Jackie liked Linus even before she met him, so she had definitely been thinking a lot about him. Now let's look at the WH questions Maria asked. Pay close attention to the pattern in the grammatical structure of these sentences. Why had you been planning to meet him in the elevator? How long had you been trying to meet him? In forming the WH questions in the past perfect progressive tense, notice that the WH word goes first, followed by had, then the subject, followed by been, and then the ing progressive form of the main verb. Using this form shows that an action happened over time in the past before a particular past action.
Hi, my name is Miss Modal, and today I will give you a short introduction to modals. Modals are a special group of words that help main verbs, so they are called helping verbs. In a sentence, they usually come after the subject and before the main verb. When you put a modal with a main verb, it gives the verb a special meaning. You will learn about the special meanings in other lessons. But first, let's take a look at the group of modals. Can, could, may, might, should, had better, must, will, and would. The most important rule about modals is that they never change. He cans? No. They would? No. The second most important rule is when you combine modals with verbs, the verb stays in the original form. Original form means there is no s, ing, or ed ending. For example, take the sentence, she runs. If I add can, it becomes she can run. The s is gone. Here are some more sample sentences. The students wore a uniform. I am taking the dog out. The boy is sick. If I add a modal to each of these sentences, the verb changes back to the original form. The students must wear a uniform. I should take the dog out. The boy might be sick. Wear, take, and be are all original verbs. Does this make sense? I hope so. Let's do a quick review. Today, you have learned that modals are helping verbs, and you always use it with the original form of the verb. Thanks for listening. Bye.
Hello,
Oh, hello. Who are you?
I'm Miss Modal.
What? No, you're not. I'm Miss Modal. You're Miss Phrasal Modals.
I am? Oh, I am. How did you know?
Your modals are different from my modals. Look, have to, have got to, ought to, and be able to. They all have to.
Oh, you're right.
Well, your modals are similar to my modals because when you're with a verb, the verb stays in the original form. For example, they run becomes they have to run.
Oh, I see.
But actually, I would call you Miss Fake Modals.
Fake modal? Why?
Well, for have to, have got to, and be able to, the modal changes depending on the subject. For example, when you change the subject from they to she, have changes to has. She has to run.
Oh, I see.
Okay, let me show you a couple more examples. Number 1, the bird have got to find food? No, the bird has got to find food. Number 2, the boy be able to eat spicy food? No, the boy is able to eat spicy food.
Oh, got it.
Ought to is the only one that doesn't change. They ought to sleep. He ought to sleep. I guess this isn't a fake modal.
See, I'm not completely fake.
Fine, fine, Miss Phrasal Modal. You learned about modals and phrasal modals.
Oh, hi. Hey, want to see what I can do? Watch this. Did you see that? Did you see what I can do? I can do a handstand. How about you? Can you do a handstand? What can you do? Today, I want to talk to you about how to express ability and inability in English using the words can, could, and be able to. Do you know what kind of verbs these are? If you said modal verbs, you're right. So how about it? Do you want to learn how to use these words to express ability? I'll teach you. Come with me. Let's start with ability in the present and future. These babies can touch their toes. We can also say, these babies are able to touch their toes. We use the modal verb can and the phrasal modal verb be able to express ability. Because these are modal verbs, they're followed by the simple form of the main verb. Can you find the main verb in these sentences? That's right, it's touch. So these two sentences mean exactly the same thing. But let's take a look at the first one to see how it's a little bit different in its form than the second one. When we use can, all we need is any subject, followed by can, remember no S, and the main verb in its simple form. To make it negative, we can say cannot or the contraction can't. For example, this baby can't walk. She can only crawl. Unlike can, be able to will change according to the subject. For example, we say I am able to. You, we, they are able to. And he, she, it is able to. All followed by the main verb. To make it negative, we simply add not. For example, she is not able to walk. Okay, let's take a look at ability in the past. When Joe was younger, he could touch his toes. Now he can't. Poor Joe. We can also say, when Joe was younger, he was able to touch his toes. Now he can't. We use the modal verb could to express ability in the past. We have another clue in this sentence that tells us we're talking about the past. Can you find it? Yep, it's the verb was, which is in its past form. Just like can, could is easy to use. We don't need to change it according to the subject. To make it negative, we simply add not or use the contraction couldn't. Be careful with be able to in the past. There are two different forms. We can say I, he, she, and it was able to, and you, we, they were able to. To make it negative, we simply add not. Was not able to, and were not able to. Okay, let's review what we learned. To express ability in the present and future, we can use can or cannot to express inability, and the main verb in its simple form. To express ability and inability in the past, we can use could or could not. And let's not forget the contractions, can't and couldn't. We can also use the phrasal modal verb be able to express ability in the present and future, and in the past. I hope you had fun learning how to express ability in English.
Hi, this is a grammar lesson on Modals of Possibility. Let's start with a quick exercise. Imagine one of your good friends. Can you picture his or her face? What do you think your friend could be doing right now? Do you think your friend could be playing sports? Might be at a club dancing? Maybe at home reading? Or maybe your friend is driving around town? Let's look at these sentences again. My friend could be playing sports. My friend might be at a club dancing. My friend may be at home reading. Maybe my friend is driving around town. All of these sentences express possibility, meaning there is some chance that these sentences are true. The first three sentences use modals of possibility. Could, might, and may, shown in red, plus the base form of a main verb shown in blue. Could, might, and may have the same meaning, but one is more formal than the other two, and that's may. You will see may used more in writing than in speech or conversation. I want to say one more thing about may, but may used with be, may be, and how it is different from maybe. Let's look at the sentence that uses maybe. Maybe my friend is driving around town. Maybe, which is one word, means possibly. So this sentence, like all the other sentences, expresses possibility. It means the same as saying, my friend may be driving around town. Maybe, one word, is not a modal, but instead an adverb, and it goes at the beginning of a sentence. Okay, let's get back to modals. Look at this image here. What could this image be? Use could, might, or may to give an answer. Well, if you focus on the white, you'd probably say, this image could be a vase. If you don't know what a vase holds flowers. If you focus your attention on the black parts, you'd probably say, this image may be two faces looking at each other. Great. Let's try another image. What could this image be? Well, I think this image may be the back of a young lady. But there's another possibility. Do you see it? A left eye here, the tip of a nose here, a mouth here. Yes! This image could be the side of an old woman's face. Kind of creepy, don't you think? Okay, so far, all the sentences we looked at were in the same tense. Which one? Well, the present tense. We've seen sentences like, my friend could be playing sports. My friend might be at a club dancing. This image may be two faces looking at each other. The same structure can be used to express future possibility. For example, it may snow tomorrow. I might cook tonight instead of eating out. My mother could call me this week. So let's practice. How would you answer these questions? Number 1, what might the weather be like tomorrow? Number 2, what could you eat for breakfast tomorrow morning? Number 3, where could you go on your next vacation? Well, here are my answers. It might rain tomorrow. I could have eggs and bacon. I might also have some coffee. I could go to Las Vegas. It's only 5 hours away by car. All right, so we've learned how to use could, might, and may to express present and future possibility. Let's learn one more modal, one that shows a very high chance of possibility. Look at these pictures. Let's match the sentences to each of the images. A, the baby must be hungry. Ah, that goes here. B. He must be sick. Definitely goes here. C. The man must be late. Ah, this man looks like he's definitely late for something important. And D. He must be very angry. This bright red face shows anger for sure. Notice the words in red. It's must. This is another modal, one we use when we are very certain about what we think is possible. I'm going to call this the modal of certainty, and like the other modals, must is used with the base form of a main verb. Let's look at some more pictures. How would you use the pictures to complete the sentences? Well, here are my answers. The penguin must be cold. The diamond ring must cost a lot. The ladybugs must love each other. The monkey must be scared. Do you have similar answers? Okay, let's review. We learned that the modals of possibility are could, might, and may, and the modal of certainty, or high chance of possibility, is must. I hope you feel confident enough to try these modals yourselves. Thanks for watching.
Giving advice with the modal verb should, ought to, and had better.
It's Joe.
Oh, yeah? What did he say?
He said, see you at the restaurant in an hour. What? The restaurants? Oh no. Oh my gosh. I completely forgot. Today's our anniversary. We're going to Gary's Steakhouse in an hour at 7 o'clock. I'm not even ready. I don't even have a gift. What am I going to do? How am I going to buy a gift, wrap it, and make it to the restaurant by 7? Ugh.
Poor Emily. She needs our help.
Where is the best place for Emily to buy a gift? At the city park, a drugstore, a shopping mall, or a supermarket? I'm thinking a shopping mall. There are many stores and lots of presents to choose from. Which way sounds more friendly? I'm telling you to go to the mall. Or, it's a good idea to go to the mall. The first way is a command. It may sound bossy to tell someone to do something. The second way, saying that it's a good idea, sounds more friendly. There are 3 main advice modals. Should. She should buy a gift at the mall. Ought to. She ought to buy a gift at the mall. Had better. She'd better buy a gift at the mall. The first way, should, is the most common. It can be used in any situation from informal conversations with friends to formal academic and professional writing. The second way, ought to, is used in conversations. It is not often used in academic and professional writing. Because ought to is informal style, ought to is often reduced to oughta. She oughta buy a gift at the mall. The third way is had better. That D stands for had. She had better buy a gift at the mall. In conversation, we often contract it to she'd better. She'd better buy a gift at the mall. This last one, had better, is the strongest of these 3 advice modals. There's a sense of danger, like something bad will happen if you don't follow this advice. For example, maybe the mall will close very soon. Emily had better buy a gift at the mall before it closes. If she doesn't reach the mall before it closes, she will not be able to buy a gift in time. In my conversation with Emily, it is almost 6 o'clock. Do you remember what time she needs to be at the restaurant? She needs to be at the restaurant at 7 o'clock. That gives her an hour, not very much time for shopping. She should not spend too much time at the mall. This is an example of using an advice modal in its negative form, should with not. Should not can be contracted to shouldn't. She shouldn't spend too much time at the mall. In American English, we do not use ought to with not. With not, we will use should or had better. For example, she had better not spend too much time at the mall. Had can be shortened, contracted. She'd better not spend too much time at the mall.
Don't worry, I have an idea.
Okay?
Well, you don't have much time, so you'd definitely better not drive too far.
All right, where should I go?
You ought to try the Irvine Mall. It's on the way to the restaurant, and there are lots of stores over there.
Okay.
And maybe you should get a gift receipt too. That way, if he doesn't like the present, he could easily return it.
Great idea. Oh, thank you so much, Judy. I'd better go now if I want to make it on time. Bye.
Have fun!
Thanks.
Let's review.
There are 3 advice modals: should, ought to, and had better. Which one is the strongest? Remember, had better has a sense of urgency, of emergency, like something bad will happen if you don't follow this advice. Notice, not is common with should and had better. The negative is not commonly used with ought to. Finally, to. Ought is always followed by to. There is no to with should and had better. Well, I'd better go now. I ought to call Emily and see how her date went. Talk to you later.
Modal of preference, would rather, and other expressions of preference.
I'm so glad we're finally on break, guys.
I know. We have a whole week off to go anywhere we want.
We can finally plan our trip.
Yeah, I can't wait to lie on a beautiful beach and go surfing, like in Hawaii.
Oh, that sounds nice, but I like the snow better than the water. Can't we go snowboarding instead? Perhaps in Colorado?
Ugh, but I like warm weather better than cold weather.
Pink, would you rather go to Colorado or Hawaii? You can make the decision, since Gray and I can't agree.
Okay, well, I prefer snowboarding to surfing, but I've never been to Hawaii.
So you pick Hawaii?
Well, I'm not sure. You see, I would love to visit Hawaii someday, but I think I would rather play in the snow, rent a nice little cabin, and drink hot chocolate by the fire. Doesn't that sound nice?
Yes, it does. All right, so you pick Colorado. Great.
Oh, never mind. I'd rather go to Hawaii than Colorado.
Yes!
Hi! In this lesson, you will learn how to use different expressions to show what your preferences are. In other words, what you like more than something else. Let's look at the preferences expressed in the conversation. I prefer snowboarding to surfing. I like the snow better than the water. I like warm weather better than cold weather. I would rather play in the snow. I'd rather go to Hawaii than Colorado. Would you rather go to Colorado or Hawaii? As you can see, gray, pink, and blue were all able to express their preferences between going to Hawaii or Colorado, but they did it using different types of expressions, including the phrasal modal would rather. Let's first start with the use of the verb prefer. I prefer snowboarding to surfing. The structure used here was prefer, ing verb, to, ing verb. Notice the preposition to. When you use prefer to compare two actions or activities, you must use the preposition to. Why don't you try? Answer this question. Do you prefer singing or dancing? If you like singing more, you would say, I prefer singing to dancing. If you like dancing more, you would say, I prefer dancing to singing. Now let's move on to using like. In the conversation we heard, I like the snow better than water. I like warm weather better than cold weather. Do you see a pattern? When you use like, you use better than. This structure can be used to compare two nouns as we see in these examples. Snow to water, warm weather to cold weather. but it can also be used to compare two actions or activities using ing verbs. Let's try each form. Look at this image. We could say, the chick likes worms better than seeds. How about this one? The chick likes being with family better than being alone. So with like, remember to use better than. Now I would like to talk about would rather, a modal to express preference. Because would rather is a modal, we always use it followed by the base form of a main verb. You can use would rather plus a main verb to state what you prefer, like when Pink said, I would rather play in the snow. When you use would rather to compare two actions, use then. We saw this when Pink said, I'd rather go to Hawaii than Colorado. Did you notice something strange about this last sentence? Instead of I would, it says I'd. I'd is a shortened form or contraction, and contractions are very commonly used in conversations. So instead of using the longer form, try using the shortened contractions. Now you know how to express preference using the phrasal modal would rather. But how would you ask someone a question about their preferences using would rather? Well, how did Blue do it? She said to Pink, would you rather go to Colorado or Hawaii? What changed from the statement form? Well, would and the subject of the sentence you were switched. Easy, right? Can you use would rather to ask me what my preferences are? Take a look at these options. Number 1, travel alone or with friends. Number 2, cook at home or eat out. Well, you could ask me questions. You could ask, would you rather travel alone or with friends? Would you rather cook at home or eat out? Well, here are my answers. For number 1, I'd rather travel with friends than travel alone. And number 2, I'd rather eat out, and not have to clean. Great! Now you know how to use would rather. But do you know how to use would rather in the negative? Just add not. Not after would rather and before the main verb. Can you tell me, what do I mean when I say, I would rather travel with friends than travel alone? Does this mean the same as A, I would rather not travel with friends, or B, I would rather not travel alone? The answer is B, I would rather not travel alone. Let's try number 2. I would rather eat out than eat at home. Does this mean the same as A, I would rather not eat out, or B, I would rather not eat at home? Great job. The answer is B, I would rather not eat at home. Remember, prefer is used with to, like is used with better than, and would rather is used with then. Can you express sentence number 3 using would rather in the negative form? Yes, it would be, we would rather not go to the theater. Nice job.
Modal verbs can't and couldn't. Impossibility or disbelief.
Someone's at the door.
Your mom?
It can't be my mom. She's out of the country.
Oh, is it your neighbor?
It couldn't be my neighbor. He's at work right now.
Who could it be?
Can't and couldn't. These modal verbs express impossibility or disbelief in the present.
For example, my mom can't be at the door. She's traveling to another country. It's impossible.
For impossibility and disbelief, can't and couldn't have the same meaning.
It can't be my neighbor, or it couldn't be my neighbor. He's at work right now.
It can't be my neighbor is the same as it couldn't be my neighbor. Can't and couldn't show that someone is not 100% certain.
I can't see who it is, so I don't know for sure. However, I'm almost certain it isn't my mom or my neighbor. Hi. Oh, thank you. Oh, I was right. It wasn't my mom or my neighbor. It was the postman.
What is it?
I have no idea.
Well, it can't be your phone. It's too big.
Yeah, clearly. And it's obviously not my new bike because it's too small.
What could it be?
Okay, let's remember, like other modal verbs, can't and couldn't will come before the simple form of the main verb. With this use, the main verb is almost always be.
For example, it can't be my new phone in this box. The box is much too big. It's your turn. What's in the box? Here are some hints. Number 1, it won't break if you drop it.
Number 2, you can wear it.
Number 3, you can't eat it or drink it.
And number 4, it is not heavy. Okay, put the words in the appropriate order. Make sentences using can't or couldn't to express impossibility about what is in the box. Are you ready? Okay.
Number 1, it couldn't be delicious candy.
Number 2, it can't be my new glasses.
Number 3, it couldn't be a heavy book.
Number 4, it can't be expensive perfume. Did you get it? Good job! Okay, let's review.
What are 2 modal verbs we can use to express impossibility or disbelief?
That's easy. Can't and couldn't.
You're so smart. And what verb usually comes after can't or couldn't?
That's easy too. It's be.
You got it. Okay, one last question. If I use can't or couldn't to express impossibility, am I 100% certain?
No, you are almost 100% certain. Asking questions using modal verbs. Hey, Matt. It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Yeah, what's up?
Did you get the invitation to my party?
Yeah.
Are you able to come?
I think so. When should I come?
Could you come early to set up the dance floor? Maybe around 6?
The dance floor? Wow, sure, I can do that. But do I have to dance?
Of course you have to dance. Who will I dance with if you don't dance with me?
Okay, if I have to, I will. You sure are lucky to have a friend like me.
I know. Now should we practice?
Right, sure.
Let's take a look at how we make questions with modal verbs. With true modal verbs, we use the modal followed by the subject and then the main verb. Let's look at an example from the dialogue. Could you come early to my party? Could you come is the question form, which is different from the statement form. You could come. Let's look at one more example. Should we practice? Can you identify the parts of the question? Good. Should is the modal verb. And we is the subject. Finally, we have the main verb in its simple form, practice. If we want to ask an information question, we can simply add the WH word to the beginning of the sentence. For example, when should we practice? Where should we practice? Or why should we practice? Making questions with phrasal modals is a little different. Let's start with have to. In the dialogue, Matt asks, "Do I have to dance?" Notice the word order. We need do because we're talking about the present, not the past. Then we have the subject I, followed by have to, and the main verb, dance. Can you change this question into a statement? Good. I have to dance. Now, let's look at how to make questions with the phrasal modal be able to. Molly asks Matt, "Are you able to come?" Can you identify the parts of the question? Here we have the be verb, which is are in this case, followed by the subject, you, then able to, and the main verb in its simple form. How can we change this to a statement? Yep, I am able to come. We can also add WH words to these questions by putting them at the beginning. For example, when are you able to come? Okay, it's your turn. The guests at this party have a lot of questions. Can you match the questions to the answers? Number 1. Where can I find the bathroom? Good. C. It's down the hall to the right. Number 2. Will you dance with me? Yep, it's D. I'm sorry, but I'd rather not. Number 3. May I have something to drink? E. Of course. Tea or lemonade. Number 4. Where should I put this gift? Yep, over there on the table, please. And finally, number 5. Do you have to leave early? Yeah, I have an early flight to catch. All right, good job. Now you know how to use modal verbs in questions. See you next time.
This lesson is about adjectives. You'll learn what adjectives do and how to identify them. Adjectives are big. Adjectives are small. Adjectives can be pretty. Adjectives can be gorgeous. They can turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. Adjectives describe nouns and pronouns. Let's look at some examples. A diligent student gets good grades. A happy mother is a good mother. I have awesome teachers. Here are the adjectives, and here are the nouns. The adjectives describe the nouns. Adjectives can describe either singular or plural nouns. Adjectives can also describe pronouns. For example, he is happy, they are colorful. He and they are pronouns. Happy and colorful are adjectives, and they describe the pronouns. But how can you tell which words are adjectives? One thing you can do is look for common adjective endings, and we'll talk about those in just a minute. You can also look at the sentence structure. Here are some common adjective endings. All, like accidental, personal, or regional. Full, like beautiful, colorful, and skillful. Ick, like historic, athletic, and basic. Ish, like selfish, foolish, and pinkish. Here is one structure for using adjectives. We have subject plus linking verb plus adjective. And here are some common linking verbs. Be, become, seem, appear, look, feel, taste, smell, and sound. The linking verbs can be in any verb tense, such as present, past, perfect, or future. The other structure in sentences is to have adjective plus noun. For example, smart, student. Happy, mother. Awesome, teacher. You can also put articles in front of them, such as the, or a or an. Remember that adjectives are descriptive. Adjectives are important. Adjectives are easy.
Welcome. In this lesson, you will learn how to put many adjectives in the correct order. You already know that adjectives describe nouns and pronouns. For example, the teacher is happy. Teacher is the noun. Happy is the adjective that describes teacher. They are excited. They is the pronoun. And excited is the adjective that describes they. You can have many adjectives to describe one noun. For example, here are some nouns and some adjectives we could use to describe them. We can add more and more adjectives. But what order should the adjectives go in? How do you know what order to use? The good news is there is an order to adjectives. First comes the number, then opinion, size, shape, condition, age, color, pattern, origin, material, and then purpose. One way to remember this order is by using this sentence. Now, on small, slim couches, a cat puts on magic pajamas. Now on small, slim couches, a cat puts on magic pajamas. Now let's take a closer look. If we have the noun dresses, we could use these adjectives to describe them. 20, pretty, petite, long, clean, new, red, lacy, French, silk, wedding dresses. But usually we only use 3 to 4 different types of adjectives for one noun. For example, for this woman, we can describe her as pretty, slim, blonde, Canadian. Here's a challenge for you. How many different types of adjectives can you use to describe this dog? You may not be able to use all the different types of adjectives. Here's a possible answer. 1, sweet, medium, strong, young, white, spotted, English, hunting dog. In this lesson, you learned how to put many adjectives in the correct order. Thanks for watching.
In this lesson, you will learn about participle adjectives, the difference in meaning between ing and ed. Participle adjectives come from, you guessed it, participles. You have learned that the present participle is formed by adding ing. For example, the present participle of look is looking, and the present participle of dance is dancing. The past participle is generally formed by adding ed. Look becomes looked, and dance becomes danced. Present and past participles are used in verb tenses. Some participles can also function as adjectives. Look at these participle adjectives. Exciting, excited, amusing, amused, boring, bored, soothing, soothed. What do they have in common? They are feelings. When we use the past participle as an adjective, we are talking about the feeling itself. This feeling is inside you. It comes to you from outside. The present participle is the cause of this feeling. Let's say money. When I see money, I am excited. The cause of this excitement is money. Money is exciting. When I have it, I am very excited. Let's look at another example. They are laughing. They are amused. What's causing this? The TV show must be funny. It is amusing. Outside to inside. They are amused. They are laughing. Both of these sentences have participles. How do you know when a participle is a verb and when it's an adjective? Well, try the very test. Very laughing. They are very laughing. Can you say that? No. So laughing is being used here as a verb. Let's look at the other one. Very amused. They are very amused. Can you say that? Yes. So, amused here is being used as an adjective. This boy is sad. It's raining, so he can't play outside with his friends. He's been stuck at home all day. Which sentence is correct? The child is boring or the child is bored? If you say that the child is boring, then you are saying that he is not an interesting person. People don't like talking and listening to him. But that's not true. He is an interesting boy with many friends. The answer is the child is bored. He is not causing this feeling. The poor weather is causing this feeling. The rain is boring. Just like regular adjectives, participle adjectives do not need to be at the end of a sentence. They can go in front of nouns. Here's another way to say this. He is a bored child. To him, this is boring weather. Fortunately, it can't rain forever. Let's not have a boring day. After doing some practice activities with participle adjectives, go out and enjoy yourself. Maybe you can go to the beach. Let the ocean air inside your soul. The ocean air is soothing, and you will be soothed.
Hi! Today we will do a quick review on comparative and superlative adjectives. Let's look at the comparative first. Imagine that I have to choose between two universities, University A and University B. I chose some features that are important to me when I choose a school. We have student population, tuition, distance from home, and the IBT TOEFL score minimum. Looking at this chart, in terms of student population, A is smaller than B, or B is bigger than A. I like a school with less students, so far, University A is better. Next, tuition. How much it will cost every year. Wow, look at those prices. I cannot afford A. It is more expensive than B. In other words, B is cheaper than A. It seems that B is better. After this, I will look at how far these schools are from my home. I don't like driving, and there is a lot of traffic where I live. Wow, it seems A is farther than B. I like that B is closer. Lastly, I have to think about my TOEFL score. I don't have a high score. It seems that the TOEFL score requirement for A is higher than B. Since B's requirement is lower, maybe B will accept me. Overall, B seems like a better school for me. Let's review the comparative. We use the comparative when we compare two things or two people. In my case, I compared two schools. For adjectives with one syllable and some adjectives with two syllables, you add an ER to the adjective. Big becomes bigger. Spicy becomes spicier. Some two-syllable words are special. You would add more or less to the adjective. So careful becomes more careful or less careful. If there are 3 or more syllables, you would also add more or less to the adjective. For example, interesting. It becomes more interesting or less interesting. Finally, this is how you form a basic sentence pattern. X, be verb, comparative adjective, then Y. I have provided 2 examples. University A is smaller than University B. University B is cheaper than University A. Okay, some of you are thinking, well, what happens if I want to compare more than 2 things? Good question. Let's add one more school to our chart, University C. Now that I look at C and compare it to A and B,
I can say that school C is the smallest school with 6,400 students. But the tuition, oh my gosh, C is the most expensive of the 3 universities. For distance, A is still the farthest school, and B is the closest. Lastly, B still has the lowest TOEFL score minimum. It seems that B is still the best for me. Now, you probably noticed that all the adjectives changed from ER to EST. This is the superlative. It is used when we compare 3 or more things. The rules for superlatives are similar to comparatives. Let's review this chart. For superlatives, if adjectives are 1 or 2 syllables, you just add EST to the end. For some 2-syllable adjectives or 3 or more syllable adjectives, you would use most plus the adjective or least plus the adjective. Finally, when we want to make a sentence with the superlative, we do not use then. We would say X, be verb, the superlative adjective. It is very important to use the definite article the before the superlative. Oh, and there's one more thing. Yes, there are such things as irregular adjectives, good and bad. Instead of adding ER, EST, more or less, good becomes better and best. Bad becomes worse and worst. This is why you heard me say that B is better than A when I compared 2 universities, but B is also still the best when I compared 3 universities. One more example is far. The comparative becomes farther, and the superlative becomes farthest. I hope this review was helpful in reminding you of the differences between comparative and superlative adjectives. This is a continuation lesson of comparatives. Listen to a dialogue between me and my friend.
Hey, your new apartment is nice. It's definitely nicer than your last place.
Thanks. I'm glad I found this place too.
Oh, is this your family?
Oh yeah, we took this last year at our family reunion. This is my mom and my dad, my grandma, my older brother, and my younger brother.
Oh, your younger brother is almost as tall as your older brother.
Yeah, sometimes people can't tell who is older and who is younger.
And you're as tall as your dad.
Well, no, this picture doesn't show it, but I'm not as tall as my dad. He's still taller than me. I'm wearing high-heel shoes.
Aw, your grandma and your mom look very similar.
Yeah, everyone says the same thing. I think it's the face shape. My mom's face is just as round as my grandma's.
Yeah, it seems like it. So, who is the most talkative?
I think my older brother. My grandma thinks he is one of the most talkative guys in the entire family. I think he just enjoys talking to people. Everyone thinks he's very friendly.
Oh, so your younger brother is not nearly as talkative as your older brother?
Oh, no. My younger brother is pretty quiet.
Oh, well, does your older brother have a girlfriend? Personally, I've never seen a more handsome guy.
I'm not sure about that. I just had a conversation about my family with my friend. You probably noticed that I used as a lot. Let's take a look at the sentences using as. As phrases are used for comparing 2 things. My friend said,
You are as tall as your dad. This is the same as saying that my dad and I are the same height. When you want to say that two things are the same, you can use the sentence pattern subject 1, be verb, as, adjective, as, subject 2. Let's take a look at another sentence. My mom's face is just as round as my grandma's. This is the same as saying that both their faces are the same roundness. You noticed that I used just. Just is common in conversation. It emphasizes that the two things are exactly the same. Next, my friend said, your younger brother is almost as tall as your older brother. Now this sentence is a little different compared to the previous sentences because it has the word almost. Almost means that they are close, but not the same. The sentence basically means that my older brother is taller than my younger brother, but they are close in height. Another word that means almost is nearly. That means that we can also say your brother is nearly as tall as your older brother. You can also use the negative not with as, not as. Look at this sample sentence. I'm not as tall as my dad. In this sentence, I am basically saying that my dad and I are not the same height. My dad is taller than me. When you say subject 1, be verb, not as, adjective, as, subject 2, you are saying that subject 2 is still more than subject 1. Here is another sentence from the conversation. My younger brother is not nearly as talkative as my older brother. In this sentence, because it is negative, we already know that my older brother is more talkative than my younger brother. When we add the word nearly, it doesn't change the meaning. It's just emphasizing the negative in conversation. Maybe you are wondering, can we use almost in negative sentences? The answer is no. You cannot say, my younger brother is not almost as talkative as my older brother. It doesn't work. Instead, you can also use quite. It has the same meaning as nearly in this case. My younger brother is not quite as talkative as my older brother. For these as sentences, they show comparison. But the way that you make a sentence is different from using the ER comparative adjective. Now we will continue to talk about more superlative sentences. I will still use the dialogue from More Comparative Sentences video lesson. Let's look at the superlative-related sentences from the dialogue. You probably noticed that I used the sentence, he is one of the most talkative guys in the entire family. The meaning of this sentence is different from saying he is the most talkative guy in the entire family. In the first sentence, I am suggesting that there are very talkative guys in my family, and he is one of them. The sentence pattern is subject, be verb, one of the, superlative adjective, plural noun. It is important to make this noun plural because my brother is not the only talkative one. There are other talkative people in my family too. Let's look at a couple more examples that aren't related to my conversation. There are many famous cities in the world: Paris, London, Hong Kong, Dubai, etc. New York City is one of them too. So we can say, New York City is one of the most famous cities in the world. Most famous is a superlative of famous, and city becomes the plural cities. Another example, Helen is one of the smartest people that I know. I know a lot of smart people, and Helen is one of them. Smartest is a superlative for smart, and person becomes people for plural. I hope these examples help you understand this sentence pattern. We have one last superlative sentence. This one is a little confusing, so pay attention carefully. In the conversation, my friend said, I've never seen a more handsome guy. In this sentence, you see more handsome and you think, oh, it's a comparative adjective, handsome to more handsome. But then you see never, and this is actually a change in the meaning. The meaning of this sentence becomes a superlative. It is the same as saying, he is the most handsome guy. This sentence is more frequently used in conversations. The sentence pattern is subject, present perfect, never, comparative adjective, noun. Let me give you some more examples. She is taking a test and it's extremely hard. It's possible to say she has never taken a harder test. This means that in her opinion, this is the hardest test. Notice the comparative harder and the present perfect plus never, has never taken. Another example is a group of people are eating very spicy noodles. It's probably the spiciest noodles that they have ever eaten because they have to drink a lot of water. I can say they have never eaten spicier noodles. Spicy becomes spicier. Also, I used present perfect plus never, have never eaten. Hi, for this lesson, I will give a short overview about adjective clauses. But first, let's review what an adjective is. Adjectives are words that describe a noun. Imagine you need to move to a new apartment. What kind of apartment do you want? A big apartment? A clean apartment? A quiet apartment? Big, clean, and quiet all describe the noun apartment. They are adjectives. An adjective clause is similar to an adjective. It also describes a noun, but it looks different. What kind of apartment do you want? Here is an example. I want to live in an apartment that has a big bathroom. That has a big bathroom is an adjective clause. Or we can think about roommates. What kind of roommate do you want? I want a roommate who likes to cook. A roommate that pays rent on time is also important. Who likes to cook and that pays rent on time are adjective clauses. There are two important points. Number one, in adjective clauses, there are special pronouns that connect the main clause to the adjective clause. Who, whom, which, that, and whose. Number two, adjective clauses also contain a verb. These are important points to remember when making sentences with adjective clauses. You are ready to watch more videos on adjective clauses now. Enjoy!
Adjective clauses. Subject pronouns. These 5 people who are sitting next to me are my siblings. That means my brothers and sisters. I'm the girl who has blonde hair. The man who is wearing a suit lives in San Francisco. He's Jody. The girl who is wearing a yellow dress is my sister, Melissa. The guy who is sitting next to my sister is my youngest brother, Alex. Spencer is my only brother who has a beard. The man who is sitting next to Alex is Jamie. I love my family. Okay, let's talk about adjective clauses. Adjective clauses are clauses that describe a noun. Just like adjectives, we use them to talk about nouns. All of the nouns you see here are in red. They are being modified by the adjective clauses. When we use adjective clauses, we must have a subject and a verb. That's what makes it a clause. In this case, the subject is a pronoun. In all of these examples, the subject pronoun is who. Notice that this verb is plural. Why is that? Well, let's look at the noun that the adjective clause is modifying. These 5 people is a plural noun, so we need to make sure we have a plural verb in our adjective clause. The verb in the adjective clause must agree with the noun that it's modifying. Who is a subject pronoun that we use for people. However, we can also use that for people. You know, I like to go on trips with my family, but we can't always agree where we want to stay. Jamie prefers a hotel that has a pool. I want to stay in a hotel that is close to the ocean. Jody and Spencer like hotels which offer free breakfast. They really like to eat. We can also use adjective clauses to describe things. Notice the pronouns in these adjective clauses. We use that and which for subject pronouns that describe things. Do you remember that can also be used as a subject pronoun that describes a person? Notice here too that one of these example sentences has a plural verb in the adjective clause. It's offer, because the adjective clause is describing a plural noun, hotels. Again, the verb in the adjective clause must agree with the noun that it's describing. The wise owl has a message for you. Be careful. You cannot take out the subject pronouns in adjective clauses. It is wrong to say the man is wearing a suit lives in San Francisco. What's missing? Yeah, we need a pronoun, who or that. Okay, here's some important things to remember about adjective clauses with subject pronouns. We must not omit the pronoun. We have to have it. The pronouns we can use for people are who and that. The pronouns we can use for things are which and that. And the verb in the adjective clause must agree with the noun it modifies. Now you know about adjective clauses with subject pronouns. Why am I here, Detective Wong?
Well, I'm investigating a kidnapping. A very important person is missing. You were last seen near Judy's office. What were you doing near there, Emily?
I didn't go inside Judy's office. I walked past her office to the coffee machine.
Did you see anyone else there?
Yes, I saw a woman. The woman was wearing a purple dress.
Purple.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Yes. The woman who I saw was wearing a purple dress.
In this crime story, you will hear many adjective clauses with object pronouns. For people, we have 4 options: who, whom, that, and nothing. Let's start at the beginning. The main parts of a sentence are the subject, verb, and object. To identify them, it might be easiest to find the verb phrase first. Emily saw a woman. What is the verb? Saw. Everything after the verb phrase is loosely called the object. In this case, it's a woman. For people as an object of an adjective clause, we have these 4 options. What do we know about this woman? Well, she was wearing a purple dress. We can combine these 2 ideas together. We replace the object, a woman, with a pronoun. The woman who Emily saw was wearing a purple dress. The woman whom Emily saw was wearing a purple dress. The woman that Emily saw was wearing a purple dress. The woman Emily saw was wearing a purple dress. Of these 4 options, whom is the most formal? It is more commonly used in academic and professional writing, not often used in casual conversation. Let's take a look at the new sentence structure. What is the main verb phrase? The main verb phrase is was wearing. Remember, an adjective clause is a dependent clause. It is attached to the original noun, like an arm to your body. In this case, the original noun is the woman. The subject of this sentence becomes the woman that Emily saw. The main verb is was wearing, and the main object is a purple dress.
She had a purse. The purse was big. The purse that she had was very big.
Tell me more about it.
She was carrying an orange purse. It looked heavy.
Are you sure?
Yes, the orange purse which she was carrying looked heavy.
For things, we only have 3 options: which, that, and nothing. Again, the main parts of a sentence are the subject, verb, and object. The woman had an orange purse. The verb is had. The object is an orange purse. For things, as the object of an adjective clause, we have these 3 options. What else do we know about this orange purse? The orange purse looked heavy. Let's combine these 2 sentences together by replacing the object, an orange purse, with a pronoun. The orange purse which she had looked heavy. The orange purse that she had looked heavy. The orange purse she had looked heavy. Of these 3 options, which is the most formal? It is more often used in writing than in conversation. Look at the sentence structure. What is the main verb? Looked is the main verb. Had is a dependent verb that is attached to she, which is attached to the original noun, the orange purse. The subject is now the orange purse that she had, the main verb is looked, and the object is heavy.
So the purse she was carrying was orange and heavy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Liar! No woman in a purple dress would carry an orange purse. I need to hear the truth. Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth that I need to hear.
All right. I took cheerleader Peter. I kidnapped cheerleader Peter. I love him too. I kidnapped the man I love.
I knew it.
Let's review. Detective Wong said, I need to hear the truth. Tell me the truth. The truth is a thing, an abstract idea. Using the second sentence as the main clause, Detective Wong turned the first sentence into an adjective clause. For a thing, what are the 3 ways to do this? Tell me the truth which I need to hear. Tell me the truth that I need to hear. Tell me the truth I need to hear. Emily confessed, I love the man cheerleader Peter. I kidnapped him. Emily put this adjective clause into this main clause. For a person, what are the 4 ways to do this? I kidnapped the man who I love. I kidnapped the man whom I love. I kidnapped the man that I love. I kidnapped the man I love.
Thank you so much for your good work.
You're welcome.
I missed you, cheerleader Peter. I missed you cheering me on as I work. Are you happy to be back?
Using whose in adjective clauses. Do you know who this girl is? I'll give you some hints. This is a photo of a girl whose eyes could not see. This is a photo of a girl whose ears could not hear. This is a photo of a girl whose teacher taught her to read, write, and even speak. And this is a photo of a girl whose name is famous all over the world. Do you know who this girl is? Right, it's Helen Keller. Now notice, all of the sentences begin with the same main clause. This is a photo of a girl, followed by adjective clauses that are underlined. Now all of these adjective clauses begin with the same word, whose, which is a possessive pronoun. Let's talk a little bit more about possessive pronouns. The most common ones are my, your, her, his, and its, our, and their, which are all words that represent nouns and that show ownership or relationship. For instance, my hair is messy today. My hair shows ownership. Mrs. McGee is their teacher. Their teacher shows relationship. Now let's talk about a different possessive pronoun, one which we use with adjective clauses. Whose. Take a look at this photo. I want to say that I met this man and that there were certain features about him that were unique. I met a man whose mustache is very long. What else could we say? I met a man whose voice is very deep. What about this photo? I want to say I saw a dog with certain features. I saw a dog whose ears are very big. I saw a dog whose legs are short. Do you see a pattern? After whose, add the noun. In these examples, we see whose mustache, whose voice, whose ears, and whose legs, followed by the main verb in the adjective clause. Great. So we know that whose represents a noun. In adjective clauses, whose can represent either the subject or the object of the main clause. This is a photo of a girl whose eyes could not see. Whose represents girl. I met a man whose mustache is very long. Whose represents man. And I saw a dog whose ears are very big. Whose represents dog. Now in all three of these sentences, do you think that whose represents the subject or the object of the main clause? Good job. It's the object. But what about the subject? Take a look at this clause. The boy is the youngest. This is going to be our main clause. And notice that the boy is the subject of the clause. We could say, the boy whose shirt is red is the youngest. And whose represents the boy, the subject of the main clause. Here's another example. The girl is the fastest. The girl whose hair is black is the fastest. Whose represents girl, the subject of the main clause. Great. Now be careful because the possessive pronoun whose is not the same as whose, which is the contraction of who is. See if you can fill in the blanks with the correct whose. Number 1, the lady blank holding her belly is 8 months pregnant. Number 2, the lady blank belly is very round, is 8 months pregnant. Did you figure it out? Number 1, the lady whose or who is holding her belly is 8 months pregnant. Number 2, the lady whose belly is very round is 8 months pregnant. Well, I want to thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
Which one of the following sentences is wrong? That is the teacher to whom I spoke yesterday. That is the teacher whom I spoke to yesterday. That is the teacher who I spoke to yesterday. That is the teacher to that I spoke yesterday. That is the teacher that I spoke to yesterday. That is the teacher I spoke to yesterday. The answer is number 4 is wrong. In this lesson, you will learn how to correctly make sentences using adjective clauses with prepositions. With each of the sentences from before, there are 2 parts: the main clause in blue and the adjective clause in red. When we look closely at the clauses, we can see 2 sentences. That is the teacher, and I spoke yesterday to her, where the red sentence tells us more about the first sentence. In the first part, teacher and her mean the same thing, and to is the preposition. Now, to put the sentences as one adjective clause sentence, to her needs to move right after teacher. Then we need to replace her with an adjective clause pronoun such as whom. We can also move the preposition to after the verb spoke. Instead of whom, we can also use the informal who. We can even replace who with that. We can leave out the adjective clause pronoun completely. So we have, that is the teacher I spoke to yesterday. When we talk about people in adjective clauses, we can use whom, who, that, or nothing. But if you want the preposition right after the noun being described, for example here, the teacher, then the only choice we have is whom. Here's another example with the main clause in blue and the adjective clause in red. Here's the email about which I told you. Here's the email which I told you about. Here's the email that I told you about. Here's the email I told you about. Again, when we look at the clauses more closely, we can see 2 sentences. Here is the email, and I told you about it, where the red sentence tells us more about the first sentence. In the first part, email is the same as it, and about is the preposition. The adjective clause sentence tells us more about the email in the main clause. As in the last example, we need to move the preposition close to the noun we are describing. But this time we replace it with which. Or we can move about to the end of the adjective clause. We can change which to that, or even take it out completely. Now when we describe things instead of people, we have to use which, that, or nothing. But after the preposition, we must use which only. Now let's look at another example. I called the man to whom I sent the email. I called the man whom I sent the email to. I called the man who I sent the email to. I called the man that I sent the email to. I called the man I sent the email to. But in reality, the most common written form of the sentence is the one with that. But in speaking, the most common form is the one without a pronoun. In this lesson, you learned how to correctly make sentences with adjective clauses with prepositions. Thanks for listening.
Using where in adjective clauses. Okay, let's begin with a quick review of adjective clauses. Now, adjective clauses are clauses, so they are made up of a subject and verb. And they start with relative pronouns like who, whom, which, that, and whose. But what do adjective clauses do? Well, they modify, or in other words, describe nouns. Now here are some example sentences with adjective clauses in parentheses. 1. The students who arrived late sat in the back of the room. 2. Michael is the person whom you have spoken to on the phone. 3. No one bought any of the computers that weren't on sale. 4. The garden is full of flowers which only bloom in the spring. And 5. I congratulated the mother whose child won first place in the spelling contest. In blue, you can see the relative pronouns that you've already learned how to use. Who, whom, that, which, and whose. And in red, you can see the nouns that they modify. Students, person, computers, flowers, and mother. Now you already know that who, whom, that, and whose are used to modify people, while which, that, and whose are used to modify things. But what about where? Well, it's used to modify locations or places like cities, parks, rooms, even space, or places on the internet. Now let's talk about different places in California using some of my own photographs. The place where I took this picture is called Joshua Tree National Park. It is a huge, beautiful park in San Bernardino, California. And they have lots of trees that look like this, and they are called Joshua trees. These photos were taken in a forest where you can find red trees called manzanita trees. They are in Santa Barbara, California. There is an aquarium in Monterey where you can see many different types of jellyfish. And in San Diego, there is a museum where you can take a photo with a gigantic dung beetle. They also have lots of cool dinosaurs. The museum where I saw a Pablo Picasso sculpture is called LACMA, the Los Angeles Contemporary Museum of Art. Don't you think the sculpture looks a lot like a rooster? Now let's take a look at the first sentence. The place where I took this picture is called Joshua Tree National Park. Do you see where the adjective clause is? It's right here, where I took this picture. Now, this adjective clause modifies the word place. Where is the pronoun, I is the subject, and took is the verb, which follows the structure where, the pronoun, plus the subject and verb. What about this sentence? These photos were taken in a forest where you can find red trees. Here's the adjective clause, and forest is the location word that it modifies. Now let's look at 3 more sentences. I'd like for you to think about where the adjective clauses are and which words they modify. There is an aquarium in Monterey where you can see many different types of jellyfish. Do you see the adjective clause? Here it is, and it modifies aquarium in Monterey. Next, in San Diego, there is a museum where you can take a picture with a gigantic dung beetle. Here's the adjective clause, and it modifies museum. And last we have, the museum where I saw a Pablo Picasso sculpture is called LACMA. Here's the adjective clause, and it modifies the word museum. I'd like to take a closer look at the last sentence. The museum where I saw a Pablo Picasso sculpture is called LACMA. Now, the adjective clause, where I saw a Pablo Picasso sculpture, can be written in several different ways using several different pronouns. Here, using where, there is no preposition. But let's take a second to think about what this sentence is saying. The adjective clause is saying, I saw a Pablo Picasso sculpture in a museum. And the rest of the sentence is saying, the museum is called LACMA. Do you see a preposition in the first sentence? That's right. In is a preposition. Now let's use in order to express the original sentence in several different ways. The museum in which I saw a Picasso sculpture is called LACMA. The museum which I saw a Picasso sculpture in is called LACMA. The museum that I saw a Picasso sculpture in is called LACMA. The museum I saw a Picasso sculpture in is called LACMA. Notice that this last sentence does not have a pronoun, which is totally fine. And all of these sentences express the same idea as the museum where I saw a Picasso sculpture is called LACMA. Now I'd like to give you another example using this photo. Here, I am at a cafe where I'm learning to play chess for the first time. Notice anything strange? Yeah, the game pieces were really big. The cafe where I learned to play chess had very large game boards. Now let's think about the several different ways that I can express the same idea. I can say the cafe at which I learned to play chess had very large game boards, or the cafe which I learned to play chess at had very large game boards, or the cafe that I learned to play chess at had very large game boards. And finally, the cafe I learned to play chess at had very large game boards. Now, you have a lot of choices here, but I do want to point out that the most common forms would be using where and also not using a pronoun at all. For instance, I can end this lesson by saying, I hope you enjoyed hearing about some of the places where I've been around California. Or, I hope you enjoyed hearing about some of the places I've been to around California. Either way, I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I hope you feel more comfortable now expressing your thoughts about places using where in adjective clauses.
Using when in adjective clauses. The type of adjective clause you will be learning is how to use when plus the subject and verb. Now, what type of nouns do you think when modifies? Well, time words. Some examples of nouns of time include time, season, morning, period, moment, anniversary, year, month, and day. But of course, there are many other words that refer to time. Now take a look at these different images. Which time period do these images represent? The 1940s, the 1950s, or the 1960s? The correct answer is the 1950s. So let's talk about the history. Now, one thing that I can say about the 1950s is that the 1950s was a time when many great products were introduced, such as the color TV, Lego toy, car seatbelt, and remote control. Now, I think we can all agree that these are pretty great. Now, I bet 1955 was a very exciting time for both children and adults because 1955 is the year when Disneyland opened. Also, the 1950s was a period in history when some very important things happened. For example, DNA was discovered. Also, NASA was founded. And the polio vaccine was discovered, saving hundreds and thousands of children. Now let's learn a little more about each of these events. Pay close attention to the use of when to form adjective clauses about time. The year when Cambridge scientists Watson and Crick discovered the chemical structure of DNA is 1953. Since then, we have learned so much about all living things thanks to these scientists. October 1st, 1958 is the date when NASA became operational to begin space explorations. Since then, our understanding of our place in the universe has never been the same. The date when Dr. Jonas Salk announced the effectiveness of the polio vaccine on the radio is March 26, 1953. Thanks to Dr. Salk, there are almost no known cases of polio now in the U.S. Take a look at these sentences. Where is the adjective clause? I've highlighted for you where the adjective clause begins and ends. Let's take a look. The year when Cambridge scientists Watson and Crick discovered the chemical structure of DNA is 1953. October 1st, 1958 is the day when NASA became operational to begin space explorations. The date when Dr. Jonas Salk announced the effectiveness of the polio vaccine on the radio is March 26, 1953. Now, do you remember what I said about these images? The 1950s was a time when many great products were introduced. Now let's talk about the adjective clause in this sentence. We have when, the pronoun, plus many great products, the subject, and were introduced, the verb. And this adjective clause modifies time. Now the sentence is basically saying the 1950s was a time many great products were introduced in that time. There are several different ways that you can express the same idea. The 1950s was a time in which many great products were introduced. Notice that with which you should use a preposition, the appropriate preposition. The 1950s was a time
that many great products were introduced, and the 1950s was a time many great products were introduced using no pronoun. Using when and no pronoun are the most common forms. Let's take a look at another example. Let's combine these two ideas. 1955 is the year Disneyland opened in that year. Do you remember how to complete the sentence? 1955 is the year when Disneyland opened. Here are some other ways that you can say the same thing. 1955 is the year in which Disneyland opened. We can also say 1955 is the year that Disneyland opened, or you can simply say 1955 is the year Disneyland opened. Let me test your memory one more time. Combine these two ideas. The 1950s was a period in history. Some very important things happened in that time. Well, the answer is the 1950s was a period in history when some very important things happened. Well done. Well, I hope you had fun going back in time with me, and I hope that you are more comfortable using when in adjective clauses. Thanks for watching.
A lesson on reducing adjective clauses. Before you watch this video, make sure you have already reviewed the lessons on adjective clauses as subjects and as objects. Listen to a conversation about a picture that I took.
Hey, cool picture.
Thanks. I like taking pictures of people who aren't looking at the camera.
Did you talk to them after?
Oh yeah, I sat down to chat with them for a little bit. The boy who is sitting in the middle is 11 years old. The girl who is standing next to him is his 7-year-old cousin. The man who is on the left is a stranger.
The cartoon t-shirt, which is worn by the boy, is pretty popular these days. My brother also likes that cartoon.
Oh, I've never seen it before. I actually thought that the man's outfit was funnier. He had so many different types of stripes. His hat, sweater, and inside shirt.
Oh, you're right. People who wear stripes should be careful about mixing too many stripe patterns. By the way, why are there so many pedestrian barriers?
Oh, on that day, police were setting up for a marathon. The road that was blocked by the barriers was part of the finish line.
Ah.
After listening to the conversation, you probably noticed many adjective clauses. Did you know that when native English speakers use some adjective clauses, they naturally reduce them because they can save time? We call them adjective phrases. Let me explain the difference between an adjective clause and an adjective phrase. A phrase is shorter than a clause. An adjective clause has an adjective clause pronoun, who, which, that. A phrase does not have an adjective clause pronoun. A clause has a complete verb. However, in a phrase, the verb form is changed. Here is an example of a sentence with an adjective clause. The boy who is sitting in the middle is 11 years old. Who is sitting in the middle is the adjective clause. Now, let's reduce this clause to an adjective phrase. The boy sitting in the middle is 11 years old. Sitting in the middle is the adjective phrase. In the phrase, you can see that there is no adjective clause pronoun, and the verb is shortened from is sitting to just sitting. What are the rules to do this? Let's take a look. Rule number 1. You can only reduce adjective clauses that use adjective clause subject pronouns. It doesn't work with object pronouns. If you have forgotten adjective clause, subject, or object pronouns, please review those videos again. However, here is an example not from the conversation. Number 1. My friend who is working in New York City is coming to visit. Number 2. My friend who I met in New York City is coming to visit. The first sentence uses who as a subject pronoun. This means that you can reduce this sentence more. On the other hand, in the second sentence, you see who and then the I next to it. This is a sign that you are using who as an adjective clause object pronoun. This clause cannot be reduced. Rule number 2. Check the verb situation of the adjective clause. If it is a progressive tense, with a prepositional phrase, or a passive verb, they can be reduced. Let's look at the adjective clauses from the conversation again. Number 1. The girl who is standing next to him is his 7-year-old cousin. Who is standing is the present progressive. The man who is on the left is a stranger. In this sentence, you see who is on. On is a preposition, so this is a prepositional phrase. Number 3. The cartoon t-shirt which is worn by the boy is pretty popular these days. Which is worn is a passive verb. Finally, number 4. The road that was blocked by the barriers was part of the finish line. That was blocked is also a passive. For these 4 sentences, you reduce the clauses by cutting the adjective clause pronouns who, which, or that. Then you cut the be verb. The reduced sentences become, the girl standing next to him is his 7-year-old cousin. The man on the left is a stranger. The cartoon t-shirt worn by the boy is pretty popular these days. The road blocked by the barriers was part of the finish line. There was one more sentence that included a present progressive. I like taking pictures of people who aren't looking at the camera. Here you see a negative verb, aren't looking, which basically means are not looking. What should we do with negatives? Well, cut the who and the be verb and keep the not. It would look like this. I like taking pictures of people not looking at the camera. Now, what should we do if there are no be verbs? Let's look at the following sentence. People who wear stripes should be careful about mixing too many stripe patterns. Here we have the simple present tense wear. In this situation, cut the who, which, that, and take the verb and add ing. The shortened sentence becomes, people wearing stripes should be careful about mixing too many stripe patterns. Now we have reduced all the clauses to phrases. Let's listen to the conversation one more time to see what happens.
Hey, cool picture.
Thanks. I like taking pictures of people not looking at the camera.
Did you talk to them after?
Oh yeah, I sat down to chat with them for a little bit. The boy sitting in the middle is 11 years old. The girl standing next to him is his 7-year-old cousin. The man on the left is a stranger.
The cartoon t-shirt worn by the boy is pretty popular these days. My brother also likes that cartoon.
Oh, I've never seen it before. I actually thought that the man's outfit was funnier. He had so many different types of stripes. His hat, sweater, and inside shirt.
Oh, you're right. People wearing stripes should be careful about mixing too many stripe patterns. By the way, why are there so many pedestrian barriers?
Oh, that day, police were setting up for a marathon. The road blocked by the barriers was part of the finish line.
Oh.
The conversation is a little shorter, right? Reducing adjective clauses may be confusing, so remember to do the exercises. This is a continuation lesson of reducing adjective clauses. If you haven't watched the lesson on reduced adjective clauses, make sure to check that one out first. This lesson focuses on appositives. Before I show you what an appositive is, take a look at the following sentences. UCI, which is a university in Orange County, is known for its biology and engineering programs. Michelle Obama, who is President Obama's wife, cares about the health of children in the United States. Lord of the Rings, which was a story by J.R.R. Tolkien, was made into a 3-part movie. Did you notice the commas in each sentence? Take a look. Why are there commas? Well, if you look at the main subject of each sentence, UCI, Michelle Obama, and Lord of the Rings, they are all nouns that are specific and generally well known. The adjective clauses between the commas just give extra information. Compare them to the following sentences. The lady who is the manager of the supermarket is my neighbor. The building, which is an institution for after-school tutoring, is very popular in this neighborhood. Here, there are no commas. Why? It is because the lady and the building are not specific. They are too general. The listener might not know what I am referring to. It is necessary to say the lady who is the manager of the supermarket and the building, which is an institution for after-school tutoring, to be clear. Remember, when commas are added, that means the adjective clause is just additional information. Okay, let's look at the original 3 sentences again and study the pattern of the adjective clause. We see the main subject, then the comma, then the adjective clause pronoun who or which, then the be verb, and then a noun or a noun phrase, and then finally the last comma. So what are the rules? Similar to the previous video on reducing adjective clauses, you would just have to cut the adjective clause pronoun, as well as the be verb. For these sentences, don't cut the commas or the articles like a and an, or the. Let's take a look at what happens after reduction. UCI, a university in Orange County, is known for its biology and engineering programs. Michelle Obama, President Obama's wife, cares about the health of children in the United States. Lord of the Rings, a story by J.R.R. Tolkien, was made into a 3-part movie. These adjective clauses have been reduced to nouns or noun phrases. Can you guess what these special noun phrases are called? I'll give you a hint. What's this video about? That's right, it's an appositive. An appositive is basically a noun or a noun phrase that gives a new name to the main noun. A university in Orange County is a noun phrase explaining UCI. President Obama's wife is a noun explaining Michelle Obama. A story by J.R.R. Tolkien is a noun phrase explaining Lord of the Rings. Appositives can be used in speaking or writing, but remember, if you use them in writing, make sure to include the commas to separate the noun or noun phrases from the main part of the sentence. You are now ready to try the exercises.
Hi there. In this lesson, we will review the main rules for count and non-count noun use. Remember, nouns describe people like doctor, teacher, student, lawyer, places such as school, work, bank, restaurant, and things like water, sun, love, textbook. For example, in these sentences, we have several nouns. They're underlined in yellow. What's important about nouns is actually there are two types, countable and non-countable nouns. For short, we'll call them count and non-count nouns. With count nouns, that means we can use a, an, one, and numbers because these items are able to be counted. But with non-count nouns, we can't use numbers. They cannot be counted. With count nouns, if you have more than one, then we have to use the plural forms by adding s, es, or ies. Let's review some rules for making plural nouns. Here, V means vowels, which are the letters A, E, I, O, and U, and C represents consonants, which are all the other letters in English. To make most nouns plural, we simply add an S, such as ants, desks, seasons, cars. If there is a vowel and Y, we just add S, like essays, boys, keys, and toys. If we have a word with a vowel and O, we just add S. For example, zoos, videos. If a noun ends in a consonant plus Y, we need to change the Y to I and then add ES, such as libraries, countries, babies, ladies. Words that end in sh, ch, s, and x need ES added. For example, boxes, buses, matches, and taxes. Words that end in a consonant and O, we add ES, like heroes, potatoes, and zeros. But there are also irregular plural nouns that do not follow these patterns, such as children, men, women, mice, and feet. Non-count nouns like these are a little different. Because count nouns are countable, we can use numbers, but we cannot count rice or air, so we can't use numbers in front of non-count nouns. Most non-count nouns fall into a few categories, like very small things that are too difficult to count alone, gases, things you study in school, things that make up the whole of a group of items. Other categories include activities, such as things you do for fun, as well as diseases and abstract ideas. But how do you know if a noun is countable or uncountable? The best way is to check an English dictionary. Nowadays, you can find several free ones online. When you look at the dictionary, next to the listing for noun, you should see a note about whether or not the noun is countable. The reason knowing whether a noun is countable or not is important is because it can affect which verb you choose. The subject, which is often a noun, needs to agree with the verb. What that means is when you have a singular subject, it must agree with a singular verb. When you have a plural subject, you must use a plural verb. What that means is for single count nouns as well as non-count nouns, we need to use singular verbs. With plural count nouns, use plural verbs. But because non-count nouns don't have a plural form, we can't use the plural verb with non-count nouns. In this lesson, we reviewed the main rules for count and non-count noun use. What's wrong with these sentences? If you've made these types of mistakes with nouns in English, no one would stop and correct you because in the big picture, they are minor mistakes. But native English speakers will quickly recognize you as a non-native user of English if you make these types of mistakes. Each of these sentences is wrong because of a misunderstanding about the nouns. You see them underlined in green. In this lesson, we'll learn how to avoid common mistakes with count and non-count nouns. Let's look at the first sentence. I found information on the internet. This error is misusing non-count nouns with plural forms because non-count nouns are singular only and do not take a plural s or es form. These nouns are not countable, which means we cannot use s or es on the end to make the words plural. So to correct this sentence, take off the plural s from informations, so we have I found information on the internet. In the sentence, we need a new luggage before the trip, there is a problem with luggage being used with a. We cannot use a or an with non-count nouns. A and mean one, but non-count nouns cannot be counted. With these non-count nouns, we cannot use numbers in front of them. We also cannot use a or an in front of them. To correct the original sentence, remove a, so we need new luggage before the trip. In the next sentence, where is the scissors, we have incorrect subject-verb agreement in paired nouns. Subject-verb agreement means the subject and verb must both be singular or plural. Paired nouns, however, have two parts, and that makes them plural nouns that need plural verbs. We have several words like this in English. For example, scissors, binoculars, tongs, glasses, also called spectacles, and words that go along with us being able to walk on two legs, like shoes, pants, which includes jeans, and shorts. To correct this type of mistake, replace the singular verb with the plural verb. In this case, we need are instead of is. Another error is seen in this sentence. John doesn't have monies. Money is in the plural. Monies is a special use of a usually non-count noun. Some non-count nouns can be used in plural form, but they often have a special meaning in the plural. Here are some usually non-count nouns, money and currency, that can be used in the plural, but with a very different and specific meaning. If you work in international business, finance, or accounting, you might use these words in the plural when you're talking about international markets and trading international currencies. But if you don't work in those kinds of businesses, you wouldn't use these in the plural. Some other normally non-count nouns might be heard in the plural in conversations. For example, coffee and water. You might hear, I want a coffee, or can we have 3 waters, please? Especially in restaurants when people are ordering. But what the speaker really means is, I want a cup of coffee, and can we have 3 glasses of water?
In formal situations, and especially in writing, it is best to include cup of or glasses of, and use these words as non-count nouns. We see similar special use with non-count nouns in the words food, cuisine, and wine. You might sometimes hear or see them as plural, meaning a kind or type of. For example, I enjoy different foods from all over, or Northern California is known for its many wines. But what the speaker really means is, I enjoy different kinds of food from all over, and Northern California is known for its many types of wine. Again, the more formal form is to include kinds of or types of and use these words as non-count nouns. Some other non-count nouns used in a similar way include candy and candies, fruit and fruits, meat and meats, cheese and cheeses. So to correct our sentence, we need to take out the plural, monies, and use the singular non-count form, money, because John isn't trading in international currencies. He is simply broke. In this sentence, world news are important to know. There is a mistake with non-count noun endings that use s. There are some non-count nouns that have s at the end, but aren't plural. Here are some other examples. News, as in daily events and information. School subjects like physics, mathematics, statistics. Customs, meaning a Department of Immigration. They're the ones who ask you, do you have anything to declare, when you arrive in a new country. Billiards is a type of ball game you play on a table. Several illnesses end in S, like measles, mumps, and AIDS. Each of these words is non-countable and therefore needs a singular verb following it. For example, news is happening every day. Physics is a difficult subject. Customs requires you to declare money and goods. Billiards appears confusing to me. Measles kills people every year. To correct the mistake, replace are with is in our original example. For this sentence, the data is important. We have the opposite problem. Irregular plural count nouns need to have subject-verb agreement, but some count nouns have irregular plural forms that do not follow the usual pattern of s endings. In English, we have some nouns with very different plural forms like datum, data, criterion, criteria, and phenomenon and phenomena. Then we have some nouns that don't change at all, like sheep, shrimp, and fish. So for instance, the datum is important and the data are important. The criterion has a purpose and the criteria have a purpose. A strange phenomenon occurs every June, and strange phenomena occur every June. When we use these words, the singular form needs a singular verb, and the plural form needs a plural verb. Here are some examples with sheep, shrimp, and fish. Because the singular and plural forms are the same, the verb will tell us if we are talking about one or many. A sheep is sleeping. The sheep are sleeping. There is a shrimp on the floor. There are shrimp on the floor. I bought a new fish for my fish tank. I bought new fish for my fish tank. Also remember to use a or an for singular forms only. Now, here are the corrected sentences from the start of our lesson. The underlined parts of the sentences show where we made changes. So remember, Try to avoid these common noun mistakes, and you will be more confident using English.
And an. What's the difference? And an are called indefinite articles. I will explain how to use them in another lesson. But for this lesson, we'll talk about the difference between the two. Well, it depends on the word that comes after. Actually, it's not just the word, it's the first letter of the word. Do you remember consonants and vowels? A vowel is A, E, I, O, U, the dark letters in the right box. Consonants are the other letters which are not vowels. Look at the dark letters in the left box. If the word starts with a consonant sound, like B, C, D, then you should use a. For example, bookmark. B, B is a consonant sound, so it should be a bookmark. Also, telephone. T, T is a consonant sound, so it should be a telephone. If the word starts with a vowel sound, A, E, I, O, U, then you should use an. Application has the vowel sound, so it should be an application. Also, eraser. E is a vowel sound, so it's an eraser. Be careful. Focus on the sound of the first letter, not the spelling. There are some special cases of words that start with a vowel letter, but have a consonant sound. Here are some examples. Eulogy, university, uniform, utensil, utopia. All of these words start with a vowel when you spell it, so maybe you think that it should be an. But actually, it's a. Why? It's because when you actually say it, you notice that you are saying you. In this case, the first sound is a y sound, which is a consonant. That's why you use a, not an. This happens to a lot of words that start with the spelling of EU, UNI, or UT. This situation happens to words that start with consonants too, namely with the silent H. With words like hour or honor, the H is silent and you hear a vowel sound at the beginning. You do not hear the H sound. That's why people say an hour or an honor. Don't get confused. Always check the first sound. A word like head has a H sound, so we use a head. Or hippo is a hippo. That was pretty easy to understand, right? Good job!
And an. How to use them. Before starting this video, please watch the lessons on versus an, and count and non-count nouns. If you have watched versus an, you know that they are called indefinite articles. You also know that you use with words that start with consonant sounds and an with words that start with vowel sounds. So, how do we use them? First, they go with singular count nouns. For example, computer and elephant. They are countable and they are singular. Therefore, I can say a computer and an elephant. The indefinite article and an and the singular count noun act like a two-person team. On a side note, the two-person team can grow bigger. This means that you can add more members into the team, an adjective or an adverb plus adjective. These words go between the and the singular count noun. For example, I add the adjective old to a computer. I also add the adverb and adjective
very small to an elephant. Do you notice something strange? I hope so. Old starts with the vowel sound o. That means that you need to change a to an old computer. Then very starts with the consonant sound v. Here, you need to change an to a very small elephant. Second, they are used when the speaker wants to give general facts about a thing or a person. Let's look at the following sentences. A computer is much faster now compared to 20 years ago. An elephant has very big ears. Here, I am giving facts on all computers and all elephants. Third, I can use indefinite articles to talk about things that aren't specific. For example, you can use a computer to write your report. Here, it doesn't matter which computer you use. You can use this one, or this one, or this one. Any one of them is okay. The next example. When I went on a safari, I saw an elephant. Since the listener did not go on the safari, she or he doesn't know the elephant that I saw. In his or her mind, the image of the elephant is not the same as mine. But that doesn't matter because I am just saying that I saw one. Fourth, I use indefinite articles to introduce something for the first time. For example, I am talking to my friend about a bottle that I designed. I say to her, "Today, I designed a bottle in class." My friend has not heard me talk about the bottle before. She is hearing about it for the first time. Let's do a quick review. Indefinite articles are used with singular count nouns, to give general facts, to talk about non-specific things, and to introduce something for the first time. I would like to add a couple of reminders. First, remember to check the word immediately after a and an to decide which one to use, like a book versus an old book. Next, remember to keep the original team of a and an with noun together. Yes, you can put words like adverbs and adjectives between them, but the indefinite article and noun are the original members. They must stay together. You cannot say, "I have an old," or "I have a very small." You must have a singular noun after. Now, you are ready to move on to the next lesson and learn about other types of articles. This is a continuation lesson on articles. So far, you have already learned about the indefinite articles a and an. Let's look at those rules again. A and an are used 1. With singular count nouns, 2. To give general facts, 3. To talk about things that aren't specific, and 4. To introduce something for the first time. Let's highlight rule number 2, giving general facts. What is another way to give general facts? From the previous video, I gave the following 2 examples. A computer is much faster now compared to 20 years ago. An elephant has very big ears. It's possible to take away the indefinite article, which means there is no article. The zero with a line through it is called zero article or null article. Both are correct names. Then, change the noun to plural form. In other words, the example would become, computers are much faster now compared to 20 years ago. Elephants have very big ears. Again, making the noun plural is a way to give facts. Going on to rule number 3, we know that we can use a and an with non-specific singular count nouns. But is it possible to talk about non-specific plural nouns? Yes. I may be making a fruit salad with my friend and I ask her, "Hey, do you have bananas? Do you have apples?" As you can see, there are no articles before bananas or apples? I'm not asking for specific bananas or apples. What happens if you want to talk about something specific? You can use the. The is what is called the definite article. For example, let's use the same sentence from the previous video. You can use a computer to write your report, but let's change a to the. To make it easier to understand, let's listen to a dialogue between a mother and daughter using that sentence to give a better context.
What homework do you have?
Oh, I have to write a report on the state of California.
Oh, that will take a long time to write. You can use the computer to write your report.
Okay. In this conversation, the use of the indicates that both the mother and daughter are thinking about the same computer, and most likely there is only one computer in their home. Perhaps you may wonder if the can be used with plural nouns. Yes, you can. For example,
how is your report going?
Oh, it's okay. Oh, can you help me, Mom? Can you go to my room and get the books that are next to my bed?
Oh, all right.
Thanks. Here, you see that the is used with the plural count noun books. The daughter wanted specific books from her room, not the books on the bookshelf or the books on the chair. She wants the ones next to her bed. While we are talking about types of nouns, let's think about non-count nouns. Can we use articles with non-count nouns? Here are a couple of non-count nouns: milk and cheese. And an do not work with non-count nouns. But how about the definite article the? Let's continue the conversation between the mother and daughter. Mom, I'm really thirsty.
Well, what do you want to drink?
Oh, do we still have the chocolate milk from yesterday?
I think so. Do you want anything to eat?
Oh, yeah. How about the cheese that Grandma gave us?
Okay.
As you heard, it is possible to use the with non-count nouns. From what I said before, the chocolate milk and the cheese are specific ones that both the mother and daughter know about. Okay, one more point related to this. What if I just want to talk about milk and cheese in general? With count nouns, we can either use a and an, or make the noun plural, as I mentioned earlier. However, with non-count nouns, you cannot use a or an. Also, you cannot make milk or cheese plural. Instead, you just keep it in the same form. In other words, there is no article. Here are two sentences that give general information about both things. Milk contains a lot of calcium and is good for your bones. Cheese is often found in Western salads. There is a 0 before both nouns to remind you that there are no articles. Okay, we are ready to move on to the last rule. We often use a and an when we introduce something for the first time, something that the listener is not familiar with. After we have introduced it, what should we do? Can you guess? I'll give you a hint. After we've mentioned it, that means the thing becomes specific. Yes, you use the. In the last video, you might remember the conversation about the speaker seeing an elephant on a safari. I had said that the listener doesn't have the same image of the elephant that I, the speaker, have, but it doesn't matter since the elephant is not specific. However, after I have talked about the elephant for the first time, I don't need to use a anymore. I can use the. Let's take a look at my safari trip again, but this time with more information. When I went on a safari, I saw an elephant. The elephant was drinking water from a river. The river's water seemed very dirty. I also saw cheetahs running after a zebra. I tried to run and get a picture of the cheetahs, but I fell and dirt got all over my pants. I went to the river and tried to wash off the dirt, but it wouldn't come off. It got dirtier. Since you already heard about the elephant in the first sentence, I used the in the second sentence because it is now referring to a specific elephant, the elephant that I just told you about. I also introduced river in the second sentence, so I used a river. But when I continue to talk about the river after, I use the. In the example, elephant and river are singular count nouns. I also used a plural count noun, cheetahs, and a non-count noun, dirt. For both, there are no articles. However, with second mention, I still add the. Phew! That was a lot of information, but you did it! Please review the articles chart handout carefully. Remembering when to use a and an, the, and no article takes a lot of practice, but don't give up. Tricky articles. Confusing special cases part 1. In the previous video, a continuation of articles, I provided a set of guidelines to help you understand some basic rules about the indefinite article a and an, definite article the, and zero article. However, there are a lot of special cases that are confusing, especially concerning when to use the and when to use zero article. As a result, many English language learners will use the when it is not necessary or forget to add the when it is necessary. I separated the tricky cases into 4 groups. For part 1, I will focus on unique things and country-related things. Keep in mind that there are more special cases, but this lesson will only focus on these 4 areas. Let's start with group 1. There are some nouns that are considered unique, meaning that if the speaker says this noun, the listener already knows what the speaker is referring to because it is common knowledge. Look at the following sentences. The sun is shining brightly. I can't see the moon tonight. Scientists have been searching for other life forms in the universe. In a forest, the air is much cleaner. Look at the sky, it's so blue. Please don't sit on the ground, it's dirty. It's hot, let's stand in the shade. Let's make the world a better place. If I said these sentences to you, you would understand what I was referring to, right? For most people in the world, they know that there is one sun, one moon, one universe, one sky, and so on. Yes, it is possible that there are more universes, worlds, suns, or moons out there, but for most of us, when we talk, we are generally referring to things in our own universe. There are 2 unique nouns that I want to explain a little more. The first one is shade. If my friend and I were standing outside under the sun and I said, "Let's stand in the shade," it's possible that there are many areas of shade near us, here, here, or here. However, in this case, it doesn't matter which shaded area we choose. Anywhere is fine as long as it has shade. We don't use a sentence like, "There is a shade," even though it is not specific. The other noun I want to talk about is world. World is a tricky one. In many cases, the article is the. Native English speakers often use in the world in sentences. For example, Russia is the biggest country in the world. You might also hear a sentence that starts with the world is. For example, the world is changing rapidly. These sentences show us talking about things in the place we are living in. However, it is possible to hear a world too. In a perfect world, we wouldn't have to worry about war or disease. Or, we want to create a better world for the next generation. For these two sentences, there is a feeling of more than one world. We are not talking about the world we live in now. We are talking about a place or environment that we dream about. In that case, it is appropriate to use a. In the second group, we have country-related things. I will review the names of countries, currency, and language. For most countries, there is no article before the name of the country. There are, however, some countries that require the before it. The United States, the United Kingdom, the Philippines, the Netherlands, the United Arab Emirates, and the Czech Republic. Next, when you are referring to a country's currency or money, also use the before the name of the currency. For example, the dollar, the yen, the euro, the pound, the won, the yuan, the real, the peso. Now let's look at language. When you are referring to the name of a language, you do not need to use an article. In other words, there is a zero article. This boy speaks Portuguese. This girl speaks German. This woman speaks Korean. Notice the zero article. Portuguese, German, and Korean are nouns here. However, the rules change if you add the word language after the name of the language, like the pattern in the box. If you use this pattern, you must add the before. The Portuguese language, the Korean language, and the German language. Notice here, Portuguese, Korean, and German act as adjectives. Please continue to part 2.
Vowel sounds of American English. Back vowels. In this lesson, we'll practice vowels that are made with your tongue in the back of your mouth, called back vowels. These are oo as in boot, as in book, o as in boat, and o as in bought. The first sound is oo as in boot. Your tongue is very high in the back of your mouth and fairly tense. Your lips are very round. When we write, some of the most common spellings for this sound are the letters OO as in room, UE as in blue, U with a final silent E as in tune, EW as in through, or sometimes just the letter U as in truth. Let's say these words: room, blue, tune, through, truth. Now practice these words and sentences with oo. Cool, tooth, bamboo, blue, reduce, solution. Mr. Hoover moved to New York in June. The students need new shoes for school. The next sound is as in book. Your tongue is high in the back of your mouth and relaxed, and your lips are somewhat round. When we write, some of the most common spellings for this sound are the letters OO as in took, or foot, and you as in put. There are also some unusual spellings, as in the words could and wolf. Let's say these words: took, foot, put, could, wolf. Now practice these words and sentences with good, cookie, hook, football, pull, should. Did the cook bake some good cookies? Woody's wool jacket has a big hood. The next sound is O as in boat. Your tongue is in the back of your mouth and fairly tense. While you're saying this sound, your tongue rises just a bit and your lips change from a little round to very round. When we write, some of the most common spellings for this sound are the letters OA as in roast, OE as in toe, O with a final silent E as in wrote, OW as in below, or sometimes just the letter O as in gold. Let's say these words: roast, toe, wrote, below, gold. Now practice these words and sentences with O: chose, no, joke, road, notion, shadow. The soap made those clothes turn yellow. The king had a throne and a golden bowl. The last sound is aw, as in bought. Your tongue is in the back of your mouth and your lips are very slightly rounded. When we write, some of the most common spellings for this sound are the letters AW, as in law, AU, as in caught, A followed by one or two L's, as in walk or small, or O followed by R, as in torn. Let's say these words: law, caught, walk, small, torn. It's good to know, however, that many people use the sound aw instead of aw in all of these words except the last type, especially in the western United States. Law, caught, walk, small. Now practice these words and sentences with aw: saw, pause, taught, strawberry, story, already. Paul's daughter walked down the hall. I thought I saw a horse on the lawn. In this lesson, we've practiced these vowel sounds pronounced with your tongue in the back of your mouth. Oo as in boot, as in book, O as in boat, and O as in bought. Thank you for practicing with us.
Quantifiers, Part 1. Let's begin our discussion on quantifiers by defining what quantifiers are. Quantifiers are a type of noun marker that expresses quantity, meaning they answer the questions how much or how many. Numbers express exact quantities, right? However, quantifiers express inexact quantities. Inexact meaning not exact. Let's take a look at an example. When I visited my aunt's farm, I saw 1 cow, 2 goats, several horses, and many chickens. The words 1 and 2 give us exact quantities. However, the words several and many give us some idea of the quantities, but they're inexact. These are examples of what we call quantifiers. Now, you may be wondering, where do quantifiers go in a sentence? Quantifiers go before nouns, before the nouns that they mark. Here's an example sentence. My aunt also had some pigs. Some is the quantifier. Pigs is the noun. Here's another example. In the house, she also kept a couple of dogs. Let's keep going. She has a great deal of land for all of the animals. Usually, my aunt doesn't have much time to relax. Maintaining a farm definitely requires a lot of work. Okay, now we've seen different examples. I want you to know, though, that there are different types of quantifiers, and we can categorize them as those that are used with only count nouns. The examples were several, many, and a couple of, and those that can be used with only non-count nouns. The examples we saw were a great deal of and much. And the last type of quantifier can be used with both count nouns and non-count nouns. And the examples we saw were some, all of, and a lot of. In the next video, we're going to talk more about this last type, so make sure to watch part 2. I'll see you soon in the next video. Quantifiers, Part 2. Now in this video, I would like to talk about quantifiers for both count nouns, such as cookies, and non-count nouns, such as milk. Take a look at this chart. This chart shows some of the most common quantifiers. For large quantities, we have a lot of, lots of, plenty of. For small quantities, some, and other quantities, no, any, all, most, and enough. Now notice some of the quantifiers are one-word quantifiers, like no or some, and others are phrases such as a lot of and plenty of. Now all of these quantifiers are really great to know because they always work. Even if you don't know if a noun is a count noun or a non-count noun, they're going to work fine. Now let's talk about each of the quantifiers in the chart, starting with large quantities. A lot of. Here's an example. Stanley won a lot of money. When you use this phrase, don't forget the a lot of. That's a common mistake. He plans to do lots of traveling from now on. Lots of is the plural form. But keep in mind, lots of is more informal than a lot of. Now let's talk about plenty of. Plenty of also expresses large quantities. There is plenty of meat here for one person. Plenty of means more than necessary. Here's another example. There are
plenty of colors to choose from. Yeah, I think so. Small quantities can be expressed using some. Take a look at this photo. I could say, wow, there are some dogs in that car. Or if I'm feeling like this, I might say, I could really use some coffee. Some is a very useful quantifier. Then there are other quantifiers, such as no. There is no traffic right now. Oh, look at that sign. No animals are allowed inside this restaurant. Any is another very common quantifier, but it's a little more difficult to use. Remember to use it in negative statements or question form. Let's look at an example. I do not have any furniture yet. Notice that the not makes this statement negative. Let's take a look at a question. Will you get any curtains for your windows? I might answer, no, I'm not planning on getting any curtains since the trees give enough privacy. Any actually can be used in some affirmative statements if it's used correctly, meaning you add the correct words, barely or hardly, before any. There is barely or hardly any room on this train. Here's another example. What could you say here? Well, you could say, there is, that's right, barely or hardly any fuel left, meaning almost no fuel. Another quantity is all, like all babies are beautiful and almost all of the windows are closed. Obviously, almost all is not the same as all, but what it means is close to all. Most. Most Americans have a college education. Close to 60% have attended a university or two-year college. Most just means more than 50%. Enough. I have enough cash to pay. Enough just means that you have the amount that you need. Now we've looked at a lot of different quantifiers that can be used with both count nouns and non-count nouns. Make sure to watch part 3 for a discussion on the quantifiers that can be used with only count nouns and quantifiers that can be used with only non-count nouns. Alright, I'll see you soon. Quantifiers Part 3. Do you remember this graph? Well, in this video, we're going to be focusing on quantifiers for only count nouns and only non-count nouns. Take a look at all of these quantifiers. Which of these quantifiers can be used with count nouns? An example of a count noun is bicycles. Well, you would be left with these: many, a couple of, a few, several, and a number of. Let's put these words into two categories: large quantities and small quantities. Many is the most commonly used for large quantities, while a few, a couple of, a number of, which means the same as several, are the most common. A number of can actually be used for both quantities. If you say a small number of, well, that means small quantities. And if you say a great number of or a large number of, then of course you mean large quantities. Other quantifiers
for only count nouns include each and every. And both refer to singular nouns as members of a group. Each emphasizes the individual, often focusing on differences. Here are some examples. Each book tells a very different story. Each cover is a different color. Every focuses on the group and similarities in the group. Every book is enjoyable to read. Every book has a hard leather cover. Now let's take a look at these words again. Which of these quantifiers can be used with non-count nouns? An example of a non-count noun is sand. Well, here we are. Much, a bit of, a large amount of, a little, a great deal of. Now let's put these into categories as well. Categories for only non-count nouns. Large quantities and small quantities. For large quantities, you can use much, a great deal of, and a large amount of. And for small quantities, a little, a bit of, or even a little bit of, and then of course, a small amount of. Let's try a quick exercise. Fill in the blank with a quantifier. Make sure to look at the pictures and remember glass is a count noun. Well, here's the answer. A couple of the glasses had wine in them, but many of the glasses were empty. Let's try another one. Fill in the blank with a quantifier. And remember, heat is a non-count noun. Did you get this right? You would say a candle can provide a little bit of heat, but a campfire can provide a great deal of heat. Great job. Let's do one more. Relying on this picture, we would say this store carries a large amount of jewelry. Jewelry, remember, is a non-count noun. Manhattan is famous for having a great number of towers. Towers is a count noun. All right, I think we're ready to move on to part 4. In part 4, we will be discussing common mistakes using quantifiers. See you soon. Quantifiers, part 4. In this video, I'd like to focus on common mistakes that are made when using quantifiers. Let's begin with a quick exercise. See if you can identify the mistakes in the following statements. How many sleep did you get last night? My little sister got much candy on Halloween. I will have some of rice. Let's talk. I have little time. Can you see where the mistakes are? All right, let's discuss each one. And let's begin with this statement. How many sleep did you get last night? Well, sleep is a non-count noun, so many cannot be used with sleep. What you would say is, how much sleep did you get last night? The other option is to keep many and to make sleep countable by adding hours of. How many hours of sleep did you get last night? Okay, so the key thing is to remember to study which nouns are count and non-count so you'll know which quantifiers to use with them and you won't make this kind of mistake. Let's look at another example before we move on to mistake number 2.
Come to the birthday party with me, Alex. In response, Alex wants to say that he can't go to the party because his teacher gave him a large quantity of homework. Would it be okay for Alex to say, I can't, my teacher gave us many homework? Well, remember, homework is a non-count noun. So actually, no, he can't use many with homework. Many is used with count nouns. So you can say, I can't. My teacher gave us many homework assignments. This would be correct because assignments is a count noun, and in this statement, homework is now an adjective. Okay, let's move on to mistake number 2. My little sister got much candy on Halloween. You may be thinking, well, candy is a non-count noun, and much is used with non-count nouns, so what's the problem? The issue is used in affirmative statements, much sounds very formal. In everyday conversations, you can use a lot of instead of much. My little sister got a lot of candy on Halloween. Okay, so try to remember that much sounds natural in negative statements and questions, but not in affirmative statements. Let's look at this example again. Remember, much in affirmative statements sounds too formal, so it wouldn't be okay for Alex to say, I can't, my teacher gave us much homework. Much can be used in forming, as I said, questions like, how much research do you have to do? Or negative statements like, I do not have much research to do. But in affirmative statements, it's better to use a lot of instead of much. So Alex could say, I can't. My teacher gave us a lot of homework. The third type of mistake can be shown in this statement. I will have some of rice. Perhaps you're thinking, there's an extra word here. I will have some rice. Good. But now let's talk about why it's incorrect to have of here. Well, it actually depends on whether the noun is being used as a non-specific or specific noun. If the noun is non-specific, then of needs to be taken out. However, if the noun is a specific noun, then you must add of with a determiner after it. Commonly, we use the. I will have some of the rice. But there are other determiners you can use, such as possessive nouns and pronouns, such as mom's or her. I will have some of her rice. You can also use demonstrative pronouns, such as this or that. I will have some of that rice. So again, remember to put these determiners after of, and remember that determiners show the noun is a specific noun. Okay. But you need to be careful because some quantifiers always use of. These are set phrases such as a lot of, lots of, and plenty of, which can be used with both count nouns and non-count nouns. A couple of and a number of, which can be used with only count nouns. A bit of, a small amount of, and a great deal of, which can be used with only non-count nouns. These phrases can be used with non-specific nouns or with specific nouns following a determiner. Let's look at some examples. We need a lot of volunteers to help us. Notice that volunteers comes right after the set phrase a lot of, because volunteers here is a non-specific noun. Versus we need a lot of the volunteers that helped us last time. Let's use a bit of. A bit of motivation can keep me going versus a bit of the motivation my mother gave me kept me going. Again, if you're using a specific noun, make sure to use a determiner after the set phrase and before the specific noun. Now, with these other quantifiers that are not part of set phrases, you would have to add of plus the determiner. Let's look at an example. First, with a non-specific noun, then a specific noun. Sarah has traveled to many countries versus Sarah has traveled to many of the countries her grandfather told her about. Great, so remember, some quantifiers need of plus a determiner with specific nouns. Now let's talk about the last type of common mistake. Here's a statement. Let's talk. I have little time. This statement doesn't make sense. You would need to say, let's talk, I have a little time, because there's a huge difference between using little and a little. And remember, these words are used with non-count nouns. Okay, so without a, this statement emphasizes not many. Whereas with a, the statement emphasizes having some. Here's an example. I have little time. Well, let's talk later. If you just use little without a, that means that you really don't have much time. Whereas when you use a and say, let's talk, I have a little time, that means that you have some time to talk. Few versus a few is similar, except few and a few are used with count nouns. Now let's look at this in a different context. Hi, Tim. How's the job hunt going? Not good. There are few job openings I'm qualified for. Good. There are a few job openings I'm qualified for. Do you see the difference? Of course, when Tim says not good, there are few job openings, he's saying that there are not many. Versus when he says good, there are a few job openings, which means that there are some. He's being positive here. Okay, so remember, a little and little, a few and few actually have opposite meaning. Well, it's been fun. You've learned a lot about quantifiers in these last 4 videos. Keep practicing, and thanks for watching.
In this video, we're going to do a basic review of gerunds and infinitives and listen to an example of gerunds and infinitives in use. Now let's start with a basic review of what gerunds and infinitives are. Gerunds are words that look like verbs ending in ing, eating, dancing, studying, but they do not express a tense and are used like nouns. They can be the subject or object of a sentence. For example, we enjoy laughing with our friends. Notice that enjoy is the verb and laughing is the gerund. Laughing is the object of enjoy. We enjoy dinner with our friends. Notice how laughing in the first sentence is like a noun and can be replaced with a noun like dinner. Infinitives, on the other hand, look like the base form of a verb, drink, see, believe, but they are not used as the main verb of a sentence, and so they also do not express the tense in a sentence. Commonly, infinitives follow to drink, to see, to believe. Example, I want to ask the teacher a question. Notice that want is the main verb and to ask is the infinitive. Now, let's look to an example of how someone might use both gerunds and infinitives in a real-life situation. The speaker is Angela, who has a very important event to plan. Listen to her give instructions to several of the people helping her plan an awards dinner. As you listen, see if you can catch how many gerunds and how many infinitives are used. Okay, everyone, attention! I hate to tell you this, but we only have 5 hours to prepare this room for our event tonight. To place the podium center stage would be best. Hannah, please put all the medals and prizes right behind the speaker to make it easy for him to reach them. Unfortunately, we must postpone setting up the microphone. We don't have all the equipment yet. We'll need to quickly hook up the microphone later. And I know Linda wants to arrange the flowers. Linda, you're good at decorating. Would you also consider setting the silverware and napkins on the tables? But I can do it if you don't have enough time. Jackson, please tell the band to set up by the dance floor, not on the stage. And would you mind showing the caterers where the kitchen is? Planning this event would not be possible without you. I love working with you guys. Now let's get to work. Okay, how many gerunds and infinitives did you count? Did you count 6 gerunds and 7 infinitives? Well done! Please continue to part 2 where you'll learn about the different uses of infinitives and gerunds as well as common mistakes with them.
Gerunds and infinitives. Part 2. Hello class! Welcome to the second video on gerunds and infinitives. In this video, you're going to learn about the tricky ways that gerunds and infinitives are sometimes used in sentences. We'll look at some examples from the first video and also take a look at some new examples. So let's begin. In the first video, you saw lots of examples of gerunds and infinitives, and this was the most common form, a verb plus a gerund. Let's look at the examples again. Unfortunately, we must postpone setting up the microphone. Would you also consider setting the silverware and napkins on the tables? And would you mind showing the caterers where the kitchen is? I love working with you guys. Notice that in all of these sentences, you have a verb plus a gerund. And remember, a gerund is a verb in the ing form, but that acts as a noun. We also saw this form, a verb plus an infinitive. I hate to tell you this, and I know Linda wants to arrange the flowers. Again, here we see a verb plus the infinitive, to plus the base form of a verb. Now let's talk about some of the ways that you can avoid making mistakes, starting with number 1. Use the correct verb with the gerund or infinitive. Take a look at this example. I dislike to go to the mall alone. Is it correct to use dislike followed by an infinitive form? No, it should be going, the gerund form. I dislike going to the mall alone. How about this sentence? Jerry promised meeting me at 4 p.m. Can a gerund be used with promise? No, it needs to be in infinitive form. Jerry promised to meet me at 4 p.m. But what about this sentence? The plane began to fly. This looks correct. Began followed by the infinitive to fly. But this also looks correct. The plane began flying. Began can be followed by a gerund as well. Now, why are these both correct? Unfortunately, there really isn't a simple rule to help you with all of the different verbs. But here's a chart that you can study. In the first column are verbs that can be used only with infinitive forms. In the second column, verbs that can be used with gerunds. And in the third column, verbs that can be used with both gerunds and infinitives. Now, it can be difficult remembering all of these different verbs, but it'll get easier if you practice. Now let's keep going. Number 2, make sure to use gerunds after prepositions. Here's the example from the previous video. Linda, you're good at decorating. At is a preposition, and it's followed by a gerund. Now, what do you think of this sentence? Timmy is happy about win first place. Well, about should not be followed by win. Timmy is happy about winning first place is the correct way to form this sentence where a gerund follows a preposition. Number 3, place the infinitive after the verb-object combination. In other words, if there is a verb plus object combination, make sure the infinitive goes after the object, not after the verb. Here are some examples from the previous video. But we only have 5 hours to prepare this room for our event tonight. Have is the verb plus the object, and to prepare comes after this combination. Jackson, please tell the band to set up by the dance floor, not on the stage. Here we also have a verb plus object combination followed by to set up. Let's look at some more examples. Our boss told to finish the project by next week. Do you see a problem in the sentence? Yes. We have to finish without an object. Our boss told to finish us the project by next week. Now here we have an object, but it's in the wrong place. This is the correct sentence. Our boss told us to finish the project by next week. Here's the verb, object combination plus to finish, our infinitive form. Great. The fourth thing to remember is to use gerunds and infinitives in subject positions correctly. So far, we've only seen examples of gerunds and infinitives coming after verbs, but they can also be used as subjects of sentences. Like here, planning this event would not be possible without you. Planning is a gerund and it's the subject of the sentence. Take a look at this sentence. Do you think it's correct? Swimming, my favorite form of exercise. Well, it's actually missing a verb. Swimming is my favorite form of exercise. Swimming is the subject. It needs a verb. So don't forget to add a verb. Now let's talk about how infinitives can be subjects in sentences. Remember this one? To place the podium center stage would be best. Here's another example. To leave now is foolish. Both of these sentences are correct, but they do sound very formal. To use a more common form, use it as the subject and move the infinitive to the end of the sentence. It is foolish to leave now. This is a much more common form. Now I'd like for you to try. Take a look at this sentence again. To place the podium center stage would be best. I'd like for you to think of how this could be said in a more common form. Here we go. It would be best to place the podium center stage. Great job. Let's move on to number 5. Remember, infinitives can be used to show purpose. Infinitives can be used to show purpose like because. Here's an example from part 1. Hannah, please put all the medals and prizes right behind the speaker to make it easy for him to reach them. To make is the same as saying because it will make. Let's take a look at another example. Jimmy wears a suit because he wants to look professional. Because he wants to look shows purpose. Let's try changing this to an infinitive. Make sure to use look. Jimmy wears a suit to look professional. These two sentences are saying the same thing. To look shows purpose. The last thing you need to remember is that adverbs can split infinitives. With an infinitive like to hook up, you can add an adverb such as quickly. To quickly hook up. This example comes from the past video. We'll need to quickly hook up the microphone later. The adverb is added after to. Let's take a look at another example. They seem to like each other. We can add an adverb right here between the to and like, such as really. They seem to really like each other. It is important to efficiently study for the final. We have efficiently as the adverb splitting to study. We could also say thoroughly or diligently, to diligently study. So that's all I have for you on gerunds and infinitives. I know it was a lot of information, so make sure to move on to the practice exercises so that you can really solidify all that you've learned. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you again soon.
Welcome, and in this lesson you will learn how to politely make a request and ask permission. When making requests, you might say, "Would you close the door?" Or, "Would you mind closing the door?" In these situations, the speaker wants you to do something for him or her. When asking permission to do something, you might say, "May I borrow a pen?" Or, "Would you mind if I left early?" In these situations, the speaker wants to do something but is asking you to say okay or not. Let's look at some other forms that are also making requests from you. Will you tell me your name? And could you spell that for me? When making requests, you can use would you, will you, could you, and can you. Then we add the main verb in the simple form, which means it doesn't have s or es, ed, or ing on the end. Then add the object with a question mark at the end. That is how to make a polite request. In these examples, the verbs are in the simple form: close, tell, pass, and spell. Notice the verbs do not end with s, ed, or ing. Then we need the object, what gets the action of the verb, and the question mark. The most polite question forms used will be would you and will you. This is how you might request something from a stranger, boss, or teacher. The less polite forms use could you and can you. These forms you would use with friends and family. You can also add please at the end of your question. Please makes the question even more polite, but it is not needed since would you, will you, could you, and can you already make the question polite. Let's look at possible answers to these kinds of polite requests. If someone asks you, would you close the door? You could answer, certainly. I'd be happy to. Of course. Sure, no problem. Less formally, you could answer, here you go, or simply yes. If you refuse a request, we often don't simply say no, because it is considered rude and impolite. Since we were asked politely, we want to answer politely. So we can't use no without more information. So if you say no to a request, follow it with I'm sorry, or even better, give a reason for your refusal like, no, I'm sorry, but I can't reach it. Or just a reason such as I can't right now. Another way to make a request is using would you mind. followed by the main verb in present participle, which is made by adding ing to the end of the verb, and then the object of the verb and the question mark. So for example, you could ask, would you mind closing the door? And a possible answer is certainly. Or would you mind telling me your name? Could be answered with, I'd be happy to. Or you could ask, would you mind passing me the salt? And be refused, for instance, no, I'm sorry. Or would you mind spelling that for me? And be refused with, sorry, I can't. Now let's look again at the polite way for asking permission. When politely asking for permission, we use these forms. May I? Could I? Can I? With the main verb in the simple form again, followed by the object and the question mark. In these examples, the verbs in the simple form are borrow, have, and open. Notice that the verbs do not end in s, ed, or ing. Then we have the object, what gets the action of the verb, and the question mark. The most polite question forms are may I and could I. The less polite form is can I. So for any of these requests for permission, we could answer positively by saying certainly, or of course, also sure, no problem, and here you go, or a simple yes. But again, if you are refusing your permission, then no is considered rude and impolite, so we like to say, no, I'm sorry. Or, not right now, sorry. Or give a reason why we cannot help, such as, I don't have one. Another way we could ask permission is by using would you mind if, followed by the main verb in the simple past form, either with ed ending or irregular past form, followed by the object and question mark. If you asked, would you mind if I left early, you might get a response such as, not at all. Or would you mind if I made a call? And here, no, of course not. Would you mind if I asked a question? Might be answered with, no, that would be fine. But if you ask, would you mind if I close the door, and someone doesn't want you to, you might get the answer, I would prefer you didn't. Or would you mind if I borrowed your phone? But the person you're asking refuses, he or she may answer, I would rather you didn't. But if you ask, would you mind if I turned off the light? An answer such as yes, I do is too direct and considered impolite, so we don't like to use it. Here is a special note about answering would you mind questions. The answer often confuses learners of English, but remember, would you mind means does it bother or annoy you? So if you answer positively, your answer means no, it doesn't bother me. But if you answer negatively, it means yes, it bothers me. In this lesson, you learned how to politely make a request and ask permission.
Confusing pronouns. What are pronouns? Pronouns are words that replace or refer to nouns. For instance, We can say Maria is a veterinarian. Maria is an animal doctor. But instead of saying Maria twice, which is repetitive, we can say she. She is an animal doctor. And she refers to Maria. This is just one type of pronoun. There are many different types of pronouns that you've learned or will continue to learn. But in this video, let's focus on 4 of them. Beginning with personal pronouns. You can have subject or object personal pronouns. These are pronouns you're probably familiar with already. But they can be a little tricky to use when you have compound or combined use of pronouns with other nouns, such as I with an or me with an. Let's look at some examples. Which sentences are correct? I and Anne are good friends. Anne and I are good friends. You know Anne and me. You know me and Anne. Anne and I is the correct order, not I and Anne. Also, Anne and me, not me and Anne. This is easy to remember. It's more polite to put yourself after others. Also, if you have more nouns, it's the same thing. You would say, Thomas, Anne, and I are good friends, and you know Thomas, Anne, and me. Now let's move on to possessive adjectives and possessive pronouns. You know all of these words, I'm sure, but do you know the difference between using the adjective form and pronouns, such as the difference between my and mine? Let's look at an example. This is my company. My is an adjective form. It describes company. This company is mine. Mine is a pronoun, so it replaces a noun. It acts as the noun. In this list are words that can be easily confused with contractions. Those include your, its, and their. You must be very careful with these words. But let's practice, starting with your. We're going to fill in these sentences using your, the possessive adjective, and your, the contraction, which means you are. For the first sentence, you want to use the possessive adjective. Your flight leaves at 3 p.m. For the second sentence, you want to use the contraction. You're leaving at 3 p.m., which means the same as you are leaving at 3 p.m. Now let's practice using its. Here are 2 sentences about the Eiffel Tower. Use its, the possessive adjective or pronoun, and its, the contraction, which means it is. For the first sentence, we want to use the contraction. It's called the Eiffel Tower, which means the same as it is called the Eiffel Tower. For the second sentence, we want to use the possessive adjective. Its total height is 1,063 feet. Great. Now the third word is there. There as a possessive adjective is pronounced the same way as the contraction they are, as well as the adverb there. See if you can finish these sentences using the correct forms. For the first sentence, you would use the adverb. There are some cats outside. For the second sentence, we need a subject and verb. They're Mrs. Porter's cats. They are Mrs. Porter's cats. For the third sentence, we need to use the possessive adjective. Their owner is Mrs. Porter. Nice job. Let's move on to talk about reflexive pronouns. Reflexive pronouns end in self and selves, and they refer back to the subject of a sentence. But reflexive pronouns are sometimes incorrectly used as subjects. Let's look at some examples of how they can be used and how they should not be used. He helped himself to the drinks. In In the first sentence, himself is the direct object of the verb helped, and himself refers back to he, the subject. In the second sentence, himself is the indirect object. Drink is the direct object, and himself refers back to the subject he. In the third sentence, himself is a part of a prepositional phrase, for himself. He made a drink for himself. And again, himself refers back to the subject he. In the last sentence, himself is used incorrectly. You may not say himself made a drink. Instead, simply use the pronoun he. He made a drink. Great. Let's look at one more example. Cindy taught how to play guitar. Cindy taught whom? Well, Cindy taught herself how to play guitar. You would add the reflexive pronoun after the verb because herself is being used as the direct object of the sentence. This sentence tells us that Cindy taught herself. No one else taught her. Okay, now let's move on to indefinite pronouns. Indefinite pronouns do not refer to a specific thing. Here are some examples. These words can be difficult to use if you do not know whether they are singular or plural. Another, everyone, somebody, and anything are singular indefinite pronouns. Another is preferred. Everyone is here now. Somebody is at the door. Anything is okay. Many is a plural indefinite pronoun. You would say, many are late. And none is a special pronoun because it can be singular or plural. You can say, none is ready or none are ready. Here are some more indefinite pronouns. These are all singular pronouns. And here is a shorter list of plural pronouns. I want to focus on 3 words, either, neither, and both. These words can only be used when describing 2 things. For instance, either is perfect for sailing. Neither is good for fishing. Both are great for sailing. Now let's talk about those special indefinite pronouns that can be used as either singular or plural pronouns. We've looked at none. Now let's look at some. Some are ready to hatch. When referring to a count noun like eggs, you would use are. Some are ready to hatch. But in the case of tea, which is a non-count noun, then it would be appropriate to use is. Some is being brewed. Great. We've looked at lots of different types of pronouns. The best thing to do now is to keep practicing. Thanks for watching.
Hi, and welcome to Confusing Adjectives and Adverbs. In this lesson, we will discuss adjectives and adverbs that are similar in meaning. So let's look at some adjectives and adverbs that are similar in meaning but are used differently in English. So first, let's look at every and each. Every is an adjective used when the focus is on the larger group, while each is actually a determiner that focuses on individual items or people. Both words go with single count nouns and singular verbs. So for example, every student purchased a textbook focuses on the whole class of students purchased a textbook. With each, we could say it is important to read each question on the test carefully, emphasizing each single question must be read carefully, none should be skipped. So what do you want to focus on, the group or the individual? That is up to you when you are speaking or writing. Just keep in mind that every emphasizes the whole group and each emphasizes the individual. Also remember that when you use each and every, you need to follow it with a singular count noun and singular verb. Farther and further are another pair of confusing adverbs. Farther comes from the word far, meaning a long distance. But further relates to non-physical distance, either metaphorical or figurative type of language. With farther, we can have a sentence, a plane can travel farther than a car, meaning a plane travels more distance than a car can. But with further, as in, if you have further questions, email them to me, is more figurative, meaning more questions, not physical distance. So which one do you use if you aren't sure whether you are talking about distance or not? In this sentence, my friend is farther along in the book than I am. We need to ask ourselves, can we use distance to describe the pages in a book? Or is it my friend is further along in the book than I am? We ask, do we mean the number of pages in a figurative sense? When you aren't sure, further is safer to use in these cases. Here are 3 adjectives that are related but are different in meaning. Last means most recent in the past, or it could mean the opposite of first, when there are several things happening. But latter means the opposite of former when you have a choice between things. And latest means recent or newest. With last, we can say, last night I went to an interesting lecture about the future of biotechnology, meaning the most recent past night. Or when we have a list of things, first I need to go to the store, then I have to pick up my dry cleaning, last I have to pick up my children from school, last is the final action in a series of events. But with latter, we need a choice between 2 or more things. For instance, person A says, we can go see the new superhero movie or a romantic comedy. And person B could respond, well, I want to see the former, but you probably want to see the latter. The former means the first choice, and the latter means the second or last choice. With latest, you may have heard, for the latest news and traffic, turn to channel on television. This means the information is recent. High and tall are both adjectives, but high means distance from the ground, usually wide items, and cannot be used for people or animals. But tall is a measure of height for narrow, vertical items and can be used for people and animals. So for example, we could say planes travel high above the ground so they can go fast, not tall above the ground. But we need to say Burj Khalifa Tower is a very tall hotel in Dubai, not high hotel. Ill is an adjective that refers to especially long-term physical or mental disease, or meaning bad. It's rarely followed by a noun, such as with ill health. Most often you will see it followed by an adjective, such as ill-prepared or ill-advised, or after a linking verb, such as the girl is ill. Sick is an adjective that refers to a physical illness, usually short-term. So we can say, Margot has been ill for several years, meaning long-term physical disease. But with sick, we can say, John had to stay home today with his sick child, meaning that the illness is temporary. We expect John's child to recover soon.
Deadly and fatally can be confusing, but deadly is an adjective meaning to cause death, and as with most adjectives, it can be followed by a noun. But fatally is an adverb meaning to cause death and needs to be next to a verb. The adjective form is fatal. In the sentence, a deadly crash closed all lanes of the freeway, means the crash, a noun, caused deaths. But the owner was fatally shot during a robbery means the act of being shot, a verb, is what caused the death. But we cannot say deadly shot with the same meaning. But there are also some adjectives and adverbs that are similar in form, but are very different in use. Hi, and welcome to Confusing Adjectives and Adverbs. In this lesson, we will discuss adjectives and adverbs that are similar in form, and adverbs with unusual forms. There are also some adjectives and adverbs that are similar in form, but are very different in use. Late and lately are commonly confused but are very different in meaning. Late is an adjective and means arriving after a specific time, but lately is a synonym for recently, meaning near in time. So in the sentence, the meeting was supposed to start at 9, but it started at 9:15 because John was late, means 9 was the start time, but the meeting started after that time. But with lately, as in Jane must be busy, I haven't seen her lately, I mean to say that in recent days, weeks, or months, I haven't seen her. With hard and hardly, there are actually two forms of hard. One is an adjective and one is an adverb. The adjective hard means difficult, or it could mean solid. The adverb hard means productive or with force. Hardly is a negative adverb meaning almost not. For example, learning English is hard uses hard as an adjective meaning difficult. But in the example, glass is liquid when hot, but when it cools becomes hard, means a solid or non-liquid state. With hard as an adverb meaning productive, we can say, Walter worked hard in the garden. With the meaning of with force, we could say, the door sticks closed. Sometimes you have to push hard. In the sentence using hardly, I've hardly seen my roommate all week. She's been working on a big project for class, means I have seen her almost not at all. Dead and deadly are both adjectives, but dead means no longer living and is the opposite of alive, but deadly means might cause death. In the sentence, a dead body was found in the car, describes the body as not living. But in the sentence, cobras have deadly venom in their fangs, describes venom, and the venom could cause death. We often describe things that can cause death in expressions such as deadly weapon, deadly poison, deadly crash, and deadly accident. Similarly, alive and live are both adjectives, but alive means still living or energetic, the opposite of dead, and live means not artificial or currently active. In the sentence, both my grandparents are still alive and well in Florida, means that my grandparents aren't dead. but we wouldn't say, both my grandparents are still live and well in Florida. In the sentence, this product was not tested on live animals, means the animals are actively living. We wouldn't use the sentence, this product was not tested on alive animals. Now, free is an adjective meaning not costing money, and freely is an adverb, but it means without limit. So sometimes you might hear in advertising, when you buy two, you get the third one free, meaning you do not have to pay for the third item. But in the sentence, in the United States, you can travel freely from one state to another using the interstate freeway system, means you can move easily across state borders. Lastly, adverbs often end with ly. Here are some examples. However, there are several frequently used adverbs that don't follow this pattern. For instance, several adverbs of frequency, such as always, often, etc., do not follow the usual ly pattern. Also, words like no, not, never, nowhere are negative adverbs without the ly ending. A lot of the common transitions used in writing are adverbs such as furthermore, also, next, etc. Other adverbs don't follow any kind of pattern like very, well, far, and others. So those are only some of the adjectives and adverbs that you might find confusing. We discussed adjectives and adverbs that are similar in meaning, adjectives and adverbs that are similar in form, and adverbs with unusual forms. Thanks for listening.
Confusing Nouns and Verbs, Part 1. In these lessons in Parts 1 and 2, we'll be looking at nouns and verbs that are confusing even for native speakers sometimes. In Part 1, we'll look at 3 pairs of nouns and 3 pairs of verbs. And in Part 2, we'll look at 4 pairs of noun-verb combinations. But let's start with a quick review. What is a noun? A noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. An idea is something that's abstract. And what is a verb? A verb, well, it's an action or state. So let's start with confusing nouns. Here are the pairs of nouns we'll be looking at. Do you know all of these words? Well, let's begin with desert and dessert. Yum! Notice that desert has 1 S while dessert has 2 S's. How can you remember which is which? Well, go ahead and finish this sentence. I would like some more dessert, right? Well, just remember, you want more dessert, and dessert has more S's. Now let's talk about sight and sight. Well, these words are pronounced the same way, but as you can see, they're spelled differently, and they also mean very different things. See if you can finish this sentence based on the photograph. This is a construction. That's right, site, S-I-T-E. Site here means a place or location. You know what a website is, don't you? Well, a website is a place on the web. So site in website is also spelled S-I-T-E. Well, S-I-G-H-T means something totally different. There is no one in sight. Sight here has to do with vision or something that you can see. So it makes sense to say owls have excellent eyesight. What about residence and resident? Well, both of these words have to do with where you live. Complete this sentence. Is this your place of residence? Great. Residence has to do with the location, the place where someone lives. The residents of the city mostly walk. Residents refers to the people that live in a certain place. Great. Now let's talk about confusing verbs. Here are the pairs of verbs that we'll be looking at. Do you know all of these words? Let's begin with lend and borrow. Lend basically means to give, while borrow means to take, but only temporarily. Let's use the library as an example. How would you finish this sentence? You can, good, borrow books from the library. Notice the subject is you. You would be doing the action of borrowing. But what about the library? The library will lend. That's right. The library will lend books to you. Let's try one more example. Some people can blank money from banks. Pay attention to the subject to help you. Some people can borrow money from banks. Banks blank money in the form of loans. What do the banks do? They lend the money in the form of loans. Great. Now let's talk about the verbs lie and lay. Well, these can be very confusing, but just try to remember that lie does not take a direct object, but after lay, you must have a direct object. Here's a chart reminding you of the ways that these verbs change depending on the tense. See if you can finish this sentence. Boris is blank on the floor. Boris is lying on the floor. Great. There is no direct object after lie. On the floor is a prepositional phrase. Boris is lying on the floor. Try to complete this sentence using the photograph. They blanked the wood floors yesterday. Good. They laid the wood floors yesterday. The direct object is wood floors. Let's try one more example. Every night, Mommy blank baby in the crib. Lays. That's right. Every night, Mommy lays baby in the crib. You want to make sure to use lay because we have a direct object, baby. Now let's talk about our last pair of verbs, complement and complement. These two words are pronounced the same way, but one is spelled with an E and the other with an I, and they mean different things. We can say, steak and wine blank each other well. They complement each other well, which basically means that they go well together or they complete each other. And we can also talk about people this way. Roxanne's sweet personality complements Kevin's sensitive nature. Now, compliment with an I means saying something that is really nice about another person. Do you like it when people tell you you sing like a superstar? Or when they say you're the funniest person I've ever met? Well, these are examples of compliments. I just want to point out that complement with an E and complement with an I are both verbs, but actually they can also be nouns. Well, thank you so much for watching part 1. We're not done yet. Make sure to move on to watch part 2. Confusing nouns and verbs, part 2. Now let's continue talking about confusing nouns and verbs. Each of these pairs show a noun on the left and a verb on the right. Let's start with advice and advise. Advice with a C is a noun. Advise with an S is a verb. The S actually has a Z sound. Advise. See if you can complete this sentence. Make sure to think about whether the blank spaces need a noun or a verb. When Pete goes to his friends for advice, they try to advise him the best they can. Good. Now what about choice and choose? Choice is a noun. Choose is a verb. Choose has a long O. Choose. Complete this sentence. Blank, carefully, or you may regret the blank you make. Choose carefully, or you may regret the choice you make. Great. Success and succeed. Success is the noun, succeed is the verb, and succeed has a long E. Succeed. What do you think about this sentence? How can we complete this one? When you finally succeed, you will taste the sweet taste of success. Great job. Now let's move on to the last pair. We have breath and breathe. Breath is a noun, breathe is a verb. Notice that breathe has an E. That changes the pronunciation to a long E sound. Breathe. Try completing this sentence. Breathe slowly, taking each breath in through your nose and out through your mouth. Great. Now before we end this video, I'd like for you to try to use each of these words again. Go ahead and complete the sentences. Number 1. When I become very nervous, it becomes difficult to breathe. Number 2. I need some advice on which college to choose. Great. And number 3. Financial success is not my ultimate goal in life. Nice work. Okay, so the practice is not done. Please move on to the practice exercises. Thanks for watching.
Vowel sounds of American English. How do you move your lips? Let's start with a question. How many vowel sounds are there in American English? Are there 5 or 6 or more? Some people might answer 5, A, E, I, O, and U. But actually there are many more vowel sounds than that. American English has 14 vowel sounds. So how do we produce all these different vowels? One thing that makes a big difference in vowel sounds is the way you move your lips when you say them. Sometimes your lips are rounded, and sometimes they're not. They may be relaxed, open, or spread a bit wide. Let's practice some vowel sounds that use rounded lips. The first sound is oo, as in to. Your lips should be very rounded when you say this sound. Look in a mirror as you say these words to check your lip shape. 2, blue, June, fruit, truthful. The next sound is as in look. Your lips should be somewhat rounded when you say this sound, but not as much as for oo. Look in a mirror as you say these words. Look, book, full, should, childhood. The next sound is O, as in go. When you say this sound, your lips change their rounding a little bit. They start out a little rounded, but at the end of the sound they're very rounded. Look in a mirror as you say these words. Go, over, stone, boat, oppose. The next sound is O, as in saw. Your lips are only slightly rounded when you say this sound, less than for oo or Actually, many people don't round their lips at all when they say the words in this group, so you can do it either way. Look in a mirror as you say these words. Saw, caught, walk, daughter, war. Now let's practice some words that are pronounced with your lips not rounded. The first of these is E, as in see. Your lips are not rounded at all when you say this sound, and they may even be stretched a little bit wide. Look in a mirror as you say these words. See, treat, even, eager, compete. Another vowel pronounced with unrounded lips is I, as in fit. Your lips are not rounded at all when you say this sound, similar to the shape for E. Look in a mirror as you say these words. Fit, print, interesting, picnic, picture. The next sound is A, as in say. When you say this sound, your lips are a little more open than when you said E, but they're not round at all. Look in a mirror as you say these words. Say, 8, nation, train, afraid. The next sound is as in set. When you say this sound, your lips are a little more open than when you say E, but they're not rounded. Look in a mirror as you say these words. Set, every, fresh, elephant, remember. The next sound is as in mat. When you say this sound, your lips are fairly wide open. Look in a mirror as you say these words. Mat, apple, after, track, establish. The next sound is as in cup. When you say this sound, your lips are in a neutral, relaxed position, and they're not rounded. Look in a mirror as you say these words. Cup, ugly, under, mother, sunny. The next sound is as in car. When you say this sound, your mouth is open fairly wide. Look in a mirror as you say these words. Car, hot, bother, quality, problem. The next sound is I, as in bite. When you say this sound, your mouth is open somewhat wide. Your tongue changes position during this sound, but your lips stay about the same. Look in a mirror as you say these words. Bite, line, child, riding, bicycle. Next, there are two sounds that have mixed lip rounding. The shape of your lips changes during the sound. The first of these is oi, as in boy. When you say this sound, your lips start out rounded, but at the end they're not rounded at all. Look in a mirror as you say these words. Boy, oyster, coins, noise, employ. The last sound is ow, as in now. When you say this sound, your lips also change their rounding. They start out open and not rounded, but at the end they're rounded. Look in a mirror as you say these words. Now, outside, town, proud, allow. Now you know how to move your lips when you say the vowel sounds of English. Thank you for practicing with us.
Welcome to Phrasal Verbs Review. Phrasal verbs are combinations of a verb and an adverb, like break away, or a verb plus a preposition, like turn on. Here are some other types of phrasal verbs. Some phrasal verbs may include three parts. In this lesson, we'll look at phrasal verbs in two parts. Part 1, types of phrasal verbs, and Part 2, problems with phrasal verbs. There are different types of phrasal verbs: transitive and intransitive, and separable and inseparable. First, let's review what transitive and intransitive means when talking about verbs. It means that after the verb comes the adverb and preposition, what goes with the specific verb, and then the direct object, meaning the who or what receiving the action. The direct object must be included with transitive phrasal verbs. Trans means to cross, so the action of the verb, adverb, or preposition combination needs to cross into a person or thing. But with intransitive phrasal verbs, no direct object is needed. So let's look at some examples of both transitive and intransitive verbs. The teacher called on the sleeping student. The sleeping student is the direct object. The police are looking into the crime. The crime is the direct object. With intransitive, we often eat out, however, does not have a direct object. He was too tired to get up, also doesn't need a direct object. Be careful. Some phrasal verbs can be transitive and intransitive, but with different meanings. For instance, look up as a transitive verb can mean check a dictionary for a word, as in Stan looks up the new word. Or look up can be intransitive and can mean improve, as in Maria lost her job, but now things are looking up. Here are some other examples of transitive phrasal verbs. And some examples of intransitive phrasal verbs. Check a Good Learner's Dictionary, online or in a book, to find out if a phrasal verb is transitive or intransitive if you aren't sure. Some phrasal verbs can be separated by the direct object and some cannot. Instead, the direct object separates the verb and adverb or preposition. These are called separable verbs. But only transitive verbs can be separable or inseparable since transitive verbs need direct objects. For example, blow up can mean explode like a bomb or in anger. The army blew up the mine, where the mine is the direct object after the verb blew, and adverb up. Or we can say the army blew the mine up, where now the direct object separates the verb and adverb. Call off means to cancel an event, as in the manager called off the meeting, or the manager called the meeting off. Pick out means to choose or select. We can use either sentence like Janet picked out her wedding dress or Janet picked her wedding dress out. With these sentences, we can replace the direct object with a pronoun. In these sentences, we use it. When we use a pronoun, we must separate the verb from the adverb or preposition if the phrasal verb is separable. With really long direct objects, separable phrasal verbs should stay with their adverb or preposition. For instance, Margot turned down a job because it didn't pay enough money. A job is the direct object and very short. Now let's look at the sentence, Margot turned down a job that offered her half of her current salary. That offered her half of her current salary describes a job and makes the object very long. It's easier to keep the verb turned and adverb down together as a group. But with inseparable verbs, the verb and adverb or preposition cannot be separated from each other. They must go together without interruption. For example, come by means to find by accident, as in the sentence, Walt came by a $100 bill. But we cannot say, Walt came a $100 bill by. Live on means to support oneself. For instance, some people live on very little, but we can't use some people live very little on. Take after means to look like or resemble someone else. We could use the sentence, George takes after his mother, but not George takes his mother after. So in this lesson, we reviewed the types of phrasal verbs which are transitive and intransitive, and separable and inseparable. Welcome to part 2 of phrasal verbs. In this lesson, we will focus on problems with phrasal verbs. But what makes using phrasal verbs so troublesome? Well, there are a few things that can make phrasal verbs difficult. One reason is the transitive and intransitive confusion, which goes with the separable and inseparable uses. But phrasal verbs are also hard because they have multiple meanings and are very idiomatic. Remember from the review lesson, transitive means a verb, an adverb, or preposition need to be followed by a direct object. Intransitive means you don't need a direct object. And in fact, this is an error if you add a direct object. For example, for transitive verbs, we can say the teacher called on the sleeping student and the police are looking into the crime. And some examples with intransitive verbs include we often eat out and he was too tired to get up. It's important with transitive phrasal verbs you have the direct object. Not having a direct object is a mistake you need to avoid with phrasal verbs. With intransitive phrasal verbs, for example, we often eat out and he was too tired to get up, if we add a direct object to these types of verbs, that's a mistake. If you are not sure about which verb is transitive or intransitive, check a good learner's dictionary. These will include notes about transitive or intransitive status of phrasal verbs. Good learner dictionaries will include notes about separable or inseparable status. Inseparable in this example. In fact, some dictionaries will only state separable or inseparable, and you need to remember only transitive phrasal verbs can be separable or inseparable. Separable means that the adverb or preposition can be followed by the direct object, or the direct object can be after the verb and before the adverb or preposition. So in the example of blow up, it is a separable phrasal verb and can be used in a few ways. The army blew up the mine, the army blew the mine up, or the army blew it up. It is better when using pronouns to always separate. And some phrasal verbs must be separated. They follow three patterns. The first is verb plus direct object plus adverb, like to ask someone back, meaning to invite someone to return for a visit. Or to have something on, meaning to wear clothing. Another pattern is verb plus direct object plus preposition plus the object to go with the preposition. For example, leaving someone for something, meaning abandon someone for a reason, and run something by someone, meaning share an idea with someone. The third pattern is verb plus direct object plus adverb plus preposition, and lastly, another direct object. So we end up with a long expression like make it up to someone, meaning you make a mistake and promise to fix it. Or pass something off as something else, meaning to say something fake, like a purse, is real. Here are some sample sentences with our separable phrasal verb patterns. We asked back the professor who lectured about global warming. He ran a new design by his boss for her approval. Since he missed her birthday, he made it up to her by taking her for a weekend to San Francisco. Another problem for English learners is that phrasal verbs often have more than one meaning. But how can you know which meaning is used? Let's take, for example, take out, which can mean borrow a library book or go on a date with someone. For instance, I need to take out a book about geology for my research paper. Or Jack wanted to take Sally out on a date, but she said no. How can you know which meaning of take out is used? You look at the context or situation of the sentence. From the first sentence, it's clear we are talking about a book. In the second, we can see between a man and a woman going on a date, we are using the second meaning. The last and maybe biggest reason phrasal verbs are hard is that they are very idiomatic. That means that the parts don't add up to the meaning. These types of idiomatic expressions are natural for native English speakers and make them very difficult to teach. Let's look at turn, which usually means to twist a knob left or right. The adverb off means to separate or remove, but the preposition on means physically in contact with and supported by something. If we put the parts together, turn and off doesn't seem to add up to turn off, meaning to switch off something electronic like a computer or TV. And turn on doesn't add up to meaning to switch on something electronic like a computer or TV. Some phrasal verbs can be hard because we cannot guess the meaning of the phrasal verb by knowing the parts. You need to learn and study these words in groups. How can you study phrasal verbs? Treat them more like vocabulary words and study them in groups. You can learn them by focusing on a verb, such as get, and learn the meaning of the adverbs or preposition combinations. For example, get out means be forced to leave. Get up means to wake up and get out of bed. Get in means to step inside a vehicle like a car. Or get with, meaning to meet someone. Another way to study groups is to focus on the adverb or preposition and the combinations of verbs. So we can focus on out, and speak out means to argue against an idea. Take out means borrow a library book or go on a date with someone. Get out means to be forced to leave. Walk out means to leave in anger. Lastly, turn out can mean to eject or banish. In this lesson, you learned phrasal verbs are difficult because they can be transitive or intransitive, separable or inseparable. They have multiple meanings, and those meanings can be idiomatic. Thanks for listening.
A review on collocations. Hi, my name is Vera and I was born in the United States. My father, on the other hand, was not born here. He moved here not knowing any English and slowly learned English over the years. Sometimes when I talked to him, he would use some strange English. For example, he would say things like, "Wow, that girl has a shiny smile. Don't drive crazily. You may have a car accident. Can you open the lights? I can't see. Oh, that man singing is very amazing. I hate cleaning the laundry. I always told him, Dad, you're saying it wrong. It should be, wow, that girl has a bright smile. Don't drive recklessly. You may end up in a car accident. Can you turn on the lights? I can't see. Oh, that man singing is truly amazing. I hate doing the laundry. He would say, so confusing. And it is. And this is my introduction of collocations. Collocations are words that frequently go together. A native speaker would not say someone has a shiny smile. He would say that the girl has a bright smile. When we describe a smile, there are specific words to use. This is true for the rest of the examples. There are many different types of collocations. I will highlight the more common combinations with some examples in the table. We have adjective plus noun, noun plus noun, noun plus verb. Then we have adverb plus adjective, verb plus preposition, also known as phrasal verbs, verb plus adverb, and verb plus noun. As you can see from the examples, the underlined words go together. There is no fixed rule based on the form or the meaning. To a native English speaker, they just think, oh yeah, it sounds right. This way of thinking is a challenge for non-native speakers. The next video will review some of the common errors. Tricky collocations. From the previous video, you have an understanding of what collocations are. They are words that are frequently used together. Non-native speakers find them frustrating and often make mistakes because there are no fixed rules about the form or meaning. Maybe you are wondering why it's so easy to make mistakes. Most of you are probably thinking, well, I need to study more. That may be true, but there's also another reason. It is possible that many of you are thinking about how to say something in your first language, so you directly translate it into English. Let me give you an example. My mother speaks Cantonese, and when she talks about her hobby of reading books, she says, I like to watch books. In Cantonese, it's possible to use the same Chinese character of watch for books, magazines, TV, movies, even scenery. However, in English, we would say read books and magazines, watch TV and movies, and look at the scenery. Are you confused? Yes, English is quite complicated. I have gathered a list of collocation problems that other teachers have noticed in their non-native English students' speech or writing. Quite a lot, right? Well, in order to review them in an organized way, I would like to invite you to my collocations house and give you a tour. Each part of my tour will have some underlined incorrect collocations on small note sheets, so follow closely. Here at the front door, I see the first one. It says, don't open the outside lights during the daytime. I think she means don't turn on the outside lights. We turn on and off lights, not open or close. Open and close are for doors, windows, closets, drawers. Next, we walk into the kitchen. Some notes here. Okay, let's take a look. I am cooking coffee. Do you want to take a coffee? It has a heavy smell. But don't drink too much coffee. If you want to keep healthy, tea or water is better. In this case, you cannot cook drinks. You can make drinks, like make coffee or tea, or even soup. Also, we do not say take a coffee. We say have coffee or drink coffee. I have coffee every morning. When you describe a smell, it is not possible to say heavy. Instead, use strong or weak, like the coffee has a strong smell. Finally, I think keep healthy means continue to be healthy. You can't use keep. You should say stay. Stay healthy. It is common to use stay with adjectives like stay happy or stay young. Okay, the second note is on the sink. You have to clean the dishes every night. Even though clean the dishes makes sense, native English speakers don't use that collocation. They use wash the dishes or do the dishes. Oh, there's a note on the medicine cabinet. If you have a headache, eat the aspirin. If you have a cough, drink the cough syrup. Here, aspirin and cough syrup are both types of medicine. In general, you do not say eat medicine or drink medicine. The correct way is to say take medicine. Take works for almost all situations. Take aspirin, take cough syrup. Moving to the bedroom, there's a note on the bed. It says, "Please take a rest." Some people, especially in the USA, feel that this collocation is strange because they would say take a break or get some rest. Oh, there's another one on the desk. Write your homework every day. Then you can take a good grade. Actually, write homework or even make homework are wrong. We actually say do homework. When we talk about grades, we use get a good grade or get a bad grade. Let's take a look at the bathroom. There's a note near the toothbrush. It says, wash your teeth every morning and night. Well, people don't actually wash their teeth. They brush their teeth with a toothbrush. If they go to the dentist, then the dentist cleans their teeth. Okay, now it's time to look at the backyard. A backyard is an outside area that belongs to the house. Some backyards have gardens. The note here says, the backyard is a good place to make a party or a barbecue. If you grow up vegetables or fruit, you can serve them at the party. Sometimes the garden has spiders, but don't be afraid from spiders. They are harmless. First, we don't make parties, we have them. It's natural to say, let's have a party, or let's have a barbecue. Also, you don't grow up vegetables or fruit, you just grow vegetables and fruits. There is no up. Or you can say plant vegetables or fruit. Lastly, spiders. I actually hate spiders, but I am not afraid from them. I am afraid of them. Be careful with prepositions. The last place is the garage. There is a washing machine and dryer here with a note. It says, save water by cleaning the laundry once a week. Once again, clean sounds strange here. Native speakers say do the laundry. Laundry actually refers to both washing and drying the clothes. Next, there's a very nice sports car in the garage with another message. This car has an expensive cost. Please take care of it and do not make an accident. Also, if you lose the road, don't worry. The car has a GPS system. There are 3 mistakes. First, we don't say that something has expensive cost. We just say the car is expensive. Also, when we talk about accidents, we get into an accident or cause an accident. Finally, we don't lose the road. If we cannot find the way, we will say we get lost. Phew, let's go back into the house. It's almost time to go home. But here's one final message. It's on the picture frame. There are 2 people in the picture. The note says, we hope you enjoyed our home. I am Brett and I am married with Celine. Please come again. There is only one mistake here. You cannot say married with someone. It is another preposition error. It should be married to. Let's also talk about divorce. Again, you do not say divorce with. Actually, you don't even need a preposition. You can just say she divorced him. Well, that was a very long tour with lots of notes. Collocations are certainly confusing. The list of collocations I have provided is not a complete list, but it is very relevant to daily life topics. If you would like to improve your collocations, here are some tips. Number 1, study more collocations and try to use the correct forms as much as you can. Number 2, read more. There are a lot of collocations in newspapers, magazines, and books. The more you read, the more you naturally learn and remember correct collocations. Good luck and come back again. Bye! In this tricky grammar review, you will meet a character named Marie. Marie took this course and her family is really excited that she's taking English lessons online. Her husband Theo and her 17-year-old sister Layla both text Marie in English because they wanted practice English too. Marie is now confident after taking this course and enjoys correcting their mistakes. See if you can correct their mistakes too.
8 a.m. at the office. Oh, I think that's my husband. Honey, where is my red pants? Did you include them when you cleaned the laundry? Huh, why does he need his red pants? Theo really should be more careful. Instead of saying, "Where is my red pants?" he should say, "Where are my red pants?" because pants is a plural noun and it requires a plural verb. And I also remember learning that laundry does not collocate with clean. It collocates with do. So he should have said, "When you did the laundry." 9 a.m., still at the office. Oh, another message from Theo. The bus came late again. I'm in the bus now, but I'll be 20 minutes late. Aww. Oh, my poor husband. I hope his boss doesn't get too angry with him. Oh, but I noticed he said in the bus when he should have said on the bus, like on a plane and on a train. 12 p.m., lunch at the park. Oh, it's Layla. Hi, big sister. Could you helping me find a university? I want to study chemistry. There is a lot of information. I don't know where to start. Oh, I see a lot of mistakes here. Instead of saying, "Could you helping?" she should have used the base form, help. Could you help? And university begins with a consonant sound. So instead of using an, she should have used a university. And after the main verb want, she should have used an infinitive form. So she could add to and say, "I want to study chemistry." And maybe she doesn't know that information is a non-count noun, so no S is needed here. What can I tell her? Oh, I know. 12:04, still at the park. Oh, it's Layla responding. Thank you, Marie. You always give me the best advice. Also, can you borrow me your silver dress for my graduation? I see a couple more mistakes. So instead of using advise, the verb, she wants to use advice, the noun with a C. And I think she means, can you lend me your silver dress? She would borrow it and I would lend it to her. 4:15 p.m., back at the office. That must be Theo asking about dinner. Honey, don't worry about dinner tonight. Myself will make dinner. Yay! I don't have to make dinner. But instead of saying myself will make dinner, I think Theo meant I will make dinner. Can you bring dessert? But no more fruit, please. We have much fruit already. Dessert? I'm sure he meant dessert. And I remember learning to use much in affirmative sentences sounds very formal. So it would be better to say a lot of fruit. I think I'll buy some chocolate ice cream. 6:30 at the market. Oh, it's Layla again. You are the best sister in whole world. Me, you, and Theo should have dinner soon. I miss to hang out with you guys. Aww. Aw, she's so sweet. But instead of saying in whole world, she should have said the whole world because there's one world. And instead of saying me, you, and Theo, she should have said you, Theo, and I, putting herself last. And after miss, you need to use a gerund, not an infinitive. So she should have said, I miss hanging out with you guys. I miss hanging out with her too.
Honey, where is Cat? I don't see her anywhere. Cat? Is he talking about our cat? Where is the cat? Oh no! I better get home right away. Nighttime. The end.
You might feel like Marie, noticing mistakes and fixing them thanks to the lessons that you've learned in this course. English can be tricky, but that's okay. You can fix your own mistakes and the mistakes of others and learn from them. Thanks for all of your hard work. We hope that you come back and learn from us again. Bye!
Present Perfect Tense Review. Hi, my name is Jake, and today I'll be teaching you a review of the present perfect tense. How do we form the present perfect tense? We need two words to form this tense: the helping verb have and the past participle of the verb. For example, in the sentence, I have eaten breakfast today, have is the helping verb, and eaten is the past participle of the verb eat. Here are some examples with different subjects. You have studied this before. They have gone home. When we use the subjects I, you, and they, we use the helping verb have. Compare this to the third person singular subject he. He has eaten breakfast today. We still have the two words needed to form this tense. But for a singular subject, we must change have to has. She has taken the test. It has rained twice this week. What about forming a negative sentence? I have not heard this song before. Simply insert not after the helping verb. He has not finished his project yet. Or we can use the contraction, which is the shortened form. It is common to use the contraction in spoken English. I have traveled to China and India. I have had very short hair, even shorter than this. I have seen a famous person. Let's look at what I just said. I have traveled to China and India. I have had very short hair. I have seen a famous person. There's a famous person in the background of this picture. When did these actions happen? We don't know. There is no specific time. Now, let's compare these to the simple past tense. I traveled to China in 2009. I traveled to India last March. I had short hair in high school. I saw a famous person 8 years ago. Do you notice a difference between the sentences on the left and the ones on the right? On the left, there is no specific time. I am just listing my life experiences. On the right, however, I mention a specific time. When a specific time is mentioned, it is not possible to use the present perfect. You must use the simple past. Notice words like last and ago. These are key words that indicate we use simple past, not present perfect. If we use for or since, we should use present perfect. This is for an action that hasn't finished yet. It started in the past and is still continuing now. For example, he has worked there for 23 years. She has been on vacation for 8 days. I have been in my office for 15 minutes. Notice the word for. We can use for with an amount of time. All of these actions are still continuing. Another key word is since. They have been in Canada since 2013. Use since with a date or point in time, not an amount of time. I have eaten 3 apples since 9 o'clock this morning. Or, she has studied English since she was a child. Notice we can use since with a clause. In this case, the dependent clause, or the clause that begins with the word since, is in simple past. The independent clause uses present perfect. We can also use present perfect tense with unfinished time periods. For example, we have taken 2 tests this month. In this case, the month has not finished yet. I have eaten 3 apples today. In this case, today is not over. And finally, I have swum twice so far this week. Notice the phrase so far. This can be used with an unfinished period of time. This implies that I will probably swim again before the week is over. Now let's learn how to make questions in present perfect tense. First, let's listen. Notice the questions I ask you in this video. Well, now you know a few things about me. You know I've traveled out of the country, and you know I've swum this week. What about you? Have you traveled out of the country? Have you swum this week? You have already learned how to form a sentence with this tense, with a subject and a helping verb and a past participle. Now, making the question is easy. Move the helping verb to the place before the subject. In English questions, a verb comes before the subject. Have you traveled to India? The correct response to this question is, yes, I have, or no, I haven't. This is called a yes-no question because the only possible answers are yes and no. If we have a third-person singular subject, remember to use has instead of have. For example, has Bob driven a motorcycle? Correct answers are, yes, he has, or no, he hasn't. Now let's look at information questions, also called WH questions. What has Bob driven? To this question, we can answer, he has driven a motorcycle, or a motorcycle. To form a WH question, we keep the same order that we had in our yes-no questions, but now we add a question word to the front. Here's another example. Where have you traveled? The answer is, I have traveled to India, or, for a shorter answer, to India. So, in a WH question, just follow this order. WH word, helping verb, subject, past participle. Here's another example. I have seen that movie 3 times. Use present perfect with words like once, twice, or 3 times. Also, I have already seen that movie. Already can be used in affirmative sentences or questions. Yet and still are also used with present perfect. I haven't eaten dinner yet. Have you eaten dinner yet? Yet can be used in negative sentences or questions. Or, I still haven't gone to the store. Still is used in negative sentences. Finally, have you ever met me? I haven't ever met you. Or, I've never met you and you've never met me. Ever and never are common words for present perfect. Ever means at any time in your entire life. It can be used in a question or a negative sentence.
Present tense review. Hi, it's nice to meet you. My name is Emily, and I'm an English teacher. I teach students from all over the world. Right now, I'm talking with you. Are you listening carefully? Do you understand me? I hope so, because we have a lot to talk about. So why don't we get started? By now, you're probably very familiar with present time verbs in English. You know that we use the simple present to talk about facts or daily habits, and that we use the present progressive to talk about activities in progress right now. In this lesson, we will review present tense verb forms and uses. Let's start with the form of the simple present. It's important to remember that third-person singular subjects get an S at the end of the verb. For example, this lesson seems easy. It's also important to remember that the be verb is unique. Remember, it's I am, he, she, it is, you, they, we, are. For example, I'm a teacher. This course is fun. And you are an awesome learner. To make questions in the simple present, we need the auxiliary verb do and does. For example, do you like grammar? Does this lesson interest you? Of course it does. Who doesn't love grammar? And finally, to make a negative statement, we will also use the same auxiliary verb. Doesn't and don't are the contraction forms for does not and do not. For example, I love grammar, but I don't like math. Ugh. Okay, let's quickly review how to form the present progressive. We need the be verb, which we just mentioned, as well as a verb with ing. That would be the main verb. We must have both of these whenever we want to form the present progressive. Okay, to make a question in the present progressive form, we need these same two components. However, we will switch be and the subject, so the order's a little different from the statement form. For example, are you thinking about how much you love grammar? I know I am. Okay, finally, to make a negative statement, of course, we need not. For example, you and I are not looking at each other, but I am still communicating with you. Okay, as I already mentioned, we know that we use the simple present to talk about facts and habits, and the present progressive to talk about activities in progress right now. Remember when I introduced myself at the beginning of this video? I used the simple present and the present progressive. Let's take another listen at my introduction so that we can look at why I used the tenses that I did. Hi, it's nice to meet you. My name is Emily, and I'm an English teacher. We use the simple present to express states and unchanging facts. As you can see, we have the be verb here, which is a verb of state, not a verb of action. I teach students from all over the world. We also use the simple present to talk about habits or daily routines. I am not teaching in my classroom right now. I'm talking to you. I'm making a video. However, I regularly teach students from all over the world. Right now, I'm talking with you. Are you listening carefully? Why did I use the present progressive here? That's right. I used it because I'm talking about an activity in progress right now, at the moment of speaking. Do you understand me? I hope so. Which tense did I use here? Yep, you know I used the simple present because you don't see ing. Even though we're talking about right now, I did not use the present progressive because understand and hope are verbs of state. Okay, Helen is a student of English, and like many students, she got a paper back with a lot of red marks on it. So she has some corrections to make. Do you think you can help her with her grammar? Let's see. What's the problem here? That's right. We need the present progressive. These days, the world is becoming smaller. What tells us that we're talking about right now is the phrase, these days. Okay, let's look at another mistake. Uh-oh, now it's the opposite problem. We need the simple present. Why? That's right, because we see each time, which indicates a habit. So we're going to use the simple present. Ooh, this is a really ugly mistake here. What's the problem? Something's missing. That's right, we can't have ing without the be verb. In this case, we need are. Nowadays, many schools are trying to use more technology in their classes. You also see nowadays, which tells us we're talking about right now, or an activity in progress. Ooh, another ugly error. What's the problem here? You guessed it. We cannot use the be verb if we don't have ing. In this case, we just need the simple present. Many students study English with the help of technology. It's a fact. Can you find the mistake in this sentence? You're right. We do not want the present progressive here. It should be do not see their mistakes. We need the simple present because see is a verb of state. All right, good job. I told you it would be easy. Thank you for reviewing the simple present and the present progressive. See you next time. Past tense review. As you already know, affirmative statements in the simple past are made by attaching an ed to the simple forms of regular verbs. For example, most days I work for 8 hours, but yesterday I worked for 12 hours. I arrived at work at 7 a.m. and stayed in my office until 7 p.m. Ooh, that was a long day. Of course, you have already learned that there are many irregular verbs in English that do not follow this conjugation rule. For example, Julie usually walks to school, but last Friday it rained, so she rode the bus instead. That day she left work early because she was tired. Rode, left, and was are all examples of irregular verbs in the past. If you don't remember all of your irregular verb forms, now would be a good time to pause the video and review them. All right, in this example, there is one verb that has a regular past tense conjugation. Can you find it? Yep, rained. You know it's regular because it has an ed. To make negative statements and questions in the simple past, we need the auxiliary verb did or did not and the simple form of the main verb. Did you steal my chocolate?
No, I didn't steal your chocolate.
Okay, so why do we use the simple past? Well, we use it to talk about completed past actions. We can see that they have a clear beginning and an end. Also, we often use this tense with past time words like yesterday, last year, 3 minutes ago, etc. And finally, the simple past may be used to express a sequence of past activities. Let me show you what I mean. Let's talk a little bit about my Saturday. It was very busy. In the morning, I read a book. Then I rode my bike. After that, I went for a walk. Then I took a nap. Later, I cooked dinner. Finally, I watched TV. This is a sequence of activities in the past, introduced by expressions of time. This is a very common use of the simple past. Another way to talk about past actions is by using the past progressive. The past progressive is formed with the past tense conjugations of the verb to be and a present participle, or verb plus ing. For example, when I arrived at work yesterday, it was raining. When I returned home, however, the sun was shining. To make a question in the past progressive, we need a question word, if relevant, was or were, the subject, and a present participle. For example, excuse me, what were you doing at 3 p.m.? That's when I was away from my desk and someone stole my chocolate.
I didn't do it. I was working on a report, so I didn't steal your chocolate.
We use the past progressive to talk about an activity in progress in the past. We can only use action verbs with the past progressive, no verbs of state, just like with other progressive tenses. And the past progressive often appears with another action either in the simple past or past progressive. Let's go back to my busy Saturday to understand a little bit better. I read, rode my bike, went for a walk, took a nap, cooked dinner, and watched TV. We can see each of these activities in their entirety. That is, we know when they started and when they ended because we use the simple past. However, what happens if we zoom in on any of these activities? While I was reading, I was drinking coffee. This is an example of two activities in progress at the same time.
Hey.
Hey! Whoa! While I was riding my bike, someone said, hey! This is an example of an ongoing activity interrupted by another action. And as you can see, I was dancing while I was walking. Again, here we have an example of two activities in progress at the same time. Okay, let's quickly summarize this review. We use both the simple past and the past progressive to talk about past time events in English. To form the simple past, we need an ed for regular verbs. But watch out, because there are a lot of irregular conjugations as well. We use the simple past to talk about completed past actions, and this tense is often accompanied by time words, like yesterday. To form the past progressive, we need was or were and a present participle. We use the past progressive to talk about activities in progress, and this tense often appears with another activity in the past. All right, did you have fun reviewing the past tense in English? Were you paying attention while you were watching the video? I hope so. It's been fun for me too. Thank you. See you next time. The future tense. You already know that we use be going to and will to make predictions. For example, you are going to love this lesson. You will learn so much. However, will and be going to can be used differently. Furthermore, there are other verb forms that we can use to express a future time. Imagine you were bored at home on a Saturday afternoon. You decide it would be nice to see a movie later tonight, but you'd rather not go alone. What will your friends say regarding their plans for tonight, which is a time in the future? Ugh, I'm bored. I know. I'll see if someone wants to go see a movie with me tonight. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm having dinner with a friend tonight, but thanks. I would love to, but I'll be flying to New York then. My plane leaves at 7 sharp. No, thanks. I'm going to take it easy tonight. Yeah, I'll go see a movie with you. Thanks for asking. Woohoo! Did you notice all the different verb forms we use to talk about the future? Let's review them together. I know. I'll see if someone wants to go see a movie with me tonight. I'll is a contraction for I will. We use will when a decision about the future is made at the moment of speaking. The speaker wasn't planning on seeing a movie, but she decided to do so spontaneously. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm having dinner with a friend tonight. What verb tense do you notice here? That's right. You see the present progressive. It is also common to use the present progressive to talk about the future. In this case, the speaker has already made plans. You will often see this use of the present progressive to convey future plans with a future time marker, like tonight. I'll be flying to New York then. This is an example of the future progressive. We use the future progressive to talk about an action in the future that will be in progress at a certain time. Remember, no stative verbs with progressive constructions. My plane leaves at 7 sharp. You should recognize this verb form as the simple present. In this case, it refers to the future. It is common to use the simple present to refer to the future when talking about schedules or itineraries that we can't necessarily control. I'm going to take it easy tonight. This is a very common way to express the future, which I'm sure you recognize right away. We use be going to talk about planned future events. In this case, the decision was made previously. In spoken English, be going to sounds like gonna. I'll go see a movie with you. Which form is this an example of? You got it. I'll is I will. Why did the speaker use I'll or I will here? Yep, because it was a spontaneous decision. Okay, let's review together. All right, let's review what we've learned. When you want to express the future in English, you probably think of will and be going to. And you're right. These are two common verb forms we use to express the future in English. However, there are other ways to do so. We can also use the present progressive, the simple present, and the future progressive to talk about the future. When we use will, we use it to make predictions and for spontaneous decisions made in the moment of speaking. With be going to, we also use it to make predictions, but in addition, we use it for planned events. With the present progressive, we can talk about the future if we have definite plans, and this usually is used with a future time marker, like later, tomorrow, this evening. We can also use the simple present to talk about the future when we're referring to itineraries and schedules that are set and that we can't control. And finally, we use the future progressive to talk about future actions in progress at a given time. Thank you for reviewing with me. Remember to keep looking forward.
Past perfect and future perfect review. Let's watch a quick video that will help us talk about these tenses.
Oh no! What's this? This is not mine. This is Emily's, and she's getting ready to leave for the airport. I have to give this to her before she leaves. I'll never make it in time in these shoes. Oh no! I'm gonna be so late. Better hurry. Oh no! She's leaving right now! Where's Emily?
She already left.
No!
Let's look at a timeline of what happened. You saw me run to the office, but when I arrived, Emily was not there because she left before I arrived. We have two actions that both started and finished in the past. One action happened before the other action. We could say it like this: Emily left, I arrived. But the time order is not clear. To be clear, we could say Emily left before I arrived, or Emily had already left by the time I arrived. This is the past perfect tense. Emily had already left. To form this tense, we use the helping verb had and the past participle of the verb leave. Or we can also say, Emily had gone to the airport before I arrived. We use the helping verb had and the past participle of go. We use this tense when we have two finished actions that happened in the past. The verb that is in the past perfect is always the action that happened first. This action started and ended before the second action occurred. Notice that the later action uses the simple past. Past perfect must be used with the action that occurred first. I had changed my shoes before I got to the office. First, I changed my shoes. It is wrong to say, I changed my shoes before I had gotten to the office, because the later action cannot use the past perfect. We can use the word already to emphasize that one thing happened before another. It is very common to use already, but it is not necessary. Emily had already left by the time I arrived. By the time has the same meaning as before and can be used with the past perfect. Emily had already left before I arrived has the same meaning. If you use by the time, you should use simple past in the dependent clause and use past perfect in the independent clause, or the clause without by the time. We can use this tense without either of these words. I had changed my shoes before I got to the office. But if you want to use already, just insert it between the helping verb and the past participle of the main verb. We know the order of these events. Emily had already left by the time I arrived. We can also say, Emily had been in her car for about 15 minutes by the time I arrived. If we want to compare the time between these two events, we can use the preposition for and an amount of time. We can also use since. Emily had been in her car since 11:45, but I arrived at 12 o'clock. Okay, let's see what will happen next.
Oh no, she's on her way to the airport. By the time she gets to the airport, her phone will have died.
By the time she gets to the airport, her phone will have already died. Both of these actions will occur in the future. Will have died, gets there. But we cannot say will get, because we can't use future tense in a time clause with words like before or by the time. The action that will happen first is die. The second action is get. You may know this as the future perfect tense. To form this tense, use will, have, and the past participle. We use future perfect tense when there are two actions that will both occur in the future. Future perfect is used with the action that will happen first. This action will finish before the second action occurs. It is common to use by the time before the second action. Remember, by the time means before. We can also say the same sentence like this. Her phone will have already died by the time she gets to the airport. What will poor Emily do?
What? My charger? Well, I can't come back now. By the time I drive there, my plane will have already left.
By the time she drives back to the office, the plane will have already left. Which action will happen first? Her plane will leave first before she drives back. Notice the same rules apply for by the time and already as in the past perfect. By the time goes before the second action, and already goes between the helping verb and the past participle. I guess Emily will not be able to use her phone because I was too slow. Thanks for listening.
The present perfect progressive. You already know that we form the present perfect progressive with have or has, been, and a present participle or verb with ing. To make a negative statement, we simply put not between have or has and been. To form a question, we are going to switch the subject and the helping verb. So it would become, have you been studying a lot of grammar lately? In this lesson, I'd like to discuss 3 main uses of the present perfect progressive. I'll show you 3 quick videos to help me explain these uses. Let's check out the first video, which explains the first use. Here we go. I've been running for 20 minutes. 20 minutes to go. Let's do this! This example illustrates the first use of the present perfect progressive, which is to talk about the duration of an activity in progress right now that started in the past. I started running 20 minutes ago. I am still running now. I have been running for 20 minutes. We can also use since with this use. It's important to remember that with this use, since and for, the action is still taking place. Let's take a look at another short video that will show us the second use of this tense. Hello? Actually, yeah, can I call you right back? Because, I've been running and I'm really out of breath. The second use of the present perfect progressive is to talk about an activity that started in the past but just ended at the moment of speaking. Unlike the first use that we talked about, in which the activity is still going. I have been running. That's why I'm really out of breath. I just stopped. With this use, the evidence of the activity is visible. Just take a look at these pictures. It is obvious that I have just finished running. Okay, let's check out the third video, which explains the third use.
Hey, I've been meaning to tell you. You look really fit these days.
Thank you. I've been running a lot lately. Okay, this last video shows us the third use of the present perfect progressive, which is to talk about a recent habit. Clearly, I'm not running right now. You saw me, I'm wearing normal clothes, right? But I have been running a lot lately. In fact, I ran on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Even though I'm not running right at this moment, I can use the present perfect progressive to say that I have been running a lot lately or recently. You may even hear these days. All right, let's quickly summarize the reasons that we use the present perfect progressive. The first use is to talk about the duration of an activity in progress, using since or for. For example, you've been watching this video for 6 minutes. I'm sure you're getting a little tired. The second use is to talk about an ongoing activity that has just ended in the moment of speaking. For example, after this video, I will probably say, I've been explaining grammar and my head hurts, so now I think I'll relax and be lazy. And the final reason that we use the present perfect progressive is to talk about a recent habit. We can also use recently and lately with this use. For example, you've been learning a lot of new grammar lately. Careful! Remember, you should not use stative verbs in any progressive tense when they express a state. Sometimes a stative verb can express an action, and then it's okay. But if it's expressing a state, do not use it with ing. For example, I have been knowing you for 3 years. No, please don't say this. You could just say, I have known you for 3 years. And that sounds great. There are other verbs with non-continuous meanings that are not necessarily stative verbs. It could be tricky to try to use these verbs in the present perfect progressive. These are verbs like drop, lose, miss the bus, and find. There are others, of course, but these are some examples. With these types of verbs, we don't necessarily express an ongoing activity or a continuous activity. We can, however, express an activity that is repeated over time. Let's take a look at an example to see what I mean. Imagine Jake says, "You're late! Where have you been?" I can't say I have just been missing the bus. That's not correct, because when one misses the bus, it's an action that happens immediately, and then it's over. It's not ongoing. So, we could express this with the present perfect or the simple past. I can say, I have just missed the bus, or I just missed the bus. However, there are ways in which we can use these types of verbs in the present perfect progressive. For example, my boss is unhappy because I have been missing the bus lately and have been arriving late to work. This is a grammatically correct sentence because now we are expressing a recent habit. Remember that third use of the present perfect progressive? It's okay to use these types of verbs with that use, using lately or recently. Okay, I've been teaching you the present perfect progressive, but our time is up now. So thank you for listening. See you next time.
Past perfect progressive.
Hey, Emily.
Hey.
I have some pictures on my phone. I need you to help me choose a good picture for my Instagram. You need to choose a photo that will get me a lot of likes.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
Yeah. So first, look at this one. What do you think of this one?
Ugh, you can't use this picture. Why is your hair all wet?
Oh, well, I had been swimming right before I took this photo. Okay, how about this one?
No. Jake, you look terrible here.
What do you... Well, I had been exercising right before. Okay, how about this one?
Jake, you look awful.
You look exhausted here.
I had been working all day before I took this picture. Now no one will ever like any of my photos. I had taken some pictures before I came to the office. This is past perfect, which we use for two actions that both happened in the past. One action happened before the other action. For the first action, we use past perfect, had, and the past participle. The second action uses the simple past. But here's what I said in the video. I had been swimming before I took the picture. Notice we have had and the past participle of be and the ing verb. This is the past perfect progressive. Here is my timeline. We are just going to focus on the past and right now. Last week, I took a picture. In the video, which is now, we are talking about the photo. What happened right before I took the photo? I had been swimming. The action of swimming happened immediately before I took the picture. We can use this tense to show that something was in progress immediately before another action in the past. In addition, the action of swimming was a continuous action that was happening for a long period of time before I took the picture. This tense shows duration. In fact, I had been swimming for 45 minutes right before I took the picture. What had I been doing before I took this photo? See if you can answer the question using the verb work out. You had been working out. I had been working out before I took the picture. This action happened immediately before another action in the past. In the video, I also told you I had been working all day before I took the picture. Notice the phrase all day. I can use this tense to show that something had been in progress for a long time before another event in the past. To make a negative sentence, insert not between had and been. I hadn't been relaxing before I took the picture. Look at two more verbs that both happened in the past. I liked the photos, then Emily looked at them. But it is wrong to say, I had been liking the photos before Emily looked at them. That is because like is a non-action or non-progressive verb. Like belongs to a group of verbs in English that cannot take the progressive tense. For this verb, we would say, I had liked the photos. Here's another example. The ground was wet. It had been raining before I got home. Notice the subject here is it. We still use had. Do not change had. The verb is the same for every subject in this tense. We can also say, it had been raining for 3 hours before I got home. Like in the past perfect, it is common to use for, especially since we are showing duration. Or, it had been raining since 6 o'clock. Remember, we use the progressive tense for continuous actions like rain. It is incorrect to say, my mother had been arriving before I got home, because arrive is not a continuous action. For non-continuous verbs, just use past perfect. We can also use this tense to talk about something that happened continuously over a long period of time. I had been studying English for 6 years by the time I graduated. Finally, to form a question, simply switch the position of the subject and had. Had it been raining before you got home? And if you want to make an information question, just add a WH word to the front. What had you been doing before you took this picture?
The future perfect progressive. Emily and Jake decided to spend the day at the beach. And it turned out to be a pretty interesting day because they met twin brothers, Marco and Polo. The four of them got to talking and realized that they actually had a lot in common. So they made plans to go on a double date next Saturday. Watch as Emily and Jake discuss their plans for the future date. Notice the verb tense in the sentences that appear at the bottom of the screen during the video. Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy tomorrow is Saturday and it's our big double date! Yeah, so I think we need to make a plan about what we want to do because we want to appear organized. So we're going to dinner. After dinner, what do you want to do?
Maybe we could go to a movie.
No, bad idea, because we will have been sitting for a couple hours already, so it's better to do something active, maybe.
Yep. Why don't we go for a walk then?
Walk is good. Yeah, okay, so we'll go for a walk. It'll be nice, romantic, and then after the walk, maybe rollerblading?
No, I don't like that idea because we will have already been on our feet for too long. We will have been walking for 20 minutes before that.
Good point, and sometimes some people are lazier than other people, if you know what I mean. Yeah, okay, so then what we'll do is just maybe sit on a bench and look at the stars.
Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah.
And then after that, what else? What could we do?
We'll just have some more fun.
More fun?
Yeah.
No, that's enough fun. We will have been having fun all day.
Okay, have it your way.
All right.
No fun.
All right. Those sentences that you saw at the bottom below the video were examples of the future perfect progressive. To form the future perfect progressive, we need will, have, been, and a present participle, or verb plus ing. To make a negative statement, we simply add not between will and have. Of course, it's very common to use the contraction form won't. To form a question, the subject, we in this case, and will switch places. So it'll become, will we have been sitting for a couple of hours already? There is one specific reason we use the future perfect progressive, and that is to describe a progressive activity in the future that comes before another future activity or point in time. We shouldn't go rollerblading. We will have been walking for 20 minutes by then. By then is a point in time in the future. Of course, different durations of time could be expressed, like for 2 hours or all day. Any unit of time could go there. It is important to point out that by then is a prepositional phrase. With the future perfect progressive, there will always be another point of reference in the future, either stated or implied. We could also use a specific time in the future like 11 o'clock. Let's look at another example. Emily and Jake will have been socializing for several hours by the time they finish their date. In this example, the point of reference in the future is represented as a dependent clause, by the time they finish their date. Notice the verb tense in the dependent clause. It expresses a future time, but it appears in the simple present. This is a common pattern you will see with the future perfect progressive. Okay, well, it looks like Emily and Marco really liked each other, and now they've been spending a lot of time together. Listen to a couple conversations between them and see if you can identify the future perfect progressive when you hear it. Here we go. So, I was thinking after dinner with my family on Friday night, we could go catch a movie or something.
Well, I think I'm going to be pretty tired. We will have been talking with your very charming and very talkative family for quite some time then.
Suit yourself. Did you catch it? Can you complete the sentence with the correct phrase in the future perfect progressive? That's right. We will have been talking with your very charming and very talkative family for quite some time then. All right, let's try one more. So, do you think we could be engaged by the holidays?
Well, we will only have been going out a few months, so probably not.
Did you catch it? Can you put the words in order to make the sentence you heard in the future perfect progressive? That's right. We will only have been going out for a few months. All right, that's all the time we have for today. But I'll just leave you with this thought. When this video is over, you will have been practicing this verb tense for several minutes. I'm sure you will be tired. Thanks for listening.
Making guesses about the past with modals. Here's a picture of Emily's desk. She's very organized, but look at it now. What do you think happened to Emily's desk? Maybe a thief broke into the office. Maybe a bird flew in through the window. Maybe Emily made a mess while she was sleeping and then forgot about it. We are talking about uncertainty in the past. We are not sure what happened. We can only guess. It is important to remember that we are not guessing about right now. These things probably didn't happen, but maybe they did. Maybe expresses possibility, but uncertainty. We are not 100% sure that this happened. When we are not sure what happened in the past, we can also express this information using modals, which are helping verbs. A thief might have broken into the office. A bird may have flown in through the window. Emily could have made a mess while she was sleeping. These are followed by have and the past participle of the verb. Let's watch a conversation involving this grammar.
What happened to my desk?
The wind might have blown your papers.
The wind? It couldn't have been the wind because the window was closed.
The cleaners might have done it while they were cleaning.
No, I don't think so. It couldn't have been the cleaners because everybody knows the cleaners don't come on Monday night.
It could have been Matt.
Matt? Come on, he doesn't even work here anymore. It couldn't have been Matt. There is only one possibility. It had to have been you. It must have been you.
But it might not have been me.
Here are the characters in our story, Emily and me. I'm Jake. What did I say about the past? The wind might have blown your papers. Here we use the modal, have, and the past participle. You may recognize this as the same grammar that we use in the present perfect tense. The cleaners may have done it. It could have been Matt. Or it also could have been me. After a modal, use the base form of the verb. In present perfect tense, we would say, the wind has blown your papers. However, do not say, the wind might has blown your papers. Always use have after the modal with any subject. Here's what Emily said. It couldn't have been the wind. The window has been closed. It couldn't have been the cleaners. They never come on Mondays. Matt couldn't have done it. He doesn't work here. If we use couldn't have and the past participle, this means we think something was impossible. Emily also said, it had to have been you. Or we could also say, you must have made this mess. Must have and had to have are used to show that we are almost certain. Be careful, in this grammar, these modals do not express necessity. It is not something we have to do. It expresses our certainty or uncertainty about the past. When we speak, it is very common to use the contractions instead of the full form. It couldn't have been Matt. It must have been you. When we pronounce this, it sounds like couldn't have, must have. It's okay to say this when we speak, but do not use this in writing. To form a yes-no question, simply switch the position of the subject and the modal. In American English, could is the only modal we would use in a question to express uncertainty in the past. This may vary with other dialects of English. Could the cleaners have blown your papers? No, they couldn't have. Could Jake have done it? Yes, she could have. Let's review. Here we can use modals with have and the past participle for something that we aren't really sure of. It's just a possibility. Next, these modals can be used to show that we are almost certain about something, although there is still a little doubt. Finally, if something is impossible, use couldn't.
Reflecting on the past. Expressing regret and disappointment with should have. By now, you probably know that should is a word English speakers use frequently. Perhaps you think of advice when you see the word. You should study. You should clean your house. You shouldn't eat too much. But did you know that you could also use should with have and a past participle to show regrets or disappointment about the past? Take my experience as an example. Last Saturday, it was a beautiful day. The sun was shining, the crickets were chirping, so I decided to go for a hike. However, the experience was not quite as perfect as the day was. I have a few regrets about that day. Let me show you what I mean.
Which way do I go? I'm at a crossroads. I'll just look at my map. I didn't bring the map. My phone, where's my phone? Left it in the car. It's so stupid!
In reality, I forgot my map. I didn't bring my phone. I was not prepared. It was a mistake. In retrospect, or looking backwards, I can see that I should not have forgotten my map. You should always have a map when you go hiking. I should have brought my phone. I should have been prepared. You know what? I regret it. I'm not happy about those decisions. Okay, let's take a closer look at these sentences on the right. We can use should, have, and a past participle to talk about what we regret in the past or what we're disappointed about. Look at each of these sentences. Should, have, and the past participle of forget, which is forgotten. Should have brought. Should have been. Okay, let's take a look at another example.
Ow. Ouch. Can't believe I twisted my ankle. These stupid shoes!
All right, again, I made a few mistakes on my hiking trip. I twisted my ankle because I wore the wrong shoes. It was a mistake. In retrospect, or looking backwards, I should have been more careful. I should have worn hiking boots. I regret it. Can you find the past participles in each of these two sentences with should have? Yep, been and worn, which are the past participles of be and wear. You know, my sister had advised me to wear hiking boots. She's pretty smart about hiking. I ought to have followed her advice. Ought to have is like should have. We also follow it with a past participle. We can also use should have and a past participle to give past advice. Take a look at this example. Joe invited Molly to a Halloween party. He told her to wear a costume. However, the day before the party, Joe called all his guests to tell them it would no longer be a costume party. When Joe called Molly, she didn't recognize his number, so she didn't answer it. Although Joe left her a message, she didn't listen to it. As a result, Molly was very embarrassed when she arrived at the party dressed as a turkey. No one else was wearing a costume. In reality, Molly didn't answer Joe's call. She didn't listen to his message. She wore a costume to the party. Do you have any past advice for Molly? What should she have done? What shouldn't she have done? She should have answered her phone. She should have listened to the message. She should not have worn a costume. Then she wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Okay, I'm going to show you one more mistake I made.
Ooh, I think I'll hike down this mountain. Looks like good exercise. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my gosh! Not a good idea.
What did I do? Well, as you saw, I tried to hike down the mountain and I fell. What should I have done? I should have been more careful. I should not have gone down that mountain. What do you think I should do next time? Well, I should probably be more prepared for the possible dangers of hiking. Notice the difference between using should in the past, which is followed by have and a past participle, and using should to talk about the present or future, which is followed by the base form or simple form of the main verb. Also, like other modal verbs, when we form a question, should will precede the subject. It is then followed by have and a past participle. What should I have done? It is also very common to use the contraction forms should have and shouldn't have. In this lesson, you learned how to use should have with a past participle to express regrets and disappointment about past events. Thank you for listening. More modals, Part 1. Must have, should have, and had to. In this lesson, you will learn how to distinguish between must have, should have, and had to, which can often be confusing for students of English. When must have and should have are followed by a past participle, and had to is followed by the base form of a verb, we are talking about the past. However, they are used to communicate very different things. Let's watch this short video with the victim of a crime and a skillful detective for some examples of how these verbs are used. Hi, ma'am. Detective Holmes.
Oh, Detective Holmes, thank goodness you're here.
Tell me what happened.
Well, I was enjoying a delicious lunch, and I had to step away for a moment because I had to take a private phone call.
Can you complete the sentence that you heard Jake say? Jake is the victim. That's right. She said, I had to step away for a moment because I had to take a private phone call. Had to expresses a fulfilled obligation in the past or necessity in the past. Notice it is followed by the base form of the verb, not the past participle. Let's see what happened when Jake left her food.
And when I came back, my wallet was gone. And more importantly, my food was gone.
Your food? Awful. You saw it. Jake's food and wallet were gone when she got back. That means that Jake made a mistake. Can you complete the sentence with the correct modal? That's right. Jake should not have left her wallet unattended. When we use should not have, we are showing regret. Something happened that was not a good idea. In reality, Jake left her wallet unattended, and this was a bad idea. Notice, should not have is followed by a past participle, not the base form of the verb. Okay, let's see if the detective was able to find any evidence to solve this terrible crime. Don't worry, we are going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to find out who that thief is.
Thieves must pay.
That's right. First, I want to ask you a few questions. Did you eat any food before you got up?
No, the thief ate all of it. The thief must have been really hungry.
It looks like it. What did you hear Jake say? Can you complete the sentence? That's right. She said the thief must have been hungry. We use must have with a past participle to deduce or infer something about the past, much like a detective would. The evidence for our deduction is that Jake's food was gone. All right, let's see if they were able to find any more evidence. As you watch the next clip, notice the different uses and tenses of the modal verbs.
What's this?
Wait a minute. What is that? That's lipstick. Were you wearing lipstick?
I don't wear lipstick.
Then the thief must have been wearing lipstick.
What is this? What's this?
I'm the expert, ma'am. Just a moment. Ma'am, this is what appears to be a shoe.
Is this your shoe?
No!
Then this must belong to the thief. She must have left in a hurry. Ooh, and I think she should go shopping. Anyway, yes, and was this popsicle yours?
That's mine.
Well, it's still frozen, which means that you must not have been gone for very long.
That's right. And it also means that the thief must not have gotten very far.
I'm the expert, ma'am. I'll do this. Wow, it looks like they are on to something. Okay, stay tuned for part 2 of this lesson, in which you'll learn a little bit more about the usage of these modal verbs. See you soon. More modals, part 1. Must have, should have, and had to. In this lesson, you will learn how to distinguish between must have, should have, and had to, which can often be confusing for students of English. When must have and should have are followed by a past participle, and had to is followed by the base form of a verb, we are talking about the past. However, they are used to communicate very different things. Let's watch this short video with the victim of a crime and a skillful detective for some examples of how these verbs are used. Hi, ma'am. Detective Holmes.
Oh, Detective Holmes, thank goodness you're here.
Tell me what happened.
Well, I was enjoying a delicious lunch, and I had to step away for a moment because I had to take a private phone call.
Can you complete the sentence that you heard Jake say? Jake is the victim. That's right. She said, I had to step away for a moment because I had to take a private phone call. Had to expresses a fulfilled obligation in the past or necessity in the past. Notice it is followed by the base form of the verb, not the past participle. Let's see what happened when Jake left her food.
And when I came back, my wallet was gone. And more importantly, my food was gone.
Your food? Awful. You saw it. Jake's food and wallet were gone when she got back. That means that Jake made a mistake. Can you complete this sentence with the correct modal? That's right. Jake should not have left her wallet unattended. When we use should not have, we are showing regret. Something happened that was not a good idea. In reality, Jake left her wallet unattended, and this was a bad idea. Notice, should not have is followed by a past participle, not the base form of the verb. Okay, let's see if the detective was able to find any evidence to solve this terrible crime. Don't worry, we are going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to find out who that thief is.
Thieves must pay.
That's right. First, I want to ask you a few questions. Did you eat any food before you got up?
No, the thief ate all of it. The thief must have been really hungry.
It looks like it. What did you hear Jake say? Can you complete the sentence? That's right. She said the thief must have been hungry. We use must have with a past participle to deduce or infer something about the past, much like a detective would. The evidence for our deduction is that Jake's food was gone. All right.
Let's see if they were able to find any more evidence. As you watch the next clip, notice the different uses and tenses of the modal verbs.
What's this?
Wait a minute. What is that? That's lipstick. Were you wearing lipstick?
I don't wear lipstick.
Then the thief must have been wearing lipstick.
What is this? What's this?
I'm the expert, ma'am. Just a moment. Ma'am, this is what appears to be a shoe. Is this your shoe?
No.
Then this must belong to the thief. She must have left in a hurry. Ooh, and I think she should go shopping. Anyway, yes, and was this popsicle yours?
That's mine.
Well, it's still frozen, which means that you must not have been gone for very long.
That's right. And it also means that the thief must not have gotten very far.
I'm the expert, ma'am. I'll do this. Wow, it looks like they are on to something. Okay, stay tuned for part 2 of this lesson, in which you'll learn a little bit more about the usage of these modal verbs. See you soon.
Passives. To help us talk about the grammar, let's watch a quick video in which I steal Emily's muffin.
What was that? What happened to my muffin?
Your muffin was stolen.
There's my muffin. How did you get there? What? What happened to my muffin?
A bite was taken out of your muffin. Your muffin was eaten.
Yep. By you.
What happened? I stole the muffin. I took a bite of the muffin. I ate the whole muffin. In these sentences, the subject is the person who is doing the action. We will call this the doer, the person doing the action. And the object, which is after the verb, is receiving the action. This is called active voice. I am the doer. The muffin is the receiver of my action. But in the video, you heard me say it differently. The muffin was stolen. A bite was taken. The whole muffin was eaten. This is the passive voice. In passive voice, the noun that is receiving the action moves to the subject position at the beginning of the sentence. Jake ate the muffin. This is active. The muffin was eaten by Jake. This is passive. Here's the doer. Jake. That's me. I'm Jake. We've switched the doer and the receiver. Now, let's look at the verb. Notice that now there are 2 words for the verb instead of just 1. Now we have was, which is a form of the be verb, and eaten, the past participle, which I will call PP. Was is the past tense form of be because the original sentence, Jake ate the muffin, was in simple past tense. You can follow these 3 steps to change a sentence into passive voice. 1. Move the receiver to subject position. 2. Add be and the past participle. 3. You might add by and the doer. Try to change these sentences to passive voice. Start with the object or the receiver of the action. Move it to the subject position. Add the past tense of the be verb and the past participle. That's it. We can end the sentence here without saying who did the action. Or we can add this by phrase. The muffin was stolen by me. You need to use the object pronoun instead of the subject pronoun. Or by Jake if you are the one speaking. You can imagine why I don't want you to mention my name. Passive voice is useful if we don't know who did the action or if we don't want to say who did the action. Pause the video and try to answer the next one before I give you the answer. Jake took a bite of the muffin. A bite of the muffin was taken by Jake or by her. We can only use the passive for certain types of verbs. Look at this sentence. Something strange happened. Can we change this into passive voice? No, there is no object after the verb. This is called an intransitive verb because there is no object. Here are some other examples. I slept well last night. I lived there for a year. We can only use the passive voice if the verb is transitive. The child broke the lamp. Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. Someone robbed the bank. These verbs have objects. Pause the video for a moment and try to change these sentences into passive voice. The child broke the lamp. The lamp was broken. Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. The light bulb was invented by Thomas Edison. Someone robbed the bank. The bank was robbed. What about plural nouns? The child broke 2 lamps. Or, Thomas Edison invented many things. In the passive, the be verb must agree with the noun that is in subject position. 2 lamps were broken. Many things were invented. What about I taught you? The passive is you were taught. Be agrees with you. Remember, the active and the passive have the same meaning. They are just different ways of saying the same thing. Here we can see 3 good reasons to use passive voice. We've already talked about the first one, when we don't want someone to know who did the action. In the second example, we are changing the focus. The person is not important. The invention, in this case the light bulb, is more important. And finally, if we don't know who did the action. Now let's see if you can do the reverse. Here's a passive sentence. Passive voice was talked about today. Who did the action? I did. Do you remember my name? What's the active sentence? Jake talked about passive voice today. This video was watched by you. Who did the action? You did. You watched this video. Thank you for watching this lesson.